The story begins with our Ling Yun, soaring out from within a magical space. He looks at the scene before him with a calm expression, wondering, is this the place? Suddenly, from behind him, a demon clan member appears with a smug smile. He speaks up, ha ha ha, worthy of the immortal emperor, you sensed it so quickly, but still a step too late. At that moment, an external evil clan formation appears beneath the immortal emperor's feet, restraining him. He says, the immortal emperor is truly impatient. To set up this captive emperor formation, we had to plan for hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing this, the immortal emperor's expression remains unfazed as he scoffs in response, captive emperor formation, you say? A mere evil clan dares to challenge my authority. With that, he immediately creates a golden dragon from his spiritual energy, easily breaking the formation. Then, he gestures towards the demon clan member who is still in shock before him, you spent hundreds of thousands of years just to stop me for a moment. Before he dies, the demon clan member reveals a smug smile, stating the truth, of course not. My goal has always been your wife, ha ha ha. At that moment, a voice calls out from behind Ling Yun, husband. He hurriedly turned back, oh no, their target is Tian Shui. At that moment, Tian Shui was surrounded by a group of subordinates from that demon clan and lying in a pool of blood. She struggled to take a weak breath, reaching out her hand towards Ling Yun, crying out, husband, my husband. The immortal emperor immediately teleported to her side, causing those around to step back, reminding each other, everyone be careful, he's coming over, this time we must kill him in the formation. The immortal emperor on this side still ignored the trap he had fallen into and held Tian Shui's body in his arms, calling out loudly, Tian, Tian Shui. He then looked up at the people in front of him with eyes full of evil energy, Dao Shen sect, demon origin sect, the main forces of good and evil gathering together, is this the meaning of the great formation of 10,000 immortals? Haha, that's right, if you want to blame someone, blame the immortal emperor for ruling for too long. Just 10,000 years without taking action and it seems you have all forgotten. Let me show you why I am the immortal emperor. After saying that, he immediately broke the formation beneath his feet, soared into the sky, exuding an extremely strong aura around him, shocking those below, wow. Why isn't he restricted by the formation? Run quickly, or you'll die. Is this the power of the immortal emperor? At this moment, Ling Yun began to raise his arm high, generating a stream of true qi in his palm along with bolts of lightning around him. Next, he swung his hand, unleashing a gigantic hand that rushed downwards. Seeing this, they began to feel fear and cried out, no, no, I was wrong, please spare me. We were forced, it has nothing to do with us, I beg you. But at this moment, their pleas were useless as the immortal emperor's attack drew nearer, accompanied by the terrified screams of those around. In the next instant, that hand completely crushed all of them, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ling Yun, now holding his wife, left with a heavy heart. Once he had flown out into space, he paused and looked at her, calling out once more, Tian Shui, has your soul vanished, no longer here? Upon saying this, he clenched his fist tightly, affirming, no matter if I have to give up everything, no matter if I have to search through countless worlds, I will find you. Tian Shui, wait for me. With that, the immortal emperor let out a loud cry, releasing his soul into the outside world, beginning his journey to find his wife. Some time later, on a cliff on Earth, a group of people was engaged in something shady. A young man sat inside a coffin, his face pale and trembling. What do you want to do? Huh, what do you think? A useless, broke guy like you dares to take a wife. Of course, we're going to bury you alive. Hearing this, he became even more terrified and quickly pleaded, I was wrong, please spare me. But just as the young man finished speaking, he was struck on the head with a shovel, knocking him unconscious on the spot. It's too late, in your next life, remember to fulfill your duties and don't rely on my woman. A while later, Ling Yun's soul appeared and stood beside the young man's grave. He looked at it with some surprise, there are traces of my soul within this person's body. It seems that the fragments of my soul from countless worlds have all fallen here. No wonder this fool is exactly like me. I never expected that after so many years of wandering through the worlds, I still couldn't find Tian Shui. Yet in this world, I accidentally found the remaining soul energy of my manifestation. Fate really plays tricks on people. Thinking this, he entered the body of the young man lying in the coffin. He opened his eyes and woke up. Tian Shui, I have come here. The scene shifted to the inside of a house, where a man pointed at the girl in front of him and shouted loudly, Xiao Shui, that Ling Yun is an idiot. Why do you keep being infatuated with him? The girl with green hair sitting beside her chimed in, Xiao Shui, Chien Hai has been loyal to you for a long time, you know that. Hurry up and dump that guy. After all, I have an engagement with Ling Yun. Today everyone is openly declaring this. Isn't it cutting off his means of survival? For years, everyone knows that the Han family has chosen a useless son-in-law. If not, how would the Chien family agree to let you marry into it? At this point, Xiao Shui stood up, looked at the man in front of her, and continued, Dad, even though Ling Yun is a bit foolish, he has treated me like family all these years. I cannot just watch him perish. I just want what's best for you. Tonight, you must cancel your relationship with Ling Yun in front of everyone. At that moment, a young master along with 3 bodyguards appeared from outside the door and spoke up. No need to think about that useless person anymore. He has disappeared forever. Xiao Shui felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this and frowned, asking back, disappeared forever. Just a fool, making him disappear is enough. Why bother with such trouble? Right, Tian Shui? That's right, just a useless person. Do we really need to bother everyone to come here? Only the marriage of Chien young master and Han lady is worthy enough to invite all of High City to witness. Hearing this, he turned to look at his daughter and continued, if that useless person has disappeared, Xiao Shui, what else can you say now? The girl with green hair then approached Chien young master and added, the Chien family is one of the largest corporations in High City, and Chien young master, being a branch, is much stronger than that useless person, right? What else do you need to think about? Tian Shui, standing in front of them, was completely furious, frowning and saying loudly, you all have done everything to curry favor with the Chien family, even selling me to them. Today, you can't even spare a fool, I will never marry into the Chien family. At the same time, outside the building. Our Ling Yun is carrying a coffin inside, to the astonishment of everyone around. As he stepped inside, Chien young master and his gang recognized him and thought to themselves, that coffin was prepared for that useless guy, could it be? At that moment, Ling Yun slammed the coffin down on the floor amidst the chatter of the bodyguards. It's him, wasn't that useless guy buried alive? Is he really a person or? Tian Shui saw him and felt a bit happy, but quickly said, Ling Yun, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave. Chien young master then began to smile and said, you useless guy, still alive and not knowing how to hide properly, do you want to die again by coming here? Haha, a useless person like you coming here to seek death, even bringing a coffin, how considerate. Ling Yun stood facing him with a calm expression, pointed at him, and replied, this coffin is a gift for you. Upon hearing this, the 2 bodyguards became furious and rushed over together, shouting, you dare. A useless person like you dares to humiliate Chien young master. Die, you dog. But just as both of them rushed in, they immediately received a kick from Ling Yun to the face, crashing to the floor. The 2 following them were no exception, also getting another kick from him. The young master Chien, seeing this, approached and looked at one of the figures lying motionless in front of him, astonished, and hurriedly said, dead already? What is happening here? One of the people standing outside witnessing the scene immediately recognized the technique he had just used, gritting his teeth, he hurriedly said, fading shadow step. How could one of the 9 soul secret arts be used by such a useless person? No way, I must have seen it wrong. How could that useless guy know fading shadow step? I don't believe it. Tian Shui on this side also couldn't help but be surprised, covering her mouth with her hand, is he really Ling Yun? Why does something seem off? Meanwhile, the young master Chien had become frightened, sweating profusely, pointing at Ling Yun and stammering, why you dare to lay a hand on him? Then, he opened the coffin lid, placed 1 foot on it, and continued, the next one is you. Suddenly, at that moment, another person entered from outside, interrupting, fake god, fake ghost. On the inside, he seems timid and scared, but I wonder how many times he has been sneaky already. I can't believe an idiot knows how to use hidden weapons. Hidden weapons, huh? I never expected a fool like you to use hidden weapons to kill so many of my henchmen. At this moment, the man began to warm up his limbs and continued speaking. A useless person like you accomplishing that is probably enough to be proud of for the rest of your life. Those hidden weapons of yours can only be used once, right? Well, now I'm going to show you. Saying this, he immediately rushed quickly from behind Ling Yun. You will regret not dying in the dirt outside the city. At this point, he also realized it, turned his head to glance behind him with a calm expression. Then he gently sidestepped, avoiding the blow in front of the man's astonished face. No way, he can keep up with my speed. Before the man could regain his composure, Ling Yun had tightly grasped his arm and spoke. If you're so eager to die, then let me help you get in line. After saying that, he began to lift the man's entire body high amidst the old man's screams. Let go, let go. If you dare to touch me, no one in High City can protect you. Ignoring his threats, he immediately swung his arm and slammed his body down onto the floor. While the man was still in pain and unable to stand, Ling Yun continued to approach and pointed at his chest. Chien Hai and the green-haired girl nearby quickly intervened, saying, Ling Yun, do you dare to lay a hand on the Chien family? You want to drive the Han family into despair, right? You useless person, don't you dare keep going, the Chien family is not someone you can mess with. Hearing this, he glared at the two of them with an angry expression. What a racket. At that moment, an old man from outside rushed in with a gun in hand and shouted, daring to act like a thug in the Chien family's territory, I'll make sure you die without a place to be buried. Upon saying this, he looked down at the motionless man lying on the floor. Is it Peng? After checking his pulse briefly, he frowned and realized, the meridians are severed, resulting in death. What a ruthless method. The Chien young master hurried over and said, Dad, you finally made it. The Han family wants to rebel. At this point, he suddenly stopped when he realized the man lying at his feet was dead. The father of the Chien young master then walked past and placed a hand on his shoulder, asserting, blood debts must be paid in blood to that useless person. The people standing around inside the building began to murmur among themselves, saying, the Chien family master has finally arrived. The Han family is unlikely to survive today. The old man had now stepped in front of Chien Hai and continued, Han family master, what do you mean? Hearing this, Chien Hai replied with a flustered expression, Chien family master, please listen to me. In such an awkward situation, the green-haired girl beside him turned to look at Ling Yun with an angry expression, thinking, it's all because of this useless person. Our Han family is likely to face unavoidable disaster now. Chien Hai then quickly turned to look at Ling Yun behind him, shouting loudly, useless person, why aren't you kneeling down and admitting your mistake? Do you want our Han family to die without a place to be buried? The green-haired girl beside him immediately chimed in, normally, just waiting for death is one thing, but now you dare to bring disaster to the Han family. Kneel down at once. Kneel down. You should quickly tell them to kneel down, maybe I will still consider whether to spare them or not. Chien Hai was taken aback, his mouth agape as he turned to look at him. What are you saying? Do you want to destroy the Han family? Do you even know what you're saying? If you want to die, do it alone, don't drag the Han family down with you. The young master Chien across from him sneered and asked, are you saying that if we don't kneel and apologize to you, you will destroy the entire Chien family? Exactly. The townspeople surrounding them showed clear disdain and began to murmur among themselves. Did I hear that right? The son-in-law of the Han family can actually say such arrogant words. He's just a foolish son-in-law, probably just spouting nonsense. Right? Tian Shui, standing beside him, was also worried about his fate, silently thinking, Ling Yun. The old master of the Chien family began to speak, the Chien family has held a position in High City for many years, no one has ever dared to challenge the Chien family. Even if you're a fool like you, I won't let you off. Alright, alright, alright. Today, even with the Han family here, they can't save you. Chien Hai stood on this side and turned to look at Ling Yun once more, shouting loudly, this useless person, do you want to play to the end today? At this moment, the green-haired girl had run over, grabbed Chien young master's arm, and continued, Chien young master, our Han family originally wanted to kick him out today. What this useless person did today has nothing to do with our Han family at all. Saying this, she glanced at Ling Yun behind her, thinking to herself, damn it, the Han family must completely sever ties with him. Old Master Chien then let out a heavy sigh and ordered, even if the Han family is offered money, they wouldn't dare. Where are the people? Tian Shui, standing next to Ling Yun, quickly turned and said, what happened today was my invitation, so it has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly. Hearing this, her father turned pale and shouted loudly, Xiao Shui, are you crazy? Everything this useless person did today was self-destructive, hurry up and cut ties with him. Xiao Shui, at this point, why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and go apologize to the Chien family. Suddenly, at this moment, Ling Yun took Tian Shui's hand tightly, raised it, and gently looked at her, saying, Tian Shui, all these years you have endured many criticisms and protected me. From today on, I will not let you suffer anything anymore. From now on, it will be my turn to protect you. Hearing this, she blushed shyly and replied, Ling Yun, you have changed. The Chien young master, witnessing this romantic scene, clapped his hands and said, what a sweet drama. You killed my brother, and I still want to bury you and the Han family alive at the same time. Are you still trying to act like a hero now? Saying this, he turned his head away, spat on the ground to intimidate Ling Yun, as long as you cut off your limbs, crawl to my feet, lick my shoes to apologize, and then offer your precious wife to plead for forgiveness, I will consider whether to spare the Han family or not. Ling Yun stood before him with a dark expression, replying, it's too late. Too late. It's not too late, I can give you time to think and cut off your limbs. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yun's powerful voice interrupted, the opportunity to kneel and apologize that I offer you. Old Master Chien, standing nearby, wasted no time and immediately ordered his subordinates to charge forward. If you insist on this, then let me show you why no one in High City dares to mess with my Chien family. Letting you die like this is too merciful. This is the price to pay for offending the Chien family. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of bullets was fired from heavy rifles towards Ling Yun. But immediately afterward, he vanished into the smoke, much to their astonishment. He then reappeared from behind with the same calm expression as before, saying, I already told you, what is the Chien family in front of me? You insolent brat, what are you all standing there for? Charge at him. Be quiet, they can't hear your orders. Upon hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat and glanced back, only to find that all of them had collapsed to the ground. Dead, dead, they're all dead. What happened? I only saw Ling Yun step forward, and the group of people had. The two Chien young master and the green-haired girl standing on this side were also astonished, stammering, is it a ghost, a ghost? Ling Yun then stepped in front of both of them, looking at the green-haired girl, and said, you get out of here now. The Chien young master, seeing him approach, was scared and stepped back, saying loudly, you can't come over here. Ling young master, I didn't kill you, it was all his doing. It was my father's idea, he said he wanted to teach the Han family a lesson. The old man standing on this side immediately turned pale upon hearing this, looked at his son, and shouted, you bastard, what are you talking about? Ling young master, talented young man, I was blind and offended Ling young master. At this point, the old man started to reach behind him to get something, thinking to himself, this brat is hard to deal with, it seems I have to take action myself. Ling Yun stood in front of him, at this moment pointing at the coffin behind him, ordering, get in there. Ling young master, if you have any demands, just say it, we only ask you to spare our lives. And there's also the name of this housebreaker, aren't you going to bow your head and admit your mistake to Ling Yun, young master? Upon hearing this, he immediately turned angry and replied, I said it's too late. The old Chien family master, who had been bowing his head below, suddenly broke into a sinister smile, muttering, whether you are a human or a ghost. Having said this, he quickly brandished his concealed knife forward and lunged at him, shouting, die, cloud-piercing spear. If you can see my ultimate technique, the cloud-piercing spear, before you die, then your life wouldn't be in vain. But just as the blade swung towards him, it was blocked by the shield in front of Ling Yun. Seeing this, the old man was genuinely frightened and stumbled back, stuttering, impossible, you. Having said this, the old Chien family master charged forward once more, I don't believe you can withstand this blow again. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a fatal strike from Ling Yun to the heart, causing him to freeze in place. A moment later, he collapsed and died on the spot as his heart stopped beating. The young master Chien, witnessing this scene, immediately became terrified, repeatedly bowing his head before Ling Yun and pleading, "So, young master, please spare me, I beg you." He stood on this side and turned to look at him, emanating a powerful aura. He continued, "In the next life, remember to keep your duties, don't get too close to someone else's girl." At this moment, the young master Chien had also taken that blow, his eyes wide open, spitting blood, feeling like he was going to sell salt with his father. Everyone present witnessed the whole event and turned to whisper among themselves, "Is he dead?" The master of the Chien family personally took action and still died. Could this Ling Yun be the legendary warrior of the dragon ranking? These two cities are about to change. Ling Yun was walking past a person lying motionless on the floor and said, "Get up, I'll spare you. One life doesn't mean you have to pretend to be dead here." He then stopped pretending and sat up, bowing his head before him, replying, Ling young master, what do you command?" "Collect their bodies for me." Tian Shui was watching Ling Yun approach with a bewildered expression, silently thinking, is this still the Ling Yun I know? After so many years of marriage, this is the first time I've seen him like this. "Ling Yun, why have you suddenly changed so much?" Hearing this, he reached out to caress her chin, smiling in response. "I still have to thank young Master Chien for waking me up with a shovel. Let's go, we'll talk at home." At this moment, Tian Shui felt a bit embarrassed, turned her face away, and said softly, "Brother, our relationship isn't that close. I've remembered now, we have a legal marriage." "Well, that's just in name only." Once they had left, the atmosphere inside the building became lively again, accompanied by praises. The Han family master really hides his depth. That's right, in the future, the top families of High City must have a place for the Han family. To bless the Han family master, I propose a toast. Chien Hai, hearing these words, responded cheerfully and politely, clasping his hands together, too flattering, too flattering. Only the green-haired girl standing aside, stroking her chin while watching the backs of Ling Yun and Tian Shui, thought to herself, how annoying, clearly that useless person was just waiting to die, how did he become so strong? A moment later, at Han Tian Shui's villa, she stepped out of the room and was surprised to see the table full of delicious dishes, quickly saying, "Ling Yun, did you make all of this?" "That's right, you made all the dishes I like, let me try them out." Hearing that, she took a bite and was surprised by how delicious it was. "I didn't expect you, Ling Yun, to know how to cook, and so well too. Haha, do you like it? If you do, I'll make it for you every day." "Well, I've taken care of you, you idiot, for so many years, so of course you have to make it up to me well." While they were happily chatting, Tian Shui's phone on the table suddenly rang. As soon as she answered, her expression changed immediately, and she hurriedly said, "What? Is something wrong with Grandpa?" Ling Yun, sitting across from her, noticed her change and asked, "Tian Shui, what's wrong?" "Something happened to Grandpa, I have to go check on him." But then Ling Yun grabbed her hand and called out, "Wait, I'll go with you. With me here, Grandpa will be fine. Okay, maybe I can even help the doctor. Let's go." After a while, they arrived outside Han Zhongji's villa. Tian Shui looked at the guy standing at the gate and quickly asked, "Lin Wei, how is Grandpa?" "The doctor said he only has a little time left. I can't hold on any longer, you should go inside." But when it was Ling Yun's turn, that guy stopped him. "Hey, what time is it? You can't bring pets into Grandpa's hospital room." "What are you talking about? He's my brother-in-law." "It's okay, Tian Shui, just go inside quickly, I'll be in shortly." Hearing this, she reluctantly turned around and went inside with a worried expression. "Then I'll go in first, Ling Yun, hurry up." Once she was gone, Lin Wei spoke up again. "It's not that I'm not letting you in, I'm just afraid that a fool like you will go in and go crazy. I advise you to step aside, don't delay my grandpa's condition." "Oh, so according to you, I should let you in so that Grandpa can get better?" "That's right, let me in and maybe I can save Grandpa." Hearing this, Lin Wei immediately turned to whisper to the guys nearby. "Did I hear that right? This fool is saying he knows medicine. Ha ha ha, you really can't judge a book by its cover." Saying this, he placed a hand on Ling Yun's shoulder and replied, "It's not that I can't let you in, dot. Hey, lick the ground clean, let me see if the dog that Han family raised listens to commands or not." "Ha ha ha, Lin Wei, when did you start learning dog training?" You're killing me with laughter. Still the same Lin Wei with his jokes. He then took the opportunity to continue speaking, if you listen to me, I'll let you in. Then you can show off your extraordinary medical skills, how about that? I really want to see a foolish brother-in-law like you practicing medicine. Hearing those words, Ling Yun smiled and replied calmly, if you want to see it that much. At this point, he swung his hand to grab Lin Wei's wrist, making him a bit scared. What do you want to do? Let go of me quickly. He then felt Ling Yun twist his wrist, painfully thinking, what's happening? I can't resist at all. Just as Lin Wei finished thinking, he was immediately forced face down onto the ground where he had pointed earlier. Ling Yun then looked up at the other three with an angry expression, can I go in this time? You dare to lay hands on him? Let him go right now. Not going to move aside. Do you want to witness my medical skills? Oh no, that's not necessary. Ling Young Master should quickly go inside to treat Master. That's right. We have great faith in Ling Young Master's medical skills. Once he left, they dared to whisper among themselves, isn't that the fool Ling Yun? Since when did he become so impressive? It seems the rumors are true. I heard he got into a fight at the hotel a few days ago. Not long after, Ling Yun opened the door to the inside, surprising everyone. Didn't I say? When my master is treating patients, no one should disturb him, so why are there more people coming? The master of the girl on this side didn't care much about that and replied, it's fine, let them watch from afar, as long as they don't disturb me, it's okay. Then you guys are lucky. Being able to see my master at work is a chance to broaden your horizons. Ling Yun looked at the bowl of medicine the old man was preparing and immediately responded, broaden horizons, huh? I just know that if the patient drinks this medicine, they will take their last breath. What did you just say? Do you dare to doubt my master's medical skills? My master is worldly knowledge C. If it weren't for him, the patient would have died long ago. The patient was extremely weak. Master Worldly Knowledge C administered a very strong dose of medicine. With the two sides in conflict, the patient couldn't handle it and quickly passed away. Hearing you say that, it seems you really understand medicine, huh? Wait, did Lady Han call you Ling Yun? You're the useless son-in-law of the Han family, right? I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a useless person daring to come here and spout nonsense while pointing fingers at others. Aren't you afraid of boasting yourself into a corner? Ling Yun stood before her, maintaining his composure, and replied, whether I speak arrogantly or not will soon be known. You fool, do you really want to do this? Letting you practice medicine recklessly could lead to someone's death. If word gets out, who would dare to seek my master for treatment? Treatment? If this continues, your master will use the wrong medicine, leading to the patient's death. Can you all take responsibility for that? The old man mixing the medicine nearby, unable to concentrate, turned to look at both of them and said, what are you two arguing about? Can't you see I'm trying to save a life? Master, he says you used the wrong medicine. I know him. The son-in-law of the Han family, a foolish son-in-law like him dares to doubt my medical skills. Right. Han lady, is this how the Han family treats their guests? Tian Shui, standing behind, also turned to look at Ling Yun with a worried expression and asked, Ling Yun, can you really cure my grandfather? After hearing his affirmation, she turned to look at the old man and replied, Dr. Ling Yun says he knows medicine, let him take a look. Han lady, no need to say more, the Han old master cannot be saved anymore. Don't you want him to leave quietly instead of letting this fool torture him further? Ling Yun then continued with a calm expression on his face, for a quack, it is indeed irretrievable. That's enough. Useless person, you have insulted my master repeatedly. Do you know how many people have begged my master to come to treat them? Do you realize that saying such words will cause trouble for the Han family? Suddenly, at that moment, Tian Shui's grandfather, lying on the bed, weakly called her name. Hearing that, Tian Shui immediately ran to her grandfather's hospital bed, crying uncontrollably and replied, this is my grandpa. The old doctor standing nearby sighed and said, the light is flickering. The Han old master is about to pass away. Ling Yun had also walked past the old man from behind and responded, about to pass away. The quack in your family is the one who's really about to go. The Han old master is in this condition, do you really want to torment him as well? The Han family has a truly filial son-in-law here. The Han old master has roamed the world all his life, only to be killed by an idiot. Even in the underworld, he won't be able to rest in peace. At this moment, Ling Yun said nothing and began to extend his arm, which was enveloped in a stream of true qi, to the astonishment of the old doctor. From his palm, needles appeared, glowing alongside the true qi. The old doctor, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock, thinking, this is impossible, how could an idiot know this? Ghost Gate 13 needles. Yes, this must be Ghost Gate 13 needles. The woman standing beside him still had no idea what was happening, covering her mouth and speaking softly. Just now, seeing his quick-witted demeanor, I thought he was just pretending to be foolish. I had no idea he was truly that dumb. Surely this idiot doesn't think he can save someone just with those needles, right? Ling Yun stood in front of the two of them, highly focused, holding a needle in his hand, and loudly said the words, ignorance. Hearing that, she couldn't help but smirk disdainfully at him. Haha, master, look at that guy over there. The man beside her ignored her words, still sweating profusely, thinking to himself, I can't believe the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles is being used by an idiot. But while he was lost in thought, he was jolted awake by the woman beside him and quickly turned to reply, what did you say? Master, you should look at that fool over there, trying to save someone just with a few needles. He's truly a useless person with delusional thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a slap from her master across the face, who shouted, I think you are the useless person here. Do you even know what he's using? That's an ancient, lost medical technique that hasn't been seen for 1,000 years. Ghost Gate 13 needles can bring the dead back to life with flesh and bone. She was covering her face, and upon hearing that, she became astonished and exclaimed, ancient secret technique? How is that possible? It seems the rumors are true. Yesterday, the Chien family master caused trouble with the Han family in the hotel and was silenced. Even the Chien family didn't dare to retaliate. I heard it was a strong dragon ranking at work, it must be the son-in-law of the Han family. So, this foolish Ling Yun is an expert from the hidden Han family? Then we just mocked him like that. We need to quickly apologize to young Master Ling, offending a strong dragon ranking is something we can't bear. At the same time, Tian Shue's grandfather had also woken up and called out, Xiao Shui, I. Seeing this, she was overjoyed and tightly grasped her grandfather's arm, pressing it against her face. Great, finally, Grandpa has woken up. The two teachers and students from earlier also clasped their hands together and bowed their heads before Ling Yun, loudly saying, just now, I was blind and did not see the great mountain, offending young Master Ling, please forgive this old man. Young Master Ling, I was blind, you are magnanimous. Not allowing them to finish, he interrupted and said, right now, I don't have time to pay attention to you all. Upon saying this, he directed the needles outward towards the main door, we have esteemed guests arriving. At the same time, the assassins stationed outside began firing a barrage of bullets inside. Having prepared in advance, Ling Yun quickly launched the needles to intercept all the incoming bullets. The old doctor, lying on the floor with his head in his hands, was astonished at the sight and exclaimed, bullets, all stopped by acupuncture needles. The Ghost Gate 13 needles have this kind of effect. Tian Shui, frightened from behind, shouted out, who is it? How dare they raid the Han family in broad daylight? Ling Yun, standing in front of her, realized and quickly replied, it must be the Chien family seeking revenge. He then turned to everyone and instructed, everyone stay inside and don't go out, I'll go greet our guests. Hearing this, Tian Shui worriedly called out, from the sound of the gunfire just now, there are likely many enemies. Ling Yun, you left so many needles. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Yun interrupted to reassure her, don't worry, 3 needles are enough to deal with them. At the same time, outside the door, one of the assassins, a bit curious, turned to look at the man next to him and asked, Boss, do we really need to mobilize so many troops to deal with that useless person? What do you understand? According to the Chien family's information, they say that idiot is the hidden strong dragon ranking of the Han family. Strong dragon ranking. I see the Chien family is so scared they've gone dumb. I've been around High City for so many years and haven't heard of any strong dragon ranking that fits that idiot from the Han family. That's right, even if that idiot is really an expert of the dragon ranking, then our recent firepower attack probably just left him as a pile of expert fragments, right? Exactly, no matter how high the skill, it's likely to be smashed to pieces. Even an expert of the dragon ranking can't stop bullets, right? Ha ha ha. I heard the boss even invited a dragon ranking assassin to deal with that idiot. Is it true, boss? Don't waste time here, hurry up and confirm the corpse. Hearing this, he had no choice but to comply, but he murmured unwillingly in his heart. TCH, can't even talk freely. But as soon as he saw Ling Yun confidently stepping out from the main door, he was truly astonished, his mouth agape. He is still not dead. Ling Yun stood opposite with 3 needles in hand, looking at the crowd in front of him with a pair of blood-red eyes full of evil energy. The boss of the group, seeing this, immediately waved his hand to command with a fearful expression, is he not hurt? Quickly, keep shooting. All the subordinates, upon hearing this, unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Ling Yun. He stood before them without a hint of fear, wearing a smug smile, and threw the 3 needles forward. The 3 needles shot out like lightning, striking the weapons from their hands, leaving everyone gaping in astonishment. What is this? I only saw a flash of light, what on earth did he do? Ling Yun then retrieved his 3 needles and spoke, you are uninvited guests. I don't like that very much. If you don't tell me who hired you, then you will all die. The leader, after clearly seeing that they were 3 needles, was even more astonished. That kid is an expert in hidden weapons, quickly close the distance, don't give him a chance to use his hidden weapons. Hearing this, the subordinates drew out a knife, held it in their hands, and charged once again. What I hate the most are those useless people like you who use hidden weapons. Besides using hidden weapons to sneak attack, you can't do anything else. Kill him for me. But just as he took a few steps, 2 beams of light from Ling Yun's side shot through and pierced their knees. He shot a sharp glare at all of them, frowning as he commanded, do you dare to be disrespectful? Kneel down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them, under Ling Yun's powerful voice, collapsed to their knees, screaming in pain. The leader was no exception, sweating profusely, fearfully stammering, who are you? There's no strong person using hidden weapons like you in the dragon ranking. Who am I? Don't you all know very well? Tell me, who sent you here? At that moment, a hand appeared on the leader's shoulder, along with a voice, you useless guys came here, not even able to take down a single useless person, and you want me to take action myself. You even let a useless person make you kneel. You've completely trampled on the boss's face. Brother Chien, you finally arrived. Brother Chien, that guy's hidden weapon belongs to an evil sect. You must be an expert in dragon ranking, my brothers can't compete with you. Hidden weapon, huh? In our dragon ranking, there are no useless people using evil sect's dark energy. As he spoke, he walked in front of a guy lying at his feet. Useless person, get out of here quickly. With that, he kicked straight into the guy's face, causing him to spit blood and lose a front tooth that flew far away. After that, he approached Ling Yun and questioned him, kid, are you the useless person using hidden weapons from the Han family? Then let me show you how a useless person is different from a strong dragon ranking. Oh, so you are the boss of those people? If you tell me who hired you to come here, I might spare your life. Spare my life? Ha ha ha, ever since I, Chien, made it onto the dragon ranking, no one has dared to speak to me like that for years. Ling Yun, seeing him charge at him, showed no fear and solemnly replied, I've given you a chance. If that's the case. At this point, he suddenly vanished, leaving Chien astonished. What just happened? He then looked down at his empty hand, shocked once again. Where is my sword? Looking back, Ling Yun stood behind him, pressing the sword against his neck, uttering 2 words, die. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword sliced through the man's head with a smooth motion, without any unnecessary movements. He then glanced at the 2 men sneaking away in the distance and threw a needle at them. Trying to run away. Immediately, the leader was hit in the leg, falling face down on the ground, crying out in pain. From behind, Ling Yun's voice continued to resonate, tell me, who sent you? I don't know the boss behind this. You can kill me. Hearing that, Ling Yun didn't rush, he snapped his fingers and smiled in response, kill you? That's not enough. The leader was instantly struck by something entering his body, causing him to writhe in fear and cry out, "What kind of demon magic is this? Why does it feel like there are so many ants crawling on me? Hurry and kill me. I will tell you that Jang Nan King sent us to kill you, spare me." Haha, if you had spoken up sooner, wouldn't you have avoided suffering? Ling Young Master is always right, I have said everything I needed to say. So I won't bother Ling Young Master anymore. But just as he stood up, Ling Yun called him back, causing sweat to pour down. "The trash you brought, do you need me to remind you to take it with you when you leave?" Yes, Ling Young Master, I will take it right away." A moment later, Tian Shui inside saw him return and exclaimed happily, "Ling Yun, are you okay?" The girl standing next to her chimed in to help Ling Yun, who is Ling Young Master. How could anything happen? Han Lady is overthinking it. He then moved closer to Tian Shui, who was blushing, and smiled as he continued, hearing them say that, "You must have been very worried about me just now, right? Who knows what the situation outside is like?" At that moment, both the doctor and his student stepped outside and joined the conversation. "Ahem, Ling Young Master, if the danger has been resolved and Han Old Master has recovered, then we won't stay any longer. We take our leave." Tian Shui stood in front of Ling Yun with a curious expression and asked, "By the way, Ling Yun, who exactly sent those people?" "It was Jang Nan King." "Jang Nan King? Why would he target our Han family?" "His purpose is not the Han family, but you." "That's right, it is said that the Jang Nan King and the Chien family have been close for generations, probably because of what happened that night. The Jang Nan King is a tyrant of High City, having dominated High City for many years, not something the Chien family can compare to. Unexpectedly, he has targeted you. Don't worry, to take your life, he is still not qualified enough." After a while, a loud voice echoed from inside a certain house, "What did you say? Chien Mo was killed by that guy with just one move." Hearing his subordinate affirming like that, he didn't ask anything further, replying, "All right, I got it, you can go." To be able to kill Chien Mo, that useless person must be considered an expert in the dragon ranking. The Han family is really hiding deep. If that's the case, I can only team up with someone close to the Han family. As he thought, he glanced at a girl tightly bound and lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a martial arts school where a training session was taking place. "Have you heard? The Han Old Master's critical illness has been cured by a mysterious doctor. Han Old Master has taken his last breath, yet can he still be cured? I heard that on that day, Han Old Master's house was ambushed." As the guy finished speaking, a hand suddenly appeared from behind and slapped him on the head, shouting loudly, "If you don't practice diligently, what are you all standing there chatting about? Haha, Su's senior brother, why are you attending class today? Where's Chen's senior brother?" Hearing this, Su's senior brother's expression changed dramatically, and he paused for a moment. Then he quickly regained his composure and said loudly, "He has something to deal with today, I'm taking the class. Do you have any objections?" No, it's truly an honor for us that Su's senior brother is personally here to teach us." While everyone was talking, at that moment, someone was thrown in from outside along with the door. Su's senior brother was taken aback and quickly asked, "Shao Li, what happened? Who threw you out like this?" "It was Han." Before the guy could finish his sentence, Ling Yun rushed in from outside, stepping heavily on him, and said, "I give you 3 minutes to bring Jiang Nan King out here, otherwise, this martial arts school will disappear from High City." "Shut up, Dot. My master is not someone you want to meet. That arrogant kid not only injured Shao Li but also dared to threaten to destroy our Jiang Nan martial arts school. Daring to cause trouble at Jiang Nan martial arts school is truly asking for trouble. I remember now. He's the son-in-law of the Han family. I can't believe this time you pretended not to know and dared to come here. My master is not someone from the Han family that you can provoke. Is he really that infamous foolish son-in-law? This is not the Han family's place, tell him to get out. That fool pretends not to know and doesn't even look at where he is. Does Jiang Nan King allow idiots like you to provoke him? I already said he's a fool, what does he understand? Just deal with him and send him out to cause trouble again." Ling Yun, standing here, ignored those words and smiled, continuing, "You have 2 minutes left. Hearing this, more than half of the people in the arena rushed forward, shouting loudly, "If that useless person is in such a hurry to die, then let me oblige him." Ling Yun remained unfazed, raising his leg high and then stomping down on the wooden plank, shattering it into pieces that flew forward. Each piece of wood flew straight into the faces of the approaching men, preventing them from dodging and hitting them squarely. Those men who took the full brunt of the attack fell sprawled on the ground, as Ling Yun's voice echoed, "You still have 1 minute." The remaining men, witnessing the scene, were left agape in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can he dare to use his feet to take down so many people? Isn't this useless person supposed to be an idiot? How can he be so strong? What are you afraid of? Su's senior brother is a strong dragon ranking, after all." "Exactly, that useless person may be strong, but can he really take on someone from the strong dragon ranking? Su's senior brother, just kill him already, cut off his limbs. He dared to come to Jiang Nan martial arts school to kill people, I need to teach him a good lesson." He stood before them, his expression turning serious as he spoke. "Useless person, instead of staying with the Han family and eating your dog food, you come here looking for death. Let me accommodate you." With that, he immediately charged forward, raising his fist wrapped in true chi, and launched an iceberg fist directly at Ling Yun in front of him, creating a massive shockwave. The students standing behind were astonished and started discussing among themselves. "I didn't expect Su's senior brother to use such a technique to deal with a useless person. Su's senior brother has used this technique to defeat other strong dragon rankings. That foolish person dying from this technique would also be considered an honor." Another student nearby suddenly realized something and pointed forward, adding, No, that's not right. Look. Su, on this side, had his iceberg fist blocked by Ling Yun with one hand, and he was wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking, "It's impossible for this useless person to easily block my iceberg fist." While he was still in shock, Ling Yun tightened his grip on his wrist and said, "Time's up." Upon hearing this, Su's face turned pale with fear as he pleaded, "No, please spare me, I'll take you with me." Without letting him finish, Ling Yun gently crushed his arm and replied, "It's too late." After saying that, he released his hand, letting Su fall heavily to the ground, lying still and motionless. The students witnessing this immediately changed their expressions, stammering, Su's senior brother is dead. One move is unbearable." At this moment, the other men had also knelt down, pleading to save their own lives. Ling young master, spare my life. I will take Ling young master to find Jang Nan King. I have long been fed up with Jang Nan King and his direct disciples. If Ling young master kills him, that would be great. At the same time, behind the computer screen, Jang Nan King was observing everything, looking at his disciple and commanding. That guy is indeed not an ordinary strong dragon ranking. Zhang Qin, you go take a trip. Yes, master. Back with Ling Yun, he was solemnly responding to the men kneeling before him. If you all hate Jiang Nan King this much. As he said this, suddenly the body of the disciple in front of him could not breathe, clutching his chest. Then you can wait for him below. What do you want to do? What kind of demon magic is this? At the same time, Zhang Qin also appeared from behind Ling Yun, raising his arm high. That's enough, withdraw your hand. Saying this, he immediately swung his hand to throw a needle, but it was easily caught by Ling Yun. You can easily kill Chen Imo and Su Lin. Strength is also considered a high rank in the dragon ranking. But you are a bit too arrogant. The students who saw him immediately became excited and shouted, It's the Grand Senior Brother, the Grand Senior Brother is back, we are saved. How dare Ling Yun kill Senior Brother Chen? The Grand Senior Brother is in the strong dragon ranking, only second to the Master. I think this useless person is exaggerating too much, Ling Yun, standing on this side, said while looking at Zhang Qin with a serious expression. Are you their Grand Senior Brother? Where is Jiang Nan King? You still want to meet my master? You've been pretending to be crazy at the Han family for many years, have you really lost your mind and want to seek death? It seems like you really know where Jiang Nan King is. Then I will give you 3 minutes to take me to meet him. Haha, 3 minutes. With my Trung Yen Ko Cham, you would be dead in less than 2 minutes. You're young and have such ability, but in front of the strong, you still don't know how to back down, you'll end up committing suicide. That useless person still wants to find the master. In 3 minutes, your life is also counting down. I'll give you 3 minutes to kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps the Grand Senior Brother will let you die a little more gently. If you dare to tease my master, you'll die immediately. But it's a pity to lose such talent. I can offer you a way to live. You are the hidden expert of the Han family, so you must have enough say, right? 1. Surrender all the assets of the Han family. 2. Submit to my master, Jang Nan King. And 3. I've heard your wife, Han Tian Shui, is quite beautiful. Ling Yun stood before him, his expression darkening as he heard those words. He spoke, I've given you a choice. A choice? What I'm offering you is not a choice. If you can't do any of these, both you and the Han family will die immediately. At this moment, Ling Yun's face turned extremely angry, his eyes glowing red, filled with evil energy, as he continued, why do you choose the path of death? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, enveloping the entire martial arts hall. Zhang Qin, witnessing this, began to look fearful, stammering, what's happening? Why can't I move? At the same time, Ling Yun approached him and demanded, where is Jang Nan King? He was hypnotized by him, with a blank, unconscious expression, answering his question, in the secret chamber of the martial arts school. After hearing this, Ling Yun continued to command all those present, everyone, commit suicide. Immediately, no one could resist his order, they all strangled themselves until they suffocated and died. The Jiang Nan King sitting nearby witnessed this scene, unable to help but gasp in astonishment, impossible, can that guy's power reach such a level? Unless he is not just a strong dragon ranking, but something legendary. Damn. His strength, even if he took this woman hostage, he could still safely rescue her and then kill himself immediately. As long as he can escape, he can settle the score with that guy later. At this moment, Ling Yun opened the door from outside, entering with a face full of evil energy. But when he looked inside, he found that the Jiang Nan King was no longer there, a bit surprised, he managed to escape. Thinking of this, his gaze suddenly fell on the girl tied up in a corner, puzzled, huh? Who is this? Not thinking much, he approached to untie the girl. But after removing the tape that had been placed over her mouth, the girl revealed a look of fear on her face. She spoke up, are you Ling Yun? As she spoke, she stepped back. Ling Yun, I can't believe it's you, you're a beast. Hearing this, Ling Yun, a bit confused, asked back, do you know me? I think you might be misunderstanding something. But in the girl's eyes, he still looked like a pervert with a sinister expression, making her even more frightened. She continued, I can't believe you've been disguising yourself next to Tian Shui all these years. I'm a good friend of Tian Shui, and yet you laid your hands on me. A good friend of Tian Shui. It seems Jiang Nan King wants to use this girl to get a hold of the Han family. You think too much, don't you? Tian Shui must really be blind to end up with a beast like you. Just as the girl was about to say more, Ling Yun injected a stream of energy into her body, causing her to gradually faint. First, I just need to calm her down, then take her back so Tian Shui can explain things to her. When the girl opened her eyes and woke up once again, she found herself lying in a room. She immediately sat up, rubbing her head in confusion, where is this? Tian Shui, seeing this, immediately rushed over to hug her friend and exclaimed joyfully, Yan Yan, you're awake. Oh, Tian Shui, I thought I would never see you again. Oh no, you scared me. While feeling emotional, Yan Yan suddenly froze and became angry, shouting, wait a minute, Ling Yun is really something. He dares to show up in front of me. Tian Shui, this is the beast who kidnapped me and wanted to cause chaos with me. Hearing this, Tian Shui quickly placed her hand on her shoulder and replied, no, Yan Yan, you've misunderstood Ling Yun. Here's what happened. After hearing the whole story, Yan Yan calmed down and continued, so that's how it is. Ling Yun saved me, right? I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. You can't blame her, she was very scared at that time. I've already made arrangements. First, just stay here and recuperate for a few days. Hearing this, Tian Shui smiled happily and turned to her friend, that's great, Yan Yan. It's been so many years since we last met. Let me tell you something. While the two were happily chatting, Ling Yun stood by, also feeling joyful, thinking to himself. Tian Shui has been under a lot of pressure before, it's been a long time since she has shown this side of herself. Just then, from outside, the company's assistant opened the door and walked in with a serious expression and hurriedly said. Lady Han, the company is facing a major crisis. They need you there immediately. Upon hearing this, Tian Shui's expression turned to shock. She looked up at Ling Yun. A major crisis? Let's go. I'll go with you, he replied. A short while later, their car arrived in front of the company building. Sitting inside the vehicle, Tian Shui glanced out the window with a confused and surprised look. Why are there so many reporters? It's related to the announcement of Han Group's new drug. Han President will explain the details to you later. We can't enter through the main entrance right now, we'll have to use the side gate, the assistant said. Meanwhile, inside Chien Hai's office, he was pacing back and forth anxiously. Not long after, Tian Shui and the others hurried in. Dad, what on earth is happening? Tian Shui, you're finally here. Father, what's with all those reporters outside? They're all here because of our company's new drug, the youth-preserving pill. The announcement day is approaching, but the crucial core materials have been monopolized and refused for sale, making production impossible. How can the materials be monopolized and refused for sale? Han Group in High City is not a small company. Do they want to offend the Han family? The green-haired girl interjected at this point. Offend? They only wish for the Han family to perish. The youth-preserving pill took a lot of effort for the company to develop, and once successful, it will significantly increase the company's stock price. It wouldn't be impossible to rise to the top of High City. Therefore, my good brother-in-law, having offended the Chien family, has caused the key materials for the youth-preserving pill to be monopolized and has cut off cooperation with the Han family. Now the stock price of Han Group is plummeting, and the reporters outside the company are all there to mock the Han family. Is it because of the Chien family? Everyone wanted me to marry into the Chien family for that reason, right? Chien Hai, standing opposite her, could only shake his head and continue. Given the situation, we have no choice but to announce the cancellation of the youth-preserving pill. We must strive to develop new drugs as soon as possible to save the stock price. At the same time, Ling Yun on this side was holding a piece of paper in his hand, looking at it, and said, no need to cancel it. Chien Hai, upon hearing this, turned around to look at him with a surprised expression. What are you saying? Do you have a way? Ling Yun then raised the paper in his hand and continued, this is the method for researching and producing the youth-preserving pill, right? I have a solution to the material problem. The green-haired girl smiled in response, I admit your skills are not bad, and I've heard that you can cure your grandfather, your medical skills are also extraordinary. But open your eyes and see what materials are listed here, how can you make such reckless statements? Tian Shui, who was beside her, also spoke up, Ling Yun, you probably don't know, the materials listed above are not just within the realm of medicinal herbs, but also. Not letting her finish, Ling Yun interjected with a determined look, I've looked over the formulation already. I can understand, there's no need to cancel the youth-preserving pill announcement. Tian Shui then asked back with a worried expression, Ling Yun, can you really do it? Seeing him affirm like that. Tian Shui did not hesitate to turn to Chien Hai and continued, I have taken Ling Yun hostage. Dad, inform the reporters outside. Inform them of what? Who knows what disaster the Han family might face after a few good days? Do people really believe that useless person? Ling Yun is the one who saved Grandpa's life. Why would you say such things? It's because that useless person insists on doing things his own way, which has caused the Han family and the Chien family to sever ties, resulting in serious damage. Clearly, he wants to humiliate the Han family. This is the basis for destroying the Han family. Chien Hai, standing beside her, began to add, Xiao Shui, it's not that Dad doesn't trust Ling Yun. Recently, Ling Yun's abilities have indeed been extraordinary, but even if Ling Yun is capable, he still needs materials to make the medicine. Hearing this, Tian Shui became completely furious and shouted, Dad, everyone. Ling Yun, standing beside her, calmly raised a finger and said, if that's the case, let's make a bet. How about it? The green-haired girl facing him looked a bit curious and asked, bet on what? The announcement day for the youth-preserving pill will proceed as planned. If by then I cannot retrieve the youth-preserving pill, I will personally go before the Chien family to pay for my sins. I guarantee that the Chien family will restore cooperation with the Han family. Thus, even if a useless person like you causes the Han family to lose face, my Han family can still restore cooperation with the Chien family. Hurry up and develop the pill to compensate for the losses. I didn't expect that a useless person like you would have such awareness. And if I manage to create the youth-preserving pill, then I will hand over the position of Vice President of Han Group to Tian Shui. A useless person like you still remembers your wife and even covets my position. So what? Are you scared? Do you dare to bet? She then turned and walked away, calling back, scared? Do you really think of yourself as a deity? I accept this bet, and I will go prepare for the announcement of the new drug. Wait until Ling Yun master arrives. Chien Hai then turned to look at Ling Yun, puzzled. Xiao Yun, even if the Han family suffers losses regarding the youth-preserving pill, with the strong dragon ranking here, the Han family can still rise again. Why should we take the gamble? Tian Shui, on the other hand, contradicted his thoughts and interjected, Dad, you should trust Ling Yun, hasn't he brought us enough surprises? At this moment, he took a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and continued, because this force is very far from High City, our Han family has never had contact with them. Even if you can achieve cooperation with them, the journey is still long, and I fear it won't be in time for the announcement. But this is the only help I can offer you. Ling Yun didn't need what he offered and immediately turned to leave, saying over his shoulder, I told you, I can handle it. Everyone go prepare for the announcement, I'll be back soon. The scene shifts to the press conference hall where a meeting is about to take place. A guy was already sitting there, looking at another guy who just approached, and spoke up, Zhang reporter, didn't you say a few days ago that the Han family had cut ties with the Chien family? Isn't it true that the new product can't be launched? Could it be that my intel was wrong? This press conference will definitely announce the termination of the new product launch. At the press conference, we will take the opportunity to undermine the Han family. The Han family will be brought down to the depths. Down to the depths. We have no enmity with the Han family. Why would we do that? We have no grudge against the Han family, but others do. Let me tell you, the core materials for the new product are in the hands of the Chien family. Are you saying that defeating the Han family will please the Chien family? Not only that, but defeating the Han family could also earn us a reward from that woman Han Yingji, and the Chien family will also be grateful. One arrow, two targets. At that moment, a man nearby began to announce, it's starting, the press conference is about to begin. Isn't that Han Tian Shui? Why is she the one hosting the press conference? Tian Shui then stepped up, took the microphone at the podium, and said, welcome everyone to the Han Group press conference. The purpose of this press conference is to announce the upcoming launch of our beauty health product, called the youth-preserving pill. The people sitting below couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, what? Continuing to develop? Has the Han family and the Chien family reconciled? No way, dot. The Han family and the Chien family have deep-seated enmity, how can that be? Tian Shui stood there and continued, the youth-preserving pill is something that the Han Group has spent many years and put all their efforts into researching. After use, it can eliminate freckles and wrinkles, brighten the eyes, cure diseases, and extend lifespan. At this moment, Zhang, the reporter, also stood up to voice his doubts, wait a minute, if what you say is true, doesn't that mean the youth-preserving pill can rejuvenate people? Is it possible that the Han Group has developed an immortal pill? Han lady, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Can rejuvenation really be discussed so casually? The Han Group in High City is also considered reputable, so how can you just say whatever comes to mind and boast like this? I know everyone is very skeptical about whether this is a joke or not, just wait until you see it for yourself to know. Hearing her confident tone, Zhang reporter smiled and asked again, oh, so you can provide a real product, right? That's right, we will display the real product shortly. Hey, don't think no one knows. The youth-preserving pill you are promoting has always lacked the core ingredients. But only the Chien family in both cities has that ingredient. How can the Chien family supply it to you now? The others present at the press conference immediately stood up in shock and exclaimed loudly, what? the core ingredient of the youth-preserving pill is in the hands of the Chien family. The Han group is becoming increasingly shameless, daring to speak nonsense like that. Reporter Zhang then continued, surely the Han group isn't trying to deceive us with fake products, right? This is truly desperate behavior. Tian Shui, standing at the podium, denied this, saying, no, we have stated that the youth-preserving pill is genuine, and its effectiveness is just as I said. What do you have to prove that? Just your words. The Han group is launching such a serious product, and it seems a bit inappropriate for you to represent it, doesn't it? Where is your Han president? The green-haired girl sitting in the audience wore a smug smile as she looked down, thinking, that useless person wants to eye my position. You are still too inexperienced. At that moment, Ling Yun appeared with a smile on his face and said, fake medicine. If you are so sure, why not try it yourself to see if it's real or not? The reporter Zhang sitting on this side looked a bit surprised and quickly said, are you Ling Yun? Tian Shui, standing on the stage, couldn't help but be surprised and hurriedly asked, Ling Yun, did you find it? This is. Yes, this is the youth-preserving pill. As he said this, he immediately brought it in front of the reporter Zhang with an expression full of evil energy, it's your turn. Prove its effectiveness to everyone yourself. Oh no, I can't. If something happens to me, I won't be able to explain it to the company. Saying this, he pointed at a cleaning lady nearby, didn't you say the youth-preserving pill can rejuvenate people? Then let her try it. She, standing over there, glanced over with a question mark in her mind. The reporter Zhang and Ling Yun then approached her and started a conversation, Auntie, don't be nervous. This is your company's new product, there won't be any problems, right, Ling Young Master? Ling Yun then opened the box, revealing the glowing pill inside, is this the youth-preserving pill? Ha ha ha, are you really not afraid of killing someone? At this moment, Tian Shui also approached, placing a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, Auntie, you've been working here for so long, you know what kind of people we are. Don't worry. I trust you guys, Han lady. With that, she unhesitatingly placed the youth-preserving pill in her mouth and swallowed it. The others sitting in the stands began to chatter excitedly, she really took it, it can't be a real miracle drug, right? But after a long while, the old worker showed no signs of change and stood there frozen. The reporter Zhang pointed at her and shouted, this is fake medicine, that's why it has no effect. Now let me see how you explain this. The others present immediately stood up, collectively shouting, fake medicine. Han group dares to announce fake medicine, this time even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash away their guilt. What is there to explain? The effects of the medicine are already evident, why don't you take another look? Just as Ling Yun finished speaking, the old worker on this side immediately transformed into a young girl, looking astonished at her own curves. Han lady, it's me. All those who just criticized Ling Yun's medicine turned pale and exclaimed, this is? Has it really achieved the effect of rejuvenation? The youth-preserving pill actually has such effects. Another man nearby started taking out his pen and paper, closing his eyes and hurriedly jotting down notes, report this, quickly report this. The immortal pill is like this. Meanwhile, the reporter Zhang stood there in shock, unable to believe his eyes, so there really is a medicine that can rejuvenate a person. Could it be that Ling Yun is a celestial being descended to earth? Tian Shui, standing next to Ling Yun, let out a sigh of relief and said, thank goodness for you. The press conference ended successfully. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Yun interrupted, no, it's not over yet. With that, he dashed like the wind to stand in front of the green-haired woman, have you seen enough of the show? Tomorrow I'll be waiting for you at the company, don't forget our agreement. I can pretend I didn't see those small actions you did. After saying this, Ling Yun left, leaving her biting her teeth in anger, thinking silently. You are just a dog of the Han family, and you dare to treat me like this, just wait and see. A moment later, in Chien Hai's office, he was proudly placing his hand on Ling Yun's shoulder and said, the Han Group's stock price has skyrocketed nearly double in a short time due to the release of a youth-preserving pill. With the children of the Han family in our grasp in High City. However, although our youth-preserving pill is said to make people younger, it is not to the extent of reversing aging completely. Ling Yun, you are taking out an immortal pill here. Now all the tycoons in High City are staring at the Han family's youth-preserving pill, not knowing whether it is a blessing or a curse. At the same time, the assistant walked in from outside to announce. President Han, all the beauty groups in High City have sent representatives who want to discuss cooperation with the Han group. Chien Hai was not surprised by this, closing his eyes. What should come has come. Ling Yun beside him then started to respond. Tell them to wait in the conference room. If they are all coming for my youth-preserving pill, then I will go meet them. Alright, at that time, tell Tian Shui to go with you. After all, she is currently the deputy general manager of the Han group. Upon hearing this, Tian Shui's expression turned surprised, and she questioned back. Vice President, is it really me? The bet your group made with Ying Ji, I was there too. From now on, you, Tian Shui, will be the Vice President of Han Group. A moment later, in the waiting room, hushed voices began to murmur. This Han President is really impressive, keeping us here for so long, and just releasing the youth-preserving pill has already made them look down on us. If the youth-preserving pill is officially sold, won't they be soaring high? Therefore, we can't let the Han family monopolize the development of the youth-preserving pill. We must force the Han family to reveal the formula. Exactly, with the Han family's true face like this, if they exploit the youth-preserving pill to rise, it will definitely put pressure on other tycoons in High City. Right, we must make the Han family hand over the formula. At the same time, Ying Ji was sitting in front of her computer screen, observing the conversation of those men, revealing a smug smile. The dozen or so wealthy families in High City are joining forces to apply pressure. If you hand over the formula, it will cut off the Han family's path to rising. Wanting to snatch my vice president position, I'm curious how you all will handle this. Returning to the waiting room, where the tycoons were looking at the three people, Ling Yun. In front of them, one person spoke up, is this the hospitality of the Han family? The Han president doesn't even show his face, and instead sends a fool to deal with us. Another added, I remember that Lady Han Tian Shui has no position in the corporation. What is she doing here? Next to Lady Han is her useless husband, bullying people excessively. The third person chimed in, the Han family really sent a fool to entertain us. The assistant, hearing those words, smiled in response, hospitality, you say? Lady Han is the newly appointed vice president of Han Group. Do you think the vice president of the company is not worthy of entertaining you? One tycoon asked, Vice President. Isn't that Han Ying Ji? How did it turn into her? Another mocked, it's one thing for Lady Han to come, but bringing her useless husband along, what is that? Do they really think the Han family is at the top of High City now? Ling Yun, standing in front of them, began to speak, I am not coming. A tycoon asked, who are you looking for to demand the formula? Ling Yun replied, oh, hearing you say that, you already know our intention. Moreover, the formula for the youth-preserving pill is still with that useless person, isn't it? Ling Yun affirmed, that's right, the formula for the youth-preserving pill will not be sold. Please invite everyone back. One of the men heard this and immediately stood up, saying loudly, I'm afraid Lady Han has misunderstood. Everyone here represents the wealthy families of High City. We are not asking the Han family to sell the formula. Lady Han, sharing the formula could help us build closer ties with other families, so why not? At this moment, all the tycoons exerted pressure on the three Ling Yun with their influence. Ying Ji, seeing this, stroked her chin and smiled smugly, the deputy director is not that simple. Tian Shui, you are still too inexperienced. Ling Yun, on this side, showed no fear and continued, what, planning to rob us? In front of him were a group of tycoons radiating evil energy, all directing their gazes at the two of them. Quickly hand over the formula, and your Han family will have a way out. Otherwise, if you offend us, I'm afraid that even if your family dares to sell, no one will dare to buy. Ling Yun stood firm, exuding an aura around him, and smiled as he continued, what a show-off, you all must be hidden expert dragon-ranking families, right? You really are an idiot. Here, we have a full 30 expert dragon rankings. Do you, a foolish son-in-law, dare to think you can oppose us? 30 strong dragon rankings, and you dare to take action to seize it. Are you all insane? This youth-preserving pill is known as the elixir of eternal youth. For their noble families, nothing is more important than life itself. At this point, Ling Yun began to summon floating needles around him. But relying solely on you to seize it is still not enough qualification. After saying this, he immediately launched the needles towards them. In an instant, the needles stopped right before the foreheads of all the expert dragon rankings. The faces of all turned pale with fear, not daring to say a word. Hidden weapon, huh? I didn't even see when you made your move. To use hidden weapons to such a degree, you must be the leader of the dragon rankings. The Han family truly hides things very well. While they were still in shock, Ling Yun continued to speak, leave now, and I can consider this as if nothing happened. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear apart your noble family's trump card into pieces. He heard this and quickly clasped his hands together, stammering. Thank you, Ling young master, for sparing my life. I will leave right away. The other dragon ranking members also clasped their hands and thanked him in unison. But suddenly, one of them did not follow suit and calmly spoke up. Impressive, is that the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles? As he said this, a wave of dragon energy emanated from his body, with 3 eyes focused on Ling Yun. With your strength, I fear you would only rank in the 40s of the dragon ranking. The other dragon ranking members were taken aback, exclaiming. Surrounded by dragon energy, could he be from the Chien family? Chien family? Unless he is a direct descendant of the Dragon King. The Chien family has protected High City for generations, yet they are now taking action against the Han family. Ling Yun stood opposite him, staring intently without saying anything. Ingji, seeing this, revealed a smug smile, thinking. Ling Yun, no matter how powerful you are, can you really compete with the Chien family? At the same time, the person standing before Ling Yun took a fighting stance, introducing himself. 30 dragon ranking, Chen Ji, I invite you to give me guidance. Those from noble families like you are truly foolish. Chen Ji immediately waved his hand, unleashing a stream of spirit dragon straight toward Ling Yun. He stood there with a smug expression, took a deep breath, and continued, don't say it's just an illusion, even a real dragon must bow its head before me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ji's spirit dragon vanished in front of his astonished eyes. What is this? The illusory dragon palm was broken just by his snort. Before he could regain his senses, Ling Yun threw out sharp spikes toward him. After Chen Ji managed to block one of the attacks, still in shock, he thought, the dragon shadow technique of my Chien family has actually failed. At that moment, another spike from Ling Yun came rushing toward him. By the time Chen Ji realized it, it had pierced through his forehead, killing him on the spot. All the remaining dragon ranking members stood up in shock, exclaiming, is he dead? I never expected him to be this strong. This is the hidden power of the Han family. Ling Yun on this side also began to turn and look towards them, speaking in a deep voice, have you watched enough of the show? As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the dragon ranking rushed out of the room, shouting, he has killed someone from the Chien family. The 30-strong dragon ranking was killed by one of his moves. The 2 cities are about to change. We must hurry back to inform the clan, and in the future, don't dare provoke the Han family again. At this moment, Ling Yun, standing inside the room, also glanced at the camera placed in the corner. Then, he decisively threw a nail straight at it. Immediately, Ingji's computer lost connection, and nothing could be seen anymore. Seeing this, her face turned astonished, and she stood up abruptly. Could it be that the useless person has discovered me? This Chen Ji has messed everything up, he couldn't even deal with a useless person. How could he not handle someone from the Chien family? This is really difficult. While Ingji was still lost in thought, a figure gradually approached. When she noticed, it was just in time for that figure to swing their arm down, striking directly at her. The woman Ingji, who had just taken a blow, was unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. The figure was Jang Nan King, who was angrily looking at her body with his hands stuffed in his pockets. A smug expression then appeared on his face, and he smiled, thinking, Ling Yun, it's time to settle our debt. Not long after, inside the abandoned house, Ingji was still unconscious, her hands and feet tied, leaning against the wall behind her. A long-haired man turned to Jang Nan King and asked, now that we've captured this girl, do you think Ling Yun will take the bait? Of course, Ling Yun doesn't care about this girl's life or death, but his wife does. Immediately after, another man brought a bucket of water and splashed it directly onto Ling Ji's face. She woke up from the cold splash, looked around weakly, and said, where is this? Jang Nan King, family master of the Chien family, Chen Jinghao, what do you want to do? What do we want? Of course, we're giving you a chance, he said, raising his phone with Tian Shue's number. A chance to live. Tell someone to come save her. She had also realized this at that moment, frowning in anger and shouting, You all see me as bait to lure Ling Yun here, don't you? That's right. Didn't you come up with countless plans to eliminate that Ling Yun? We're helping you here, aren't we? At that moment, Tian Shui on the other end of the line had also picked up and called out, Hello, sister, where are you? She then began to sob loudly, saying, Xiao Shui, sister, save me. Hearing this, Tian Shui slammed the table and stood up, quickly saying, What? Where are you? After finishing the conversation, she turned to Ling Yun and recounted the situation. My sister has been kidnapped by Jang Nan King. Ling Yun, you need to think of a way to save her. Your sister has always been at odds with us. Who knows how many times she has secretly tried to trip us up. This is her own doing. At this moment, Tian Shui thought about the image of herself and her sister as children and replied sadly, That's not true. Sister Ingji treated me very well before. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, said nothing and remained silent for a moment, then pulled out a chair, stood up, and asked, Where is she now? The abandoned scrap metal yard on the outskirts of High City. Wait, what they want is to scare you into luring him into a trap. Do you really want to go there directly? My husband has extraordinary talents, relying on them alone isn't enough to harm you. Tian Shui, you can rest assured. Hearing this, her expression became less worried, and she continued, Then please be careful. A moment later, Ling Yun arrived at the abandoned scrap metal yard. He looked inside, then began to enter and said, A trap. Interesting. Isn't absolute power just a joke in front of these things? At this moment, the guards had also noticed him and hurriedly ran in to report, Family Master, that bastard Ling Yun is at the door. Good, capture him alive. I want to execute him by slow slicing to avenge my brother. His subordinates, hearing this, were all fired up and shouted in unison, Yes, sir. At the same time, just as Ling Yun took a few more steps, he stepped into a binding formation. Looking at the dragon before him, Ling Yun was a bit surprised and wondered, Dragon Shadow? Is the Chien family also here? At the same time, the dragon ranking members hiding behind the nearby walls were whispering among themselves. I heard that guy killed the family master's younger brother. Can our coiled dragon formation defeat him? Even the family master has to be somewhat wary facing the coiled dragon formation, so what is this little son-in-law of the Han family? I'm even afraid that if I kill him, I won't know how to report back to the family master. While they were still smugly chatting, Ling Yun looked up at the dragon shadow and said loudly, Even if your true body comes here, you must obey me, otherwise, lie down for me right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a smug smile appeared on his face along with a bright gaze directed at the writhing dragon shadow before him. It immediately lay down in front of Ling Yun with a resounding roar. The dragon ranking member controlling it was also stunned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After regaining his composure, he wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke, Is it really possible to break the coiled dragon formation just by sheer momentum? Who on earth is he? Hurry and inform the family master. What kind of monster is this bastard? Right after that, Ling Yun appeared right in the middle of them, his voice deep as he said, Are you talking about me? Without giving them a moment to regain their composure, he swung his hand, launching his nails to take down all of them. Go down and wait for your family master. After a while, their family master standing on this side looked a bit surprised and questioned, Why is there no movement? Is it possible that even the coiled dragon formation is useless against that bastard? At the same time, a subordinate of his rushed in from outside, shouting, Family master, it's bad. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pierced through the head by a nail, dying on the spot. The nail did not stop there but continued to fly straight into the ground next to Zheng Hao. Ling Yun then retrieved it into his hand and began to speak, Your mission is over, you can go down with them now. Seeing this, Zheng Hao took off his coat, smiled, and said, I didn't expect my subordinate wouldn't even be able to handle the coiled dragon formation and got eliminated by you. Your hidden weapon skills are truly profound and unfathomable, even I cannot defeat you. Chien Ji, my young brother, lost to you. It's not unfair, but, as he spoke, he suddenly flexed, revealing extremely well-defined muscles, ripping apart the shirt on his body. At this moment, Jang Nan King also stepped forward with a smug expression and shouted, "A useless person like you, today, this is where you'll be buried." Standing opposite him, Ling Yun didn't look the least bit surprised. He calmly continued, "That day at the Jiang Nan Martial Hall, you didn't show up. And now you dare reveal yourself? Cut the crap. Don't worry, once I kill you, the rest of the Han family will follow right after. Though I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for your wife down there. I'll have to enjoy her properly first." Hearing that, Ling Yun's expression completely changed to fury. He glared and replied, "Since you like going down there so much, I'll send you myself." Jiang Nan King grinned arrogantly, thinking, so easy to provoke. Still too inexperienced. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Ling Yun's hand suddenly appeared, clamping onto his face. In the next moment, Ling Yun dragged him backward and slammed his head violently into the floor. The remaining guy witnessing that scene couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself. Isn't this guy using a hidden weapon? How can he have such terrifying speed? Did he really just kill the Jiang Nan King with one blow? Thinking this, he quickly rushed from behind Ling Yun, launching the subdue dragon tail slap. Daring to turn your back on me without any defense, you little brat who doesn't respect anyone. But just as his fist swung, Ling Yun had already turned his head, shouting. Kneel down. Immediately, Zheng Hao was forced to kneel by a wave of pressure from Ling Yun, unable to lift his head at all. What is this? No, this is an illusion. This brat actually knows magic. I almost got scared by him. But as he lifted one foot, a voice with Ling Yun's immense pressure made him kneel down once more. Did I say you could stand up? Now, he was like a slave obeying everything Ling Yun said, unable to resist. Zheng Hao then looked down at his arm with a surprised expression, thinking. Why is the dragon shadow technique ineffective? No way. It's not that it has lost its effectiveness, but that the dragon shadow technique is afraid. Just relying on the momentum can make the dragon shadow technique, the direct inheritance of the Dragon King, feel fear. This person is likely no longer within the realm of mortals. After thinking this, he immediately bowed his head before Ling Yun, surrendering. He said loudly, "Please spare my life, young Master Ling. I am willing to offer the Chien family to you, forever belonging to you." Hearing this, Ling Yun began to draw a talisman in response. You are the only one who clearly sees the reality after I arrived in this world. I allow you to possess this talisman, and you may recognize me as your master. Yes, sect master. Come to this world. He is indeed not immortal. Both Ling Yun and the other person had now approached Ting Ji, who was unconscious on the ground. Zheng Hao from the Chien family then began to place his hand on her forehead, transmitting a stream of energy into her. As soon as Ting Ji received the energy, she gradually woke up and sat up. Upon seeing Ling Yun, her expression became somewhat joyful, and she called out, Ling Yun, you finally came. Don't misunderstand. I only came to save you out of respect for Tian Shui. As he spoke, he bent down to take out a needle and held it up in front of her. But your death penalty is exempt, it's the living penalty that's hard to escape. With that, he immediately thrust it forward, hitting a pressure point on Ting Ji's chest, causing her to panic. What do you want to do? I have planted the Ghost Gate 13 needles in you. If you dare to disrespect me and Tian Shui again, I will make you wish for life but not get it, wish for death but not achieve it. But just as Ling Yun said this, he sensed something and paused, glancing towards the outside of the door. Immediately, an arrow shot quickly towards Ling Yun, met with his calm smile. As the arrow flew close, it was swiftly caught by the family master of the Chien family, who broke it and exclaimed. Lowly talent, dare to show yourself? Ling Yun, standing behind, showed little concern and spoke up. No need to search anymore, he has already left. The arrow missed and he has run away. Where did the rat come from? As he spoke, he suddenly halted upon seeing a piece of paper stuck to the arrow. Huh? What is this? After opening it and reading, the expression of Zhang Hao from the Chien family immediately turned panic-stricken as he turned to Ling Yun and shouted. The sect master, Han family is in danger. The letter states that if Han Tian Shui is not to be blown up, then he must go alone to Crouching Dragon Manor. The Coiled Dragon Guild has planted a bomb in the Han family. Hearing this, Ling Yun's complexion turned pale. He realized, Coiled Dragon Guild. The enemy of the Han family. The Coiled Dragon Guild in High City is very secretive and mysterious. No one knows the exact strength of the Coiled Dragon Guild, but I have never heard that the Han family and the Coiled Dragon Guild have any grudges against each other. However, I have heard that the leader of the Coiled Dragon Guild is extremely interested in the youth-preserving pill of the sect master. Is it again because of the youth-preserving pill? Lead the way. Hearing this, he did not dare to resist and clasped his hands, as you command. A moment later, both of them arrived in front of the Coiled Dragon Guild's courtyard. At this point, Ling Yun began to enter inside and instructed, I will go in alone, you wait here. No one is allowed to step into Crouching Dragon Manor. Yes, sect master. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze went straight to the camera mounted nearby. The boss sitting on this side was also a bit surprised. The son-in-law of the Han family is not to be underestimated. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the television screen lost its signal, and nothing could be seen anymore. He then smiled and gestured to his subordinates behind him. Go, make sure to welcome our esteemed guest properly. One of the others standing nearby looked a bit worried and quickly spoke up. Boss, this Ling Yun can take on 2 opponents, defeating Jang Nan King and Chien Jinghao. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Can our subordinates really stop him? No matter how strong he is, he's just a martial artist, waving his hands and feet a little. This is the era of science and technology now. But he's not an ordinary martial artist, he's a dragon-ranking martial artist. So what if he's dragon-ranking? If hit by a bomb, he'll die just the same. Besides, his weakness is in my hands. What storm can he cause now? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Ling Yun burst in through the door. Waiting for him inside was a group of people holding heavy rifles, ready for him. The leader of their group began to speak loudly, instructing. Make sure to aim for his limbs, the boss wants him alive. As soon as a shot rang out from him, all the guns were cocked and fired straight at Ling Yun. He stood facing the hail of bullets, his expression emotionless and unflinching. Instantly, a shield appeared around him, blocking the barrage of bullets flying towards him. The leader frowned at this, gritting his teeth in anger. How dare you not dodge and confront such heavy fire head-on, it's truly reckless. Let me see how long you can endure. After a while, not a single bullet could penetrate Ling Yun's shield, making him feel a bit sleepy as he yawned. The leader across from him turned pale, his mouth agape in astonishment, exclaiming. How can he openly face the attack? No need to avoid the critical spots anymore, just unleash everything on him. Hearing this, a guy with a cannon standing nearby immediately pulled the trigger, firing it straight at Ling Yun. He stood before that powerful blow, still unafraid, calmly putting his hands in his pockets. Just before the cannonball came crashing down, Ling Yun raised his hand and effortlessly caught it. Then, he crushed the bullet flat without any effort at all. After that, he tossed it behind him, igniting an explosion that surrounded his body. Ling Yun stood within the flames, casually walking out, and began to speak, is it noisy enough? If it is noisy enough. The leader standing opposite Ling Yun, witnessing the scene, was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock, exclaiming, I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Is he catching missiles with his bare hands? At that moment, Ling Yun had already summoned a stream of spiritual energy, smiling smugly as he continued, now it's my turn. Not long after, inside the Coiled Dragon Guild's house, a voice rang out, Boss, that guy easily wiped out our brothers, he's about to come in here. Upon hearing this, the old man broke into an excited smile, praising, his strength is truly not to be underestimated. If that's the case, let's release that thing. What? You want to release that thing? Boss, you don't want to keep the prisoners anymore. If he thinks our hospitality isn't grand enough, then I'll make it even more enthusiastic. Back outside, Ling Yun was still taking down each subordinate of the Coiled Dragon Guild, sparing no one. The remaining ones on this side were in a panic, rushing straight towards the gate, shouting loudly, "Quick, run outside." But after just a few steps, they had to slam to a halt when they saw Zheng Hao blocking the door. Chen Zheng Hao, you're not dead." He stood facing them, not bothering to respond as he began to lift one of his legs. Next, he executed the subdued dragon tail slap, kicking all the fleeing ones back inside. Afterwards, he shot them a sharp glare and said, "Who dares to step out of the crouching dragon manor?" All of them, upon hearing this, turned astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. At the same time, Ling Yun had finished off all the soldiers and was stepping closer to the door. But just as he was about to push the door open, he sensed something inside and paused in surprise. Immediately, a massive arm appeared from behind the door, smashing it to pieces and lunging toward Ling Yun. He then bent down, narrowly dodging the blow. In front of him stood a bald man with a muscular build and two bloodshot eyes, radiating evil energy. He wore a smug smile as he looked at him. Ling Yun frowned in anger, thinking to himself, the evil energy is overwhelming. With this thought, he began to step back to gain momentum, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. Then, he delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's side, sending him flying. The force of the blow knocked him into a house, creating a large dent. The bald man was still able to sit up, despite one side of his ribs being caved in. Ling Yun was somewhat surprised, thinking, not dead. Moreover, he feels no pain and has no rationality. This is corpse magic. At the same time, several other human modifications appeared nearby, slowly advancing toward him. Another figure emerged from the rooftop, speaking, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this welcoming ritual?" Ling Yun looked up and saw it was the boss of the Coiled Dragon Guild, looking down at him with a smug expression. He then turned his gaze to the human modifications, asking curiously, "Are you using living humans? Using corpse chi techniques on living people?" The old man standing up there clapped in appreciation upon hearing this. Ling Young Master indeed has a discerning eye. That's right, these human modifications were all performed while the subjects were still alive. The success rate is extremely low, only strong martial artists can succeed. Moreover, even after success, they lack rationality. But I've heard that the youth-preserving pill of Ling Young Master is quite miraculous. If we cooperate, we could create incredibly perfect modified martial artists. At that point, dominating High City would be as easy as turning over my hand. What do you think, Ling Young Master? Haha, dominating High City based solely on these things. Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the old man took out a pre-prepared bomb and continued, "Unfortunately, it seems that Ling Young Master does not wish to cooperate." As he said this, the old man immediately dropped the bomb, causing it to explode in a cloud of smoke enveloping the human modifications. Then I'll let you experience a bit of their power. Once the smoke cleared, all of them became aggressive, growling, and then surged toward the male lead. He stood there, hands in his pockets, exuding an aura, and continued speaking. "You are not worthy to discuss collaboration with me. The momentum is too strong. If you were an ordinary martial artist, you'd probably be scared to the point of wetting your pants by now. It's a pity that these human modifications know no fear." But as he finished speaking, the human modifications stood still, not moving an inch. No way. How could those mindless beings be afraid of you? The human modifications then began to kneel before the male protagonist, their bodies trembling. Next, they looked up at him, stuttering a word, "Spare, spare." Ling Yun stood before them with a serious expression, frowning as he spoke, "Rest in peace." All the human modifications gradually began to fade away after his words. One of them, before completely vanishing, looked at the male protagonist and said 4 words, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He then turned back to the Coiled Dragon Guild boss and said, "Now it's your turn to go down there with them." Seeing this, the old man began to panic, retreating backwards and hurriedly speaking in a trembling voice, How can you do this? What are you, really? You better not come over here. As soon as I press this button, the Han family will be wiped out in an instant. Don't you care about your wife's life? Ling Yun stood below, ignoring his words and moving forward. You can try it. The old man slowly moved his finger to press the button, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly. You're forcing me. Let your wife be buried with me. Just before the old man pressed the button, the male lead below acted faster, swinging his hand to unleash a powerful force. Instantly, that force severed the hand of the Coiled Dragon Guild boss that was about to press the button, shocking the old man. What? Is that sword energy gathering? Could this be the legendary 6 Meridian Sword God? This move has been lost for hundreds of years, how can you? Ling Yun then crushed the remote under his foot and raised his hand to continue. Is this your last words? Why you can't kill me? My Coiled Dragon Guild has a very close relationship with the Ouyang family in High City. If you kill me, the Ouyang family will not let you go. Hearing this, Ling Yun smirked with satisfaction and continued to gather a force in his hand. What the hell is the Ouyang family? The Ouyang family has ancient ancestors who are formidable. The ancient ancestor of Ouyang is renowned as powerful, the pinnacle of mortals. You can't touch me. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, appeared unfazed and asked curiously, are you done talking? Seeing his expression, the old man became even more frightened and stepped back, thinking to himself, could it be that this brat really isn't afraid of the Ouyang family? Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the sky with one of the old man's subordinates inside, shouting loudly, Boss, our brothers have all been summoned here. Outside, Zheng Hao had also approached the male lead, announcing, Sect Master, the Crouching Dragon Manor has been surrounded by the Coiled Dragon Guild's men. At this moment, both of them were completely surrounded, with no way to escape. Boss, we have arrived. Is this the guy who brought our Coiled Dragon Guild together here? Seeing this, the old man's expression returned to one of smugness as he laughed loudly, haha, even if you really are the 6 Meridian Sword God, so what? Now all my Coiled Dragon Guild members are here, how are you going to stop us? Zheng Hao, standing below, continued speaking. Sect Master, although no one from the Coiled Dragon Guild is in the dragon ranking, their numbers are overwhelming and the area is restricted. Many ants can still take down an elephant, we should focus on breaking through the encirclement. The Coiled Dragon Guild boss, standing above, climbed over the railing and continued. Now I give you 2 choices, one is to hand over the youth-preserving pill and swear loyalty to me. I might spare your life. The other is to cut off your own hands and kneel down to beg for mercy, I might let you live. Ling Yun stood before him, disregarding those ridiculous conditions, and began to speak. Are all the members of the Coiled Dragon Guild here? Perfect. Hearing this, the old man immediately waved his hand to signal the helicopter and shouted. You fool, can't you see the situation? If you are intent on seeking death, then I will grant your wish. Right after that, the helicopter unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the male lead. He stood below without dodging, raising his arm high instead. Seeing this, the Coiled Dragon Guild boss's expression changed drastically as he recognized the move. Not good. He quickly looked up at the helicopter and shouted loudly. Get out of the way. But it was too late when the main character's surge of energy rushed straight into the helicopter, faster than the old man's words, causing it to explode in midair. Zheng Hao stood below, witnessing the scene, and was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment, thinking to himself, is this really the 6 Meridian Sword God of the Sword God Great Wilderness Mountain? Such power. At that moment, Ling Yun suddenly appeared in front of the old man standing on the balcony. He began to swing his leg towards him and continued, since we're all here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you to settle this. With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the old man's stomach, causing him to roll his eyes and fly off the balcony. The force of that kick had sent the Coiled Dragon Guild boss crashing down to the ground in front of the surrounding subordinates. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed the lifeless body of the old man, along with the murmurs of those around. How could this be? The boss is dead. One of them looked up at Ling Yun, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, charge in, kill that guy, avenge the boss. But at that moment, the obstacle in front of them was Zheng Hao, ready to confront each one that rushed in. But Ling Yun then appeared from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder to stop him. The members of the Coiled Dragon Guild had also rushed in front of the two of them, raising their fists and shouting, kill, avenge the boss. Ling Yun on this side also raised his hand, smiled, and began to chant a spell. Immediately, he unleashed a series of spiritual energy swords around him, charging straight at the members of the Coiled Dragon Guild. They were unable to react in time to the main character's surprise attack and were all hit, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Zheng Hao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gawk in astonishment, thinking, just lifting a finger could wipe out the entire Coiled Dragon Guild. While he was still trying to regain his composure, the main character turned his back and walked away, calling out, "Let's go quickly." On the way back, Zheng Hao felt a bit anxious and turned to remind Ling Yun, sect master, the Ouyang family that Zheng Long just mentioned still needs to be cautious. The Ouyang family has 100 years of inheritance, and the disciples in the clan are all trained on the battlefield outside the realm. They are all strong and have killed countless people. As for the old ancestor, he is the immortal who emerged earliest from the great wilderness mountain in High City. Fear can also have extraordinary tactics. Even though the Chien family is a prestigious clan, they are only worthy of being a dog for the Ouyang family. Ling Yun listened and replied without any worry, "It's fine, don't mention a small clan that's been around for hundreds of years. Even if the demon god from the great wilderness mountain came out, it would just be an ant. Let's hurry back." "Yes, yes, sect master." After saying this, Zheng Hao watched the back of the male lead and thought to himself, if the Ouyang ancestor could survive coming out of the great wilderness mountain, then his strength must be comparable to the sect master. The sect master is still so arrogant, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. A moment later, inside the Ouyang family, a hand slammed down on the table, shouting, "What?" The Coiled Dragon Guild was completely wiped out in just one day. Indeed, family master. The Crouching Dragon Manor still reeks of blood. What force could completely eradicate the Coiled Dragon Guild? Could it be that someone has emerged from the great wilderness mountain? Family master, I heard that before the Coiled Dragon Guild was destroyed, a person entered the Crouching Dragon Manor. Hearing this, he leaned in closely and asked, "Who is it?" The person is the son-in-law of the Han family, Ling Yun. The Han family? I've heard for a long time that the Han family has a hidden power that has been lurking for many years. I didn't expect them to be strong enough to easily destroy the Coiled Dragon Guild. Quickly go call Jing Heir and Ting Heir here. Yes. After the subordinate left, he leaned back, clasped his hands together, and thought to himself, the Han family really hides well. Not long after, his two daughters entered and said, "Dad, you called us. You two go to the Han family and get something for me." Jing Heir and Ting Heir were a bit curious and asked, "What is it, Dad?" "Bring me the head of that useless son-in-law from the Han family." "Dad, what's wrong? He's just a son-in-law, and you want us to go there together. If you directly order the Han family to hand over that son-in-law's head, they might be scared enough to comply. What do you understand? That Ling Yun is a hidden expert of the Han family. Not only did he kill the Jang Nan King and subdue the Chien family, but he also destroyed the Coiled Dragon Guild that I nurtured in just one day, and his strength is extremely formidable." "What? He destroyed the Coiled Dragon Guild in one day? I couldn't even do that." "No wonder Dad said we should go together." Switching scenes to the inside of the Han Corporation party. Chien Hai stands inside, gesturing towards Ling Yun, cheerfully saying, "Fortunately, with Ling Yun, our Han Corporation is no longer ordinary. The Chien family has taken the initiative to apologize and is even begging for cooperation." At the same time, Ling Wei and his friends also approach Ling Yun, awkwardly raising their glasses. "Brother-in-law, I was blind before and didn't see the mountain, I toast to you." "That's right, before we were blind and offended Ling Young Master. We apologize to Ling Young Master." While he is happily clinking glasses with the others, Chien Hai nearby stands next to Ing Ji, whispering, "Ing Ji, you mocked Ling Yun a lot before, and it was Ling Yun who rescued you when you were caught, so hurry up and toast him." Hearing this, she also trembles as she raises her glass and approaches Ling Yun. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I apologize to you, I'll self-punish with a drink." At the same time, from outside, two girls, Jing Heir and Ting Heir, have also approached the door of the room. "It sounds like there's a gathering of the family, doesn't it? It's truly enjoyable, but little do you know that this is your last meal, Ling Yun." Back inside the party, Ling Yun was looking at everyone present, cheerfully stating, "I no longer care about what has happened in the past. From now on, everyone remember not to look down on anyone, just use your power to bully others." Tian Shui, sitting next to him, also looked up at him, curious, "Right, Ling Yun, after saving the sisters, why didn't you go back with them? Where did you go?" I just stopped to clean up some trash along the way, and besides, it's not all cleaned up yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Ting Er burst through the door from outside and stormed in. Sorry to interrupt, we're here to collect something. Ling Yun, hand over the head of your friend here. Chien Hai, standing inside, immediately slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, who are you to dare cause trouble with the Han family? Oh, the Han family is currently thriving in High City. The family master comes to the Ouyang family and doesn't even regard us. I am Ouyang Jing, sent by the family master to collect the head of the Han family's son-in-law. Hearing this, Chien Hai's face turned astonished, and he stepped back, thinking. The Ouyang family, is that Ouyang Jing? If so, the person next to her is her sister, Ouyang Ting. Didn't they come out more than 10 years ago? Why do they look so young now? Without thinking much, he quickly gestured towards the table and continued, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Would you both like to sit down and discuss a bit? We didn't come to negotiate with you. We came to inform you. Ling Yun, you should obediently accept your fate and avoid dragging the Han family into this. Ling Yun killed a subordinate of the Ouyang family and destroyed the entire Coiled Dragon Guild, this cannot be undone. Chien Hai, upon hearing this, was once again taken aback, mouth agape, turning to look at Ling Yun, what? Ling Yun, you actually destroyed the Coiled Dragon Guild. Ouyang Jing, standing across from him, seized the opportunity, pointing directly at him, continuing, useless person, soft and weak, now that you've met someone from the Ouyang family, you're too scared to move. At this point, she began to approach, raising her arm, fine, then I will personally take your head. Tian Shui, standing behind Ling Yun, turned to him with a worried expression, Ling Yun. It's okay. You take everyone away, avoid being affected. After giving her instructions, Ling Yun looked outside and said loudly, have you seen enough? I told you to look at the house, not to watch a play. Suddenly, a foot rushed quickly from behind Ouyang Jing, catching her off guard as she turned around without having time to react. She was then hit squarely and flew backward. The force of the blow carried her sister along, sending them both out of the house and into the yard. Once they stopped, Ouyang Ting looked ahead, surprised, and exclaimed, Chen Zhenghao, indeed the Chen family has submitted to the Han family. Zhenghao stepped out from inside, his expression serious as he said, invading the Han family, plotting chaos, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples who had been lying in wait charged toward the two Ouyangs. But the two of them, with their swift agility, maneuvered skillfully, knocking away all the attackers. Too fast, disperse and form the Coiled Dragon formation. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ting raised her fist, frowning as she shouted, you want to form a formation? With that, she immediately unleashed the earth-breaking fist, shattering the ground around her, causing Zhenghao's disciples to lose their balance and fall backward. Yet it has such terrifying energy, could she be a monster? At the same time, Ouyang Jing appeared in front of a guy who hadn't stood up yet due to the previous blow. She then sat down, raised her fist, and flashed a sinister smile with her blood-red eyes. Zhenghao, witnessing this scene, felt a bit disheartened and spoke up, in an instant, half of the disciples have been killed. Is the power of the Ouyang family really that terrifying? Tell your people to disperse, they don't need to risk their lives anymore. Meanwhile, another disciple of Zhenghao was running away with a panicked expression as Ouyang Jing was about to deliver a finishing blow. But just as she swung her leg down, Ling Yun easily blocked it. The two girls then gathered together, standing in front of him, and said, Ling Yun, you have to come out now. Look, just because of your turtle-like cowardice, so many people have died. Wouldn't it have been better if you had shown your head earlier? Ling Yun stood before them, responding with a determined gaze, if you want to take my head, the Ouyang family is not worthy. You don't think that you can just block me and consider yourself the champion of the world, do you? Let me show you the one force breaks 10,000 techniques of the Ouyang family. After saying that, she immediately lunged toward the back of Ling Yun with eyes full of evil energy, thinking to herself, no reaction. I was serious for a moment and you still couldn't keep up with my speed. Really, looks impressive but is useless. But just as she threw a punch straight into Ling Yun's back, her expression turned to one of astonishment, exclaiming, not even a scratch. No way. Haha, is this the power that your Ouyang family is proud of? Ridiculous. Hearing this made Yang Jing completely furious, shouting, acting mysterious, damn useless person. After saying that, she continued to throw dozens of punches into Ling Yun's back, muttering continuously, my punches. No way, this useless person must be wearing some kind of armor. It has to be that way. A long time later, Yang Jing's hands were completely shattered in her shock. But not stopping there, she began to lose her mind and took a fighting stance once again. Yang Ting, seeing this, hurriedly shouted to stop, Jing stop it now. When her foot swung out once more, the outcome was just like her two hands, crushed to pieces. Seeing this, Yang Jing was truly frightened, trembling as she spoke, not even a scratch. No, that can't be possible. Immediately after, she collapsed to the ground with one leg still intact, her eyes rolled back, unconscious. Yang Ting, no longer daring to utter a word, fell silent and thought to herself, the Yang family relies on strength as its foundation, one force breaks 10,000 techniques. I never expected this Ling Yun to be able to withstand the energy that the Yang family prides itself on, relying solely on his body. Thinking of this, she unleashed her power, causing her dress to gradually tear. Then, taking a deep breath, she said, it seems I can only fight you with my life on the line. With that, she charged forward, throwing her fist in a heaven demon earth-breaking fist towards Ling Yun. But he only raised one hand to block the attack, responding, is it noisy enough now? Yang Ting, seeing this, spoke in a trembling voice, you could easily block my full-strength punch. It's impossible. After saying that, she continued to swing her remaining fist. But immediately, Ling Yun easily caught it and broke both her arms. He then looked at her and continued, if it's noisy enough already. At this point, Ling Yun began to raise his hands to create swords around him using his spiritual energy. Yang Ting, seeing this, turned pale and stammered, is this the 6 Meridian Sword God? After Ling Yun's 3 words, let's go, all those 6 Meridian Sword Gods charged straight towards Yang Ting. Before she died, she struggled to say one last sentence, Yang old ancestor will not let you go. At the same time, there was a binoculars aimed directly at Ling Yun's position, and a voice rang out, to easily defeat the Yang family members, this must be the 6 Meridian Sword God. What kind of person is Ling Yun, really? While that person was still puzzled, he turned to look straight at the binoculars with a sharp gaze. Seeing this, the one holding the binoculars was startled and exclaimed, has he noticed? At such a distance, he can still sense it. A little while later, inside Yang's house, the old family master was holding a cup of tea in his hand, feeling a bit anxious and puzzled. Why have Jing and Ting been gone for so long? Just as he thought this, the detective returned and spoke up. Family master. Is there news? Speak quickly. Family master, it seems that Ling Yun possesses the inheritance of the Sword God from Great Wilderness Mountain. The 6 Meridian Sword God, the young master, and lady were no match for him and were killed by Ling Yun. Hearing this, the old man was astonished, crushing the teacup in his hand. Jing and Ting have been killed. 6 Meridian Sword God, well done Ling Yun. Issue an order to the clan, demanding all disciples of the Yang family outside to return to High City immediately. I want the entire Han family wiped out without a single survivor. The detective took the token in his hand, sweating profusely. I understand the order. A little while later, inside the meeting of the summoned mysterious figures. It has been 3 years since our last gathering, has there been any change in the dragon ranking? Recently, there have been very strange changes in the dragon ranking, especially with the Han family. It can be said that they have been rising strongly in High City lately. Is that the Han family just gone for beauty treatments? A small Han family that can stir up waves in High City. The Han family conceals a hidden expert, who is the son-in-law of the Han family, Ling Yun. It seems that this person possesses the inheritance of the Sword God from the Great Wilderness Mountain. In a short time since his emergence, he has reached the 22nd position in the dragon ranking. Although his talent is not bad, being so young and already ranked 22nd, that person is so arrogant that sooner or later he will be dealt with by the major forces in High City, no need to worry. At the same time, the mysterious glass in the hands of an old man over here is emitting an aura along with his loud shout, what is this? What's wrong, Blood King? Do you also think that Kid is the reincarnation of the great wilderness mountain sword god? The reincarnation of the Tian Mystic Maiden has manifested. What? Where? Who? It is the Han family in High City, Han Tian Shui. If we can capture the reincarnation of the Tian Mystic Maiden as a sacrificial vessel, the strength of our Blood Shadow sect will change completely. Does that mean our Blood Shadow sect has hope of returning to the great wilderness mountain? Returning? At that time, it won't be just about returning. Claiming dominance over Great Wilderness Mountain will be as easy as turning over one's hand. It's just a reincarnation, right? Now, she's just an ordinary girl, not even strong. It seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Exaggerated? Tian Mystic Maiden is the legendary leader of all immortals, the wife of the immortal emperor. Don't even mention creating a cauldron, just drinking a drop of her blood could extend one's life. But if the immortal emperor takes action, how can we mere mortals resist? That's right, I'm afraid we won't even have time to act before the immortal emperor discovers us. Foolish, if the immortal emperor still exists, how could he allow the immortal empress to reincarnate and wander among mortals? It seems the immortal emperor has also reincarnated into an ordinary person. For the Blood Shadow sect, they could be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Hee hee. Capturing Han Tian Shui will bring the Blood Shadow sect more benefits than harm. Let's decide on that. Coincidentally, the Ouyang clan has had conflicts with the Han family recently, so we can lend them a hand. At the same time, inside the Ouyang family, the old family master is standing before the ancestral altar, placing the tablet of his two children on his lips and murmuring. Jing er, Ting er, this time I will personally take the head of the Han family's son-in-law to comfort your spirits in the heavens. He then went outside, standing in front of his subordinates, and declared loudly. That son-in-law of the Han family has only appeared for a short time, yet his cruel methods have killed hundreds of lives, disturbing this high city, leaving no one in peace. Arrogant, autocratic, and ruthless, he has instilled fear in the major powers of High City, who are indignant but dare not speak out. He even destroyed our Coiled Dragon Guild, killing 2 geniuses of the Ouyang family, showing no regard for anyone. Today, we will act on behalf of heaven, flatten the Han family, and take the head of that brat Ling Yun to avenge the geniuses of the Ouyang family. All the subordinates, upon hearing this, knelt down together, placing their hands on their chests and vowed in unison. We swear that today we will definitely flatten the Han family, restore dignity to the Ouyang family, and avenge our blood feud for the Ouyangs. If we violate this oath, may heaven and earth punish us. At the same time, inside Tian Shui's villa, Shi and Yen were playing games, laughing and having fun. Haha, Tian Shui. How many years have passed, but your skills haven't improved at all. Don't laugh at someone else's pain, you haven't won yet. Suddenly, at this moment, Ling Yun appeared from behind, took her hands gently, and said softly, Tian Shui, you should play like this. Seeing this, Yen immediately got angry, stepped back, and shouted loudly, Hey, Ling Yun, what do you want to do? You two are bullying me too much. I just want to play the game without watching you two flirt with each other. At this point, Yen began to sulk, sat up, and said, I don't want to stay here for another minute. But when Yen was about to leave, a helicopter suddenly landed from the sky, causing her to turn in surprise to look at Ling Yun. He had also stood up, moved outside, and continued, It's Chen Jinghao, should I go out and see what's going on? Ling Yun then reached outside, looked at Jinghao, and asked curiously, What's going on? The ban from Ouyang. All disciples in the clan have taken an oath at Ouyang Su Tang. Today, we swear to flatten the Han family and kill the sect master. They are on their way here now. I haven't even settled things with them, and they come to my door themselves. No problem, I'll wait for them here. Make me a pot of tea. This matter? Yes, Master Sect. Not long after, dozens of cars stopped in front of his house. The old Master Ouyang from inside began to open the door and step out with a serious expression, then looked at the gate and shouted inside, Ling Yun, today will be your day of death. He, sitting inside, heard this and instructed Jinghao beside him, the guests have arrived, you should step back and protect Tian Shui well. After giving his instructions, Ling Yun lifted the cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and praised, delicious tea. I didn't expect Chen Jinghao's tea-making skills to be quite good. At that moment, from outside, the group of Yang kicked the door open and rushed in. Ling Yun sat inside, looking at them with a calm expression and said, "You've arrived? Welcome to the Han family as guests. You brat. That cup of tea is the last thing you will drink in this life." One of the old man's subordinates then volunteered to step forward with a smug look. "Why waste words with it, family master?" But just as he finished speaking, he received a blow from Ling Yun and was sent flying. He was on this side, glancing at the previous man, and spoke in a deep voice, "It seems the visitor does not come with good intentions. If you are not a guest, then anyone who dares to cross this boundary will die." The old family master was truly astonished to witness the previous move of his, thinking to himself, "Indeed, he is the Sixth Meridian Sword God. This man has mastered the inheritance of the Sword God, he might be able to match the strength of the old ancestor." After thinking this, he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "No need to hold back, Heaven Demon, manifest yourself." But as soon as the subordinates stepped over the line, they all froze, rolled their eyes, let out a scream, and collapsed to the ground. "I had originally given your Yang family a way out. I'll say it again, cross this boundary, and you will die. You arrogant brat. Even if you have the inheritance of the Sword God, so what? Today, my elite from Yang will exert all their strength to flatten the Han family and take your head." The old man's subordinates then continued to rush in, shouting the word, "Kill." Ling Yun saw this and raised his arm, enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, cursing, "Truly stubborn and ignorant." Another man in front of him, unaware of the gravity of the situation, spoke loudly. "You think you can stop us all by yourself? That's such a delusional dream, like a mantis trying to stop a cart." But just as he finished speaking, a surge of energy from Ling Yun flew in and struck through his third eye. The others were no exception, all losing their lives in an instant to that surge of energy. The family elder Yang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished, his mouth agape as he exclaimed. "A mere snap of the fingers has killed so many. Impossible, how can the Sixth Meridian Sword God be so powerful?" Ling Yun, over here, leisurely lifted his teacup and replied in a deep voice. "I told you, don't cross the line. Leave here, and I will give you a way out. That brat can kill so many so easily, he must have exhausted something. What does he mean by giving a way out? He's definitely just putting on a show, so hurry up and charge at him." As the subordinates rushed forward recklessly, disregarding their lives, Ling Yun's energy surged towards them to grant their wish. But suddenly he sensed something and glanced in another direction with a surprised expression. Who is that? Hiding and lurking. His energy rays also shifted in that direction, sparing them a life. A dead body lying nearby began to emanate a stream of blood chi around it. Suddenly, an entire arm moved again. Other corpses similarly began to rise. A surviving subordinate, seeing this, turned pale with shock and exclaimed, "No, weren't they killed by sword chi piercing through their foreheads? The corpses, the dead are coming back to life." The old family master standing nearby was also taken aback, sweating and trembling, realizing, this is the Blood Shadow Great Technique, has the Blood Shadow sect made their move? At this moment, he revealed himself, his expression serious as he spoke, "With all the disciples dispatched, not even a single brat could be caught, I must step in personally. Yang Jin, you have truly embarrassed your ancestors." Old Yang Jin, seeing him, was once again astonished, his eyes wide as he stammered, "Elder, Blood Shadow Sect." The old man from the Blood Shadow Sect nearby dropped the corpse he was holding, thinking to himself, "This brat is too quick-witted, if I hadn't controlled those corpses in time to resist, that sword would have been enough to injure me." Old Yang Jin then began to approach, confidently asserting. "That brat uses such a powerful skill, he must be severely exhausted. I fear he will falter in the wind when his light fades." Hearing this, the Blood Shadow Sect also raised their hands to chant in response. "Then let me see what else this brat has up his sleeve." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately controlled all the previously dead men to rise again using his blood cell secret method. The summoned beings were now howling with a shrill cry, their eyes filled with evil energy. Yang Jin, standing next to the elder, was somewhat astonished and spoke up. "I heard this is the Blood Shadow Sect's desperate secret method." "That's right, this secret method is enough to burn the blood essence of a martial artist. A martial artist can instantly enhance their strength exponentially. Now, the strength of those deceased disciples can be on par with mine. Ling Yun, let's see how you manage to withstand this. Ling Yun, sitting over here, continued to unleash the 6 meridian sword god towards the zombies. If you're already dead, then just lie still. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 meridian sword gods pierced through all the approaching corpses. They all took a hit and collapsed to the ground, lying still and motionless. But then they got back up as if nothing had happened, starting to move towards Ling Yun. The old man from the Blood Shadow sect on this side saw this and laughed heartily, haha, naive. These zombies are immortal, unless you chop them into 100 pieces. But can you use a skill of that level? I advise you to obediently surrender to avoid torture before you die. Ling Yun, sitting opposite him, was also a bit surprised, frowning and thinking to himself, controlling the undead? No, it's blood control, isn't it? At this moment, the old man Yang Jin, with a sly expression, chimed in, so. Have you given up resisting? If these things hadn't happened, with you here, the Han family would have an unlimited future. It's a pity that you are too arrogant. Ling Yun, standing on this side, revealed a smile on his face, tossing the teacup in his hand towards the group of zombies, and said, I think you misunderstood something. As soon as the tea touched their bodies, it caused them to be cut in half, screaming in pain. Then, a flame suddenly erupted, incinerating everything into ashes in the air. Both old men standing on this side, witnessing the scene, were left speechless, exclaiming in astonishment, this cannot be. He is able to use a skill of such high level. Ling Yun, on this side, continued pouring tea into the cup, picked it up, and calmly replied, these things are just something I did casually. How could a poor martial arts family nurture such a terrifying monster? I once heard a rumor. Han Tian Shui discovered Ling Yun while traveling in the great wilderness mountain forest. Could it be that Ling Yun's true identity is a disciple of the Immortal sect in the great wilderness mountain? The skill of this kid does not belong to any sect in the great wilderness mountain. Are you trying to tell me that this son-in-law of the Han family is a disciple of the legendary sword god of the great wilderness mountain? At this point, he suddenly paused, realizing something, and turned to look at Ling Yun. That's right, it's the tea. That kid's tea has a problem. That kind of tea must be some kind of rare treasure that can quickly restore a martial artist's energy. At this moment, Ling Yun, sitting across from them, began to speak again. What I say still holds value. Leaving here, I can grant you a path to survival. At the same time, another pair of feet stepped in from outside and spoke up, what's going on? It's been a long time since we caught that brat from the Han family, and now we need reinforcements. I don't know where this brat got his talents and treasures from, but he can quickly restore his energy and even skillfully use the 6 meridian sword god. However, it's time for this brat to die. The 6 meridian sword god. The small Han family can actually nurture an expert like this? It really makes me look at them differently. Unfortunately, after today, there will be no more Han family. The old man Yang Jin, standing beside them, opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. Then, with all his might, he shouted, Ling Yun, kneel down and beg for mercy now, cut off your limbs, and I can let you die a little more peacefully. At this moment, Ling Yun also began to stand up and replied, is this your trump card? If you don't want to live, then I will grant you your wish. Talking big without shame. You arrogant brat, death is upon you, yet you still don't know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of Ouyang's men shot away in the blink of an eye. Then, an old man above Ling Yun threw a punch downwards. However, Ling Yun jumped up and dodged it. At that moment, 2 more old men, Yang Jin and a member of the Blood Shadow sect, descended from the sky. They shouted loudly, Ling Yun, die. Heaven Demon Fist, Blood Devouring Fist. Immediately, a huge explosion erupted at Ling Yun's position, with thick smoke rising. The old man from the Blood Shadow sect smiled amidst the smoke, smugly saying, what a pity, I thought we could force the inheritance of the 6 meridian sword god from this brat's hands. But as soon as he said this, the expression on his face changed drastically, his eyes widened, and he was left speechless. Right before him stood Ling Yun, still standing there with both hands firmly gripping the fists of the 2 old men. Ling Yun continued, want to learn? It's a pity I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't choose wisely. At this moment, both old men were sweating profusely and panicking, sharing the same thought, how could he block our combined attack so easily? Ling Yun then squeezed their fists tightly, producing crackling sounds. Immediately after, two more figures appeared from behind, kicking their legs up and shouting loudly, "The little brat with a runny nose is still too careless, huh?" But right after that, he simply raised his arms and easily pushed them back. The old man from the Blood Shadow sect witnessed this scene, feeling another wave of shock, thinking to himself, is this kid a monster or what? At this point, he turned his gaze to a broken teacup nearby. This is his tea. When he picked it up and looked at it, the old man was even more astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible, this is just ordinary tea. So that means this Ling Yun really has terrifying energy. Could it be that he is truly a disciple of the Great Wilderness Mountain sect? At the same time, the old man Yang Jin in front of him was fearfully looking at Ling Yun, shouting, You can't kill me. Old ancestor of the Ouyang family has entered the Immortal map. Even if you are a disciple of the Great Wilderness Mountain sect, you can't fight against it. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun turned his face in another direction, puzzled. Ouyang old ancestor. Are you talking about him? At that moment, a gigantic arm suddenly appeared from the sky, punching straight down between the two of them. All the members of the Ouyang clan around were astonished and stammered, this is. The old man Yang Jin over here also began to look towards Ling Yun. He then saw a figure standing high on the roof. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ouyang Tian Ma, the ancestor of the Ouyang clan. The old man from the Blood Shadow sect and his companions also became excited and called out, Ouyang brother, you have arrived. Ancestor, this arrogant and tyrannical brat has ruthlessly killed countless disciples of our Ouyang clan. We cannot coexist with the Ouyang clan, please take revenge for the fallen disciples. Tian Ma then said nothing and rushed down, waving his hand to unleash a surge of blood qi. His blood qi transformed into a gigantic hand that rushed straight towards Ling Yun. He, however, was not to be outdone. With just a wave of his hand, he easily neutralized the old man's attack. Tian Ma then landed in front of him and praised, to easily withstand an attack from me, this young man possesses remarkable strength. I have never heard news of a disciple from the Great Wilderness Mountain emerging. Who are you, after all? Ling Yun stood facing him, wearing a smug smile, brushing the dust off his clothes, and replied, I am someone you have no right to know. You arrogant brat. The old ancestor has already stepped into the Immortal map. If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, then you should know that we will show you what it means to live worse than dead. Tian Ma then unleashed his power and continued, fine, if you refuse to speak, then I will kill you, and your sect won't be able to trouble me. The subordinates of the old man beside him were also overwhelmed by that aura, quickly saying, Oh young brother, how long has it been since we last met? Your cultivation has increased so much. I wonder which sect this brat belongs to. It's a pity he's creating his own demise and cannot survive. At this moment, Tian Ma swung his hand and unleashed a blood demon strike, sending a blood qi arm towards Ling Yun. He stood opposite and also unleashed his own force, smugly saying, let me remind you a little. Both old men witnessing this scene were left agape in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, how can he easily withstand a full force strike from me? This cannot be happening. 6 Meridian Sword God. It's not about defending, but about severing my martial arts. Ling Yun stood in front of him and continued, you have crossed the line. Tian Ma then began to rise, smiling, and continued, all right, it seems that after more than 5 years without making a move, you have all forgotten. As he spoke, he unleashed a blood dragon from within his body. Why am I called Ouyang Tian Ma, the mortal map? The Blood Shadow sect member on this side realized and stammered in shock. See, could it be that this is the evil dragon essence that slaughtered the Dragon Kingdom 600 years ago, which was then killed by the sword god of Great Wilderness Mountain? I never expected it to be found by Ouyang Tian Ma and integrated into his body. Haha, Ling Yun, don't even think about begging for mercy. This time, I'm afraid there won't even be a corpse left of you. Let me see how you withstand the power of the evil dragon from the old ancestor. One of the Ouyang members began to panic and run away, saying, but the strength of Ouyang brother, using the power of the evil dragon might be a bit forced, this isn't good. Tian Ma then turned to Yang Jin and said, Jin Air. If you want to kill Ling Yun for revenge, then I will give you a chance. Immediately, the old man's arm was enveloped by a stream of evil energy and gradually absorbed. What is this? Old ancestor, what are you doing? Offer your body, merge as one with me, and then together we will kill Ling Yun. Isn't that your own way of taking revenge? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's face turned pale, exclaiming, No, no, old ancestor. The other Yang members witnessing this immediately unleashed a wave of spiritual energy towards him, shouting, Yang Tian Ma, you have gone mad. Hey, don't think that I don't know your intentions, using the Yang family to benefit yourselves. No way. Having said that, the old man continued to absorb all those present, laughing loudly, Haha, you want this girl? Then merge with me. The people being absorbed could only scream, uttering their last words, Yang Tian Ma, you dare. At this moment, the evil dragon inside the old man's body grew larger, opening its mouth wide and roaring. Little brat, I will chop your body into 100 pieces and feed it to the dogs. I will also burn your soul for 100 years to relieve the hatred in my heart. At the same time, a member of the Blood Shadow sect sitting on a nearby rooftop looked down and thought to himself, Yang Tian Ma wants to forcibly use the evil dragon blood essence, it seems he will need a large amount of blood chi. Relying solely on himself won't be enough. Fortunately, I managed to escape quickly. With this move, the son-in-law of the Han family is likely in serious trouble. But Yang Tian Ma will damage his primordial energy. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the sparrow is poised to strike. Returning to Ling Yun's side, he looked up at the evil dragon blood essence in front of him, somewhat surprised, pondering something. Tian Ma across from him, seeing this, smugly spoke up, What? Are you scared, silly? That's right, this evil dragon blood essence should be credited to the sword god of the great wilderness mountain. If he hadn't killed the evil dragon, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such magical talent. You have inherited from him, so I am not someone who doesn't recognize gratitude. Quickly hand over the inheritance of the sword god of the great wilderness mountain. I don't believe that you, little brat, only have the inheritance of the 6 meridian sword god. Hand over all the inheritance, and I will let you die a little easier. I kindly advised you, why do you keep choosing the path of death? You have crossed the line again. The old man ignored Ling Yun's reminders and began to raise his hand in response. Very well, if you refuse to drink the celebratory wine and want to drink the punishment wine instead, then after you taste my methods, you will naturally hand it over to me yourself. At this moment, Ling Yun also raised his arm high, closed his eyes, and continued. If you desire the inheritance of the great wilderness mountain sword god, then I will grant your wish. Are you only willing to concede now? It's too late. Don't worry, I will spare your life so you can fully experience my methods before sending you on your way. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was astonished to see Ling Yun summoning a precious sword descending from the sky. What is this? What trick is this kid using? Why can't I move? No, this is not that kid's trick, it's my own body. The evil dragon blood essence is afraid. Another old man from the Yang family also noticed this and was a bit surprised, asking. Why can't Yang Tian Ma move anymore? What is that? At this point, the old man suddenly jolted, shocked to realize. This is the sword that the sword god of the great wilderness mountain used to kill the evil dragon 600 years ago. That kid is really the disciple of the sword god. The old man Tian Ma also recognized it and gasped. Impossible, impossible. Immediately after, Ling Yun's sword descended from the sky, piercing through the evil dragon along with Yang Tian Ma, sending both to meet their ancestors. Ling Yun then turned around, looking at the old man from the Blood Shadow sect standing on the rooftop, smiled, and spoke. You've been watching for a long time, you must have seen enough by now, right? Upon hearing this, the old man stood up abruptly, secretly thinking. No, it can't be. From such a distance, he was able to detect me. At this moment, Ling Yun also waved his hand, sending a burst of energy towards the old man. The old man quickly turned and dashed away. From this distance, he won't be able to catch up with me. I need to get out of here quickly. But just as he finished speaking, he was struck by a fatal blow from Ling Yun through his heart, letting out a painful cry. Then, he collapsed onto the rooftop, struggling to say his last 4 words. I am not reconciled. Ling Yun on this side also turned around and went inside, calling back, "I've seen enough of the play, go down and play with them." Once he entered the house, he turned to Chen Zhenghao and continued, "Chen Zhenghao, go clean up the trash in the yard." Zhenghao replied, "Yes, sect master." The scene shifted to the martial arts yard of the Li family. The Li family master had also heard the news, exclaiming in shock, "What? The Ouyang family came to the Han family for revenge but was wiped out by the Han family. Even their old ancestor was killed by Ling Yun. The strength of the Ouyang family is comparable to our Li family, isn't that?" At the same time, inside the Ouyang family mansion, their family master was equally surprised by the news, saying, "Ling Yun, so he is actually a disciple of the Dragon Kingdom Sword God. Even the legendary Sword God's disciple has emerged. The waters of High City are getting murkier by the day." The Smith family master was no exception, clicking his tongue, "The business of Han group conflicts with our Smith family. This time, we can only avoid the spearhead." Even Wei family master and the city lord of High City were astonished, turning to give orders to their subordinates. A messenger was sent to deliver a gift to the Han family, congratulating them on defeating the remnants of the evil dragon. The master of the Zhao family sat in contemplation. Ling Yun is regarded as the disciple of the Sword God. At such a young age, he possesses profound and unpredictable strength, his future seems limitless. This seed is an opportunity the Zhao family cannot afford to miss. "Someone, call Chien heir to me." The scene shifts to the next day inside the Han family villa. Ling Yun was holding his wife's hand, saying, "Tian Shui, it's rare to have free time today. I'm taking you to a place." "Where is it? But why are we in such a hurry?" Just as they stepped out the door, they were greeted by a group of the city lord's men from High City, who bowed their heads in greeting and presented gifts, leaving both of them stunned for 5 seconds. Ling Yun then calmly responded to them, "You are making quite a fuss." At that moment, another girl appeared in front of him, accompanied by the murmurs of those around, "Isn't that the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Yiqian? The only noble lady of High City? It's not an exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful woman in High City. What does the Zhao family want to do? What else could they do? Clearly, they want to use their daughter to bribe Ling Yun. Can't you see that?" She then stepped forward, grasped his arm, and continued. "That old demon Ouyang absorbs the essence of the evil dragon, gaining power that disobeys heaven. If we ignore this, High City won't stand a chance. Without Ling Yun Master intervening, the consequences could be dire. I still feel that Ling Yun Master deserves much more than this. Having such strength in the small Han family is a waste. I admire people like Ling Yun Master, handsome young men with great power. How about Ling Yun Master come back to the Zhao family with me for a visit?" Tian Shui, standing beside Ling Yun, listened to these words, her face revealing sadness as she thought. Is Ling Yun really so loved now? That makes sense, staying in the Han family has hurt Ling Yun too much. Even if he chooses to leave the Han family now, I will support him. The people around them began to discuss even more animatedly. Since ancient times, heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. I fear Ling Yun will agree with Zhao Yiqian. In the end, the Han family still cannot honor a great Buddha like Ling Yun. But suddenly, at this moment, Ling Yun removed Yiqian's arm in front of her astonished expression and said, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I am a flower already owned, and I cannot accommodate anyone else in my heart." What? Ling Yun actually declined? In terms of strength, the Zhao family is undoubtedly stronger than the Han family. In terms of beauty, the Zhao lady is the most beautiful woman in High City, the object of pursuit for countless people in High City. Yet, he did not hesitate to refuse. Chien then looked over at Tian Shui and asked again, "Does Ling Yun Master not want to think it over a bit more?" As long as Ling Yun Master goes to the Zhao family, the matter of becoming the successor family master seems to be a done deal. At that time, with Ling Yun Young Master's strength, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is the number one in High City. Moreover, I am not inferior to Han Lady in any way. Ling Yun then did not hesitate to push her aside, take Tian Shui's hand, and replied, "I have already said, I cannot accommodate anyone else in my heart. We have matters to attend to, so we will not entertain guests today." At this moment, the two of them left under the astonished gazes of everyone around. So Ling Yun just left like that? From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Lady Zhao once. On the other side, Tian Shui was gazing at him with love-struck eyes, secretly thinking, Ling Yun, I never expected that I would be this important in your heart. Only after getting into the car did she ask in confusion, Ling Yun, where are we going? Today is the annual auction event of High City. Really? Is that the auction where only the top tycoons of High City can participate? I heard that every time, many rare treasures are put up for sale. That's right. But the auction operates on an invitation-only basis. Only the top powers of High City are invited. In the past, the Han family was never invited. Don't worry. The Han family is no longer what it used to be. A while later, at the main entrance of the auction venue, dozens of noble families were entering in a steady stream. The security guard stopped Ling Yun and Tian Shui and said, Sorry, may I see your invitation? Tian Shui replied, We don't have an invitation. Just as she finished speaking, another man stepped in from behind and cut in. Where did these guys come from? Get out of the way for young master. He is from the Sun family in High City. Sun Ao, holding an invitation card in hand with his girlfriend beside him, continued, This is an auction organized by City Lord Wei family. How dare you cause a scene here without an invitation? You should look in the mirror first. Ling Yun then pointed at the people in front and questioned, I see many people ahead who haven't shown their invitations. Those people are our high-profile guests, escorted in by professional staff. This is the status of one of the top forces in High City. Even without an invitation, just facial recognition is enough. Who do you think you are? You don't even have an invitation. You must be some nouveau riche trying to show off with your girlfriend. I didn't expect it to be the complete opposite, haha. You're nothing like Sun Young Master, who is young yet already the heir to the huge real estate empire of the Sun family in High City. Humph, how can someone as unsophisticated as you be compared to him? At that moment, an old man stepped out from inside and looked at him, asking, What's going on? Wei Grand Supervisor. That's right, Wei Grand Supervisor. This brat doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth and wants to sneak into the auction. He saw Ling Yun, and his face turned ashen as he stammered, Oh, is that so? Ling Yun stood opposite him, wearing a puzzled smile and asked, Wei Grand Supervisor. I wonder if I have the right to enter the auction without an invitation. Sun Ao, standing to the side, heard this and couldn't help but smirk, thinking, this brat is still acting arrogant in front of Wei Grand Supervisor. This will be entertaining to watch. But immediately afterward, he bowed and knelt before Ling Yun, responding, Greetings, Ling Young Master. Wei Grand Supervisor continued, It is truly an honor for the Wei family that Ling Young Master can personally attend the auction. Wei Grand Supervisor, no need for such formalities. Can we go in now? Of course you can. The family master specifically instructed me to personally welcome you. You are indeed a distinguished guest of our auction. Sun Ao watched the three of them enter, unable to contain his astonishment, asking, Who is he? How could he be personally welcomed by Wei Grand Supervisor? And the family master himself issued the order. Wei Grand Supervisor, standing in front, also turned to glance at him. Furrowing his brow, he spoke, Are your eyes blind? You don't even know Ling Yun, the young master. Sun family, you better pray for yourself in the future. Hearing this, Sun Ao immediately gaped in shock, falling back as he exclaimed, Ling Young Master. He is actually a disciple of that sword god. Ling Yun. After a moment, Wei, the Grand Supervisor, led the two Ling Yun into a room and said, Ling Young Master, this is the most exclusive private room, reserved only for peak-level esteemed guests. I will personally attend to Ling Young Master here. The two then said nothing more and began to step inside. After sitting on the sofa, Ling Yun finally asked, Is there anything good at this auction? What's in front of you are all ordinary treasures and valuables waiting to be auctioned this time, they surely won't catch the eye of Ling Young Master. Later, there will be rare treasures and medicinal materials that are very beneficial for martial artists, Tian Shui, sitting beside him, said with a hint of worry as she glanced at Ling Yun. Those high-level treasures will likely be very expensive. Although the stock price of the Han family has skyrocketed due to the youth-preserving pill, it is ultimately just the beginning. The financial strength still has a considerable gap compared to the super-level experts. Perhaps it should be abandoned. Ling Yun replied, the beauty and health products of the Han family mainly rely on various precious herbs and materials as the foundation. Currently, the Han family relying solely on the youth-preserving pill is still not enough. So, are you planning to develop the Han family? Upon seeing Ling Yun nod lightly, Tian Shui fell silent, thinking to herself, the Han family has done so many terrible things to him in the past. He not only does not seek revenge based on his strength but instead helps the Han family. At the same time, Wei, the Grand Supervisor, standing beside them, began to look down at his watch. Outside the stage, a voice had already started to echo, time is running out, the auction is about to begin. Distinguished guests, welcome to this year's auction in High City. I am your host for today's auction, Wei Chien. This auction is different from previous ones. Among the auction items, there are many treasures that martial artists would consider invaluable. Without further ado, let us present the first item. This necklace is handcrafted by the world's top jewelry artisans. Combined with the hope of the ocean diamond, the only one in the world. There is only one piece globally. This necklace still has no name, its first owner will be able to give it the most beautiful name. The people sitting in the audience heard this and were all eagerly hoping to have it. Surely everyone has started to feel interested, right? The starting price for this necklace is 2 million. Each increase cannot be less than 100,000. Let's start the bidding. It's only 2 million. Okay, I'll buy it for you. I bid 2,200,000. Haha, only an increase of 200,000. I bid 3 million. Oh, this young master has bid 3 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? 3 million, going once. Ling Yun, sitting over here, turned to look at Tian Shui with sparkling eyes fixed on the necklace and said, do you like it? I'll buy it for you. She quickly turned to reply, our money is limited, we still need medicinal materials and treasures after the auction. We can't waste money on things like this. If it's something you like, how can it be called a waste? Upon hearing this, Tian Shui's cheeks turned red, shyly whispering. Ling Yun. Wei, the Grand Supervisor, who was standing next to him, also announced, the bid from below is 5 million. Young Master Ling, how much are you willing to offer? I bid 10 million. Wei Chien, standing below, then continued, the young master bids 5 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 5 million going once, 5 million going twice. At this moment, Wei, the Grand Supervisor, raised his hand from Ling Yun's side and shouted, 10 million. Everyone below was astonished and looked up, murmuring, 10 million for a necklace. No wonder they are a peak-level force qualified to enter the private room, they are indeed wealthy and generous. Isn't the peak-level force in the private room all targeting the treasures in the back? Why are they starting to bid now? The distinguished guest in private room number 1 bids 10 million. Is there anyone higher? 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, 10 million going 3 times. Sold. The necklace, of which there is only one in the world, has been purchased by the distinguished guest in private room number 1. In a moment, we will have the staff bring the item there. Tian Shui, sitting up here, could not help but exclaim in surprise. 10 million. The amount of money that the Han family can use right now is not much. Although it's for you, spending it just to buy a necklace is still too wasteful. At the same time, the waiter had pushed the necklace over, knocked on the door, and announced, dear guest, this is the necklace you purchased. Ling Yun then picked up the necklace, put it on Tian Shui, and gently replied, for me, compared to the precious items later, what you like is more important than anything else. Upon hearing those words, Tian Shui immediately leaned forward, closed her eyes, and stammered, no, there won't be a next time. But just as the two were about to show off their love to the audience, Wei, the Grand Supervisor, coughed a few times to interrupt them. He then turned to look down at the stage and continued, the ordinary item has been auctioned off, now we should move on to the main course. Wei Chien, standing below, pointed at the item on the table and said loudly, all right, let's start the highlight of our auction at this moment. First up is the blood red herb. Just by its name, it doesn't seem like anything special, but in reality, it is a precious herb that can be refined into a pill to enhance the blood chi of martial artists. This auction is for an entire garden of blood red herb. The starting price is 20 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. A man sitting inside a private room began to speak up for the auction. Although it is not considered a particularly rare herb, having an entire garden is not bad. I bid 30 million. The guest in private room number 9 bids 30 million. 30 million for the first time. 50 million. Private room number 4 bids 50 million. Is there anyone higher? The people sitting below were astonished, turning to each other to whisper and discuss. Has it really reached 50 million so quickly? The auction has truly just begun now. Tian Shui sitting above was equally astonished and quickly said, 50 million? Is this just the beginning? The Han family is indeed quite shallow. Ling Yun sitting next to her also began to speak, the blood-red herb is just the right material for refining several types of pills. I bid 200 million. 200 million. This is almost the entire capital that the Han family can use. Is Ling Yun's target really the blood-red herb garden? A man standing in another private room also raised his voice to bid. The Li family has set a price of 100 million, hoping that you can give us face. So it turns out to be the Li family ancient martial arts. The name of this Li family has already been exposed. Other forces will surely give the Li family face. At that moment, Wei Grand Supervisor, standing inside Ling Yun's room, immediately shouted the price, 200 million. Everyone in the auction turned their eyes up and began to discuss excitedly. Did I hear that right? Is there someone who has outbid the Li family? And offered more than double? This is a slap in the face to the Li family. The voice announcing the bid seemed to belong to Wei Grand Supervisor of the Wei family in High City. Who could the person in private room number 1 be? What qualifications do they have to be personally attended to by Wei Grand Supervisor? This is getting interesting. The Li family members here were furious, sitting down on a chair with their arms crossed, snorting loudly, isn't it just a small blood-red herb garden? How could it be bid up to such a high price? It must be some inexperienced junior from a certain tycoon trying to save face. Not long after, Wei Chien also knocked the gavel, declaring, congratulations to the customer of private room number 1 for successfully purchasing the blood-red herb garden. The waiter then appeared, handing the contract to Ling Yun. Hello, sir, this is the contract for the transfer of the blood-red herb garden. After you sign it, the blood-red herb garden will belong to you. Ling Yun took it and handed it to Tian Shui, saying, these assets will all belong to the Han family in the future. Tian Shui, go ahead and sign it. Okay. I've signed it, let's go now. Where to? The auction hasn't finished yet. Wei Chien, who was standing below, introduced a new item, continuing, this is a 5,000-year-old ginseng, a very potent medicinal herb, also known as a rare treasure. Even a normal person using it can extend their lifespan by 10 years. The starting price is 100 million. Each bid must be no less than 20 million. As soon as Ling Yun saw it, he immediately turned to Wei, the Grand Supervisor, and said, this type of ginseng is rare here. I bid 600 million. Hearing this, Wei Qian's expression turned to one of astonishment, encouraging everyone, 600 million, room 1 bids 600 million. Keep it up. The Li family members, upon hearing this, were so angry that they trembled, gritting their teeth and shouting, although the 5,000-year-old ginseng is indeed precious. But is it priced over 500 million? Which rich family's heir is it after all? Ling Yun, calm despite Tian Shui's worried expression, was still dialing someone on his phone. On the other end was a chubby guy playing with his girlfriend. This guy was named Mo Wen Tian, a wealthy person hidden in the world. Then, he picked up the phone and shouted, who is it? Don't you know it's my time to rest? Hey, you can't even recognize my voice. Xiao Mo. You dare to address me like that? I see you're tired of living, huh? But as soon as he said this, Wen Tian was taken aback, thinking, wait a minute, Xiao Mo. There's only one person in this world who calls me that. Time rewinded to the previous life. At this moment, Wen Tian was kneeling before the great emperor, bowing his head and saying, thank you, immortal emperor, for your guidance. The things the immortal emperor does are like creating gratitude from sand. From now on, Xiao Mo will follow the immortal emperor, charging into the flames of war, never hesitating. Get up, Xiao Mo. I am just a traveler passing by, helping out casually, no need to take it to heart. We still have to look for someone. If fate allows, we will meet again in the future. When Tian replied, yes, Xiao Mo will follow the teachings of the Immortal Emperor. Returning to the present, when Tian recognized him and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, are you the Immortal Emperor? If you have any orders, Xiao Mo will bravely face any challenges without hesitation. Ling Yun replied, It seems you understand now. It's not a serious matter, I need some money. When Tian responded, All right, I will personally bring it to you right away. Where are you now? No need to discuss the past, I am busy. I am in High City. After hanging up, the young man quickly turned to his secretary and ordered, Hurry. Notify the department in High City. Back on this side, Wei Grand Supervisor began to announce to Ling Yun, Ling Young Master, the item about to be auctioned is the penultimate item of this auction. After a while, Wei Chien also announced, next will be the final item of this auction, which is also the best item, the Golden Jade Stone Marrow. Those present were astonished and began to discuss, what? Is it really the Golden Jade Stone Marrow? It is a legendary treasure. Just a single drop can cause a martial artist's cultivation to break through powerfully. It is said that the Golden Jade Stone Marrow is also the main ingredient of an extraordinary pill. If the recipe had not been lost, no one would dare to sell it. The Li family members here were so astonished that they dropped their teacups on the ground, frozen for 5 seconds. This kind of treasure is enough to enhance the strength of any ancient martial arts family in High City. It cannot fall into the hands of other families. Ling Yun, sitting on this side, remained calm, holding a glass of wine, smiling as he spoke. Finally, something that can be considered acceptable has been brought out. Wei Chien, standing on the stage, continued to introduce it, Golden Jade Stone Marrow, the legendary divine elixir, the main ingredient of the Nirvana pill. This kind of pill can break through the limits of the martial artist's body, allowing for rebirth and enhancement. Unfortunately, the recipe for the Nirvana pill has been lost for a long time. However, even using the Golden Jade Stone Marrow directly is enough to elevate the user's strength. The starting price is 1 billion. Each increase in price must not be less than 50 million. The atmosphere of the auction was becoming more lively than ever as the private room number 2 bid 1.5 billion. It's here. They directly bid 1 billion. The Golden Jade Stone Marrow, the Li family is determined to win it. Someone in another private room also started to bid, this is a treasure that can influence the situation in High City. You want to take it for 1.5 billion? I bid 2 billion. Next, private room number 4 bid 2.3 billion, private room number 6 offered 3 billion, and private room number 3 also bid 3 billion. The people from the Li family were looking around in astonishment, exclaiming, 3.5 billion is enough to establish a medium power in High City. It seems that to obtain the Golden Jade Stone Marrow, we need to bid high. I bid 5. But before he could finish, private room number 1 interrupted with a bid of 10 billion. What? A bid of 10 billion? Who exactly is in private room number 1? Wei Chien below was also stunned upon hearing that bid. Everyone present turned their gazes towards Ling Yun's room, discussing excitedly, a bid of 10 billion. In High City, there is only one person who can easily earn tens of billions, and that would be enough to buy all the items being auctioned today. What level of a top-tier aristocratic family is this person from? Inside private room number 9, the man stroked his chin in deep thought, silently pondering, someone who can casually take out 10 billion, the power backing him must be unfathomable. I should go inquire and see if it's possible to establish a connection. On the stage, Wei Chien struck the gavel and announced. The Golden Jade Stone Marrow has been purchased by the guest in private room number 1 for a price of 10 billion. At that moment, a member of the Li family pushed the door open and strode out, snorting coldly as he spoke. Fine then, I'd like to see exactly who this great Buddha is, and where he comes from. At the same time, Tian Shui, sitting beside Ling Yun, was no less shocked. She turned to him anxiously and asked worriedly. 10 billion? Even if we sold all the shares of the Han family, we wouldn't be able to gather that much money. Could it be that you're planning to borrow money to pay? Don't worry, Ling Yun replied calmly. Just then, knocking sounds came from outside the door, followed by voices announcing. The Li family of High City is here to pay a visit. The Zhao family of High City is here to pay a visit. Hearing this, Ling Yun smiled pleasantly and said, "Let them in." As soon as both the Li family and the Zhao family saw him, they immediately clasped their hands in greeting and said, "So it turns out to be young Master Ling. I am still thinking about who could have such a position. Perhaps Wei, the Grand Supervisor, could personally host. In this case, it wouldn't be strange at all." The master of the Li family said, "But I remember that the Han family's assets are still limited, not enough to cover the costs of the auction, right? I wonder how young Master Ling will manage to pay later. Surely young Master Ling, who is famous, doesn't have to make purchases with a credit card, does he? But with young Master Ling's current status in High City, even if he were to use a credit card, no one would dare to say anything. If young Master Ling encounters any difficulties with his capital, he can contact the Zhao family at any time. The Wei family can help young Master Ling with this amount of money. I appreciate your kind intentions. 1 billion is just a small amount, I can still manage to come up with it. 1 billion is just a small amount. Young Master Ling's martial arts are incredibly domineering. Has the Han family sold off all their assets? No, even if the Han family sold all their assets, it wouldn't be enough to reach this 1 billion, would it? At this moment, the servant also pushed the items forward and said, "Dear customer, here are the items you just bid on. This auction has now concluded. You have a total of 4 items. The value is 11 billion. The master of the Li family said, "No wonder Ling young master, just buying this small auction item has already cost over 11 billion. I wonder if Lord Wei will support installment payments for this auction. But why is Ling young master still sitting there? May I ask if you prefer bank transfer or card swipe? Please choose your payment method. From my perspective, Ling young master should not force himself anymore. As long as you speak up, even the Li family in High City will show respect and help you out with some funds." Just as he finished speaking, a young man carrying a suitcase walked in from outside, saying, "No need, it's just over 10 billion, does Ling young master still need help from others?" "Huh. That's the CEO of Tian Group in High City, Mo Duan." The young man then approached Ling Yun, lifted his suitcase, and continued, "I'm here to give this to Ling young master. Ling young master, please." With that, Mo Duan opened the suitcase to reveal a black card inside, shocking the old man from the Li family. This is the highest grade black card from the World Union Bank. I heard that only the richest man in the world, the deputy director of the Tian Group, Mo Tian, has this card. Why would he give it to Ling Yun? Ling Yun then took the card, turned to the waiter, and said, "Thank you. Please swipe the card for me." Mo Duan stood in front of the old man, snorted loudly, and continued, "Selling the entire Li family wouldn't be enough to exchange for this gold-plated black card. How dare you speak recklessly in front of Ling young master?" The Zhao family nearby had already clasped their hands together and said, "Ling young master is truly a person of great talent, and he even has a connection with the richest CEO, Mo. I won't disturb you any longer, I'll take my leave." The waiter returned the card to Ling Yun and politely announced, "The transaction has been completed. Here is your card. Then please take these items to the Han family for me. Tian Shui, let's go." The old man from the Li family, standing behind, watched Ling Yun's retreating figure and stammered, Ling young master," but Ling Yun ignored him and left without looking back. The old man then collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, confused. Why did Ling Yun buy so many treasures? He must quickly return to report to the family master. A moment later, inside the Li family mansion, the old family master also received the news. Stroking his beard and smiling, he replied, "Oh, I didn't expect that Ling Yun was acquainted with the old man Mo Tian. Even if Ling Yun bought so many treasures, what for? The Han family has no martial artist talents in reserve." At the same time, in the Han family villa, Chien was staring at the treasures laid out on the table, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "Is this hibiscus lotus? And this is blood red herb? These materials not only have the potential to create popular products in the health and beauty industry, but some of them could even directly improve the cultivation of martial artists. Could this be the legendary golden jade stone marrow?" Right after that, the two people with Ling Yun also entered from outside, speaking up. "You brought them here so quickly. Not bad. Seeing Tian Shui, Chien Hai pointed at the treasures, puzzled. Where did these come from? All of these were bought by Ling Yun at the auction, replied Tian Shui. Chien Hai asked. An auction? Which auction could sell so many treasures like this? Even the golden jade stone marrow, could it be that the auction is held annually at the Wei family? Even if Ling Yun can participate, where would you get the money to buy so many treasures? Buying the golden jade stone marrow as well, that must be quite a sum of money, right? As for the financial issue, when Tian Group provided Ling Yun with some kind of black gold-plated card to resolve it. After that, Ling Yun spent over 11 billion to purchase this collection of treasures. Both father and son from the Han family were dumbfounded, covering their faces in shock, exclaiming, when Tian Group. A black gold-plated card from the richest family in the world given to Ling Yun. All of this totals 11 billion. More than that, over 11 billion. Selling the entire Han family wouldn't even fetch that much money. How could these things be so expensive? These items are what I prepared to develop the Han family. But I have one condition. These things are a gift that could transform the entire Han family regarding the ancient martial arts that have long been lost. Ling Yun, if you have any conditions, just say it. There is only one request, to make Tian Shui the head of the Han family and to give the position of CEO of the Han family to Tian Shui. She stood beside, a bit surprised and worried, trembling softly, the head of the Han family. Is that really possible? Tian Shui is still young, inexperienced, and has participated very little in the important matters of the company, perhaps she is not yet capable of handling the group. That's right, Tian Shui has just taken office and has been appointed CEO in such a short time, it's likely that the employees may not accept her. Ling Yun listened to these words, unfazed, and bent down to hold Tian Shui's hand, affirming, you two don't need to worry. I will help Tian Shui maintain her position. Ling Yun, although your abilities are outstanding, the company cannot rely solely on strength to be managed effectively. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Ling Yun immediately raised 3 fingers and continued, a press conference will be held with Tian Shui. In the 3 days following the press conference, Han Group will launch a super product every day, surpassing even the youth-preserving pill, capable of overturning the market. A super product? By then, our Han family might truly become a peak-level force in High City. Ling Yun, do you know the formula for all the materials here? Hearing this question, he replied with a mysterious expression, you'll find out when the time comes. Chien Hai, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and turned to Ing Ji, commanding. Prepare to hold a press conference to announce the new CEO of Han Group and also unveil the new product news. Yes. Not long after, the news reached the ears of the Smith family master. 3 super products surpassing even the youth-preserving pill. Once the Han family's products hit the market, the dominance of the Smith family and the ancient martial arts Li family in the high city pill market will be completely shattered. Thinking of this, he stood up and went outside, saying, prepare the car to the ancient martial arts Li family. A moment later, the Li family master also heard the news and angrily shouted. Ling Yun now wants to dominate the high city pill market. Is he trying to drain the resources of my Li family? At the same time, a subordinate rushed in from outside to inform. Family master, the Smith family master has come to see you. It seems this is also about the Han family. Tell him to wait for me in the living room. Yes. Not long after, the Li family master entered the living room before the Smith family master asked. Li family master, it seems you already know, right? If no measures are taken, the relationship between the Smith family and your Li family will be over. Compared to pill, we absolutely cannot compete with the products of the Han family. Our Smith clan in High City has worked hard for decades to achieve what we have today, do you really expect us to simply hand it over? I remember now, the Li family has an ancestor who was once famous alongside Ouyang Changba. For hundreds of years, he has remained hidden in the Blood Shadow sect, mysterious and extraordinary, with unfathomable power. But that Ling Yun is the disciple of the great wilderness mountain sword god, and it was he who killed ancestor Ouyang. As for the ancestor of the Li family, you probably think Ouyang Changba was merely lucky, and that he only gained fame by coming out of the great wilderness mountain with my ancestor. Alright. As long as we can eliminate Ling Yun, the Smith family can do whatever it takes. After saying this, his expression became sinister, and he wore a smug smile, thinking to himself, if Ling Yun wants to blame someone, he should blame his own ostentation. Shifting scenes to a moment later, inside a house, a person is sitting cross-legged in meditation. At that moment, someone from outside gradually opens the door and steps in. Who is it? It is I, the master of the Li family, here to pay respects to the old ancestor. Hearing this, he raised his head in curiosity and asked, what brings you here? Reporting to the old ancestor, the Li family is at a critical moment of life and death, and we humbly request the old ancestor to intervene and save the Li family. Upon hearing this, he was a bit surprised and replied, even the city lord of the Wei family cannot force the Li family to this extent. Who is it? I cannot hide anything from the old ancestor, he is the son-in-law of the Han family, Ling Yun. Ling Yun. I heard that brother O Yang died at his hands. Does he think that defeating O Yang Changba means he can defeat me as well? Leave Ling Yun to me, you may return now. The Li family master replied, yes, old ancestor. After saying that, the old man's expression became serious as he thought, Ling Yun, who can defeat O Yang Changba using the evil dragon aura, is no ordinary opponent, I must use my trump card. At the same time, inside the Tian Shui villa, Ling Yun's voice echoed, where does Tian Shui want to go? With a cheerful expression, she took his hand and replied, since we have some free time before the press conference, let's go out and relax a bit. Hearing this, he said nothing more. Turning back to look at Zheng Hao, he used sound transmission magic, while I am away, keep an eye on the Han family. Zheng Hao, standing on this side, also glanced at the backs of the two people and replied, yes, sect master. The scene shifted to the courtyard of the Ouyang house, where a voice was echoing, I didn't expect there to be so many vengeful spirits here. At this point, the old ancestor of the Li family began to stretch out his hand to absorb those vengeful spirits into his body. He then continued to reach out to absorb another soul, oh, it's the enemy of Ling Yun transformed. Then you shall offer your soul, consider it a personal revenge. He was then attracted by a stream of hidden weapon from behind, surprised to turn in that direction. Is there more? Not thinking much, he immediately leaped onto the roof, looking down below, and was once again astonished, there are so many vengeful spirits here, indeed, High City has not been peaceful lately. Saying that, he continued to absorb everything into himself, is it Ling Yun again? So young yet killing like this, I really cannot let you live. With such a full force of vengeful spirits, this time I can feed my treasure well. Finishing his words, the old ancestor of the Li family immediately dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Once back inside his stronghold, the old man walked up to a large pool of blood in the middle of the house. Next, he began to release the vengeful spirits he had absorbed into it, softly saying, eat up, once you're full, let's go kill together. After a while, the pool of blood beneath the floor had transformed and was growing larger. When the pool of blood disappeared, it revealed a gigantic skeleton with a blood-red eye that let out a roar. It then bent down to look at the Li family old ancestor, mumbling a few sounds. The old man beneath also raised his head to look at it, continuing, is it still a bit lacking? But it should be enough to deal with that Ling Yun. A moment later, the Li family old ancestor appeared in front of Tian Shui's villa, but was immediately blocked by the guards. He looked at them, smiled, and said, disciples of the Chien family, huh? I never expected the Chien family to submit to the Han family. Upon saying this, he swiftly took down the two guards and burst through the door. If you want to stop me, you are not qualified yet. This also includes you, Chen Zhenghao. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and easily caught one of Zhenghao's legs. Seeing this, Zhenghao's eyes widened in shock. But there was nothing he could do when one of his legs was held back. After that, the old ancestor of the Li family swung his hand and threw him far away, crashing into the wall behind. Zhenghao then struggled to sit up, sweat dripping as he said, this guy in the black coat, are you from the Blood Shadow sect? The old man on this side had already begun casting a spell, gradually summoning his giant skeleton. He then also took off his hood and smiled as he introduced himself, I am the old ancestor of the ancient martial arts Li family, Li Meng. As he said this, the giant skeleton was summoned, looking at Zhenghao with a blood-red eye, especially here to take the dog head of Ling Yun. Zhenghao, standing opposite him, realized this and clenched his teeth in anger, it's the fifth on the dragon ranking, soul diagram Li Meng. Hearing this, the old man smiled in surprise. I didn't expect that a kid nowadays would still know me. But unfortunately, before the old man Li Meng could finish his sentence, Jing Hao had already begun to unleash the evil dragon within his body, shouting loudly, even if it's the first on the dragon ranking, don't think about stepping into the Han family. With that, he immediately charged forward with an aura surrounding him, throwing out his fist. But the old man Li Meng just needed to sidestep to avoid it. A bit surprised, he continued, oh, so you can cultivate the dragon shadow technique to this level, the younger generation is quite impressive. Meanwhile, Jing Hao was gritting his teeth in astonishment, thinking to himself, to think he could easily block a full-force strike from me. Li Meng then extended his fist, effortlessly dispersing the dragon shadow technique surrounding him, and continued, but it's still not enough. At this point, he tightened his grip on Jing Hao's wrist and pulled him backward. You've already made enough moves, now it's time to taste what I have to offer. With that, Li Meng delivered a kick straight into Jing Hao's abdomen, sending him flying far away. The force of that kick propelled him hundreds of meters. Jing Hao then struggled to get back up, shouting out two words, end game. Immediately, his disciples appeared, surrounding Li Meng and channeling spiritual energy to one another. He looked at all of them, a bit surprised, and remarked, you Chien family have really mobilized quite a few people for the Han family. At this point, he also noticed a dragon energy summoned before him and wondered, is it the Coiled dragon formation? Jing Hao stood on this side, taking out his phone, his eyes half closed, thinking to himself, this person is not someone we can stop, we must quickly contact the sect master. At the same time, the couple Ling Yun and Tian were sitting inside a restaurant, looking at the menu and ordering dishes. I want this, and also this. Ling Yun, what are you eating? Ling Yun, sitting across from her, had just received a call from Jing Hao and replied, I'm going to the restroom for a moment, I'll be right back. Back at the battlefield in front of the Han family's house, the giant skeleton of Meng Oldman had begun to open its mouth wide and let out a roar. Then, it stomped down hard, causing the ground to split in two. The Coiled dragon formation also dissipated in the astonishment of those around. What kind of monster is this? One strike broke our Coiled dragon formation. Old man Li Meng then approached Jing Hao, smugly saying, the Coiled dragon formation is nothing but this. Jing Hao, standing opposite him, had entered a fighting stance and weakly responded, the sect master has ordered that even if I die, I will not let you step into the Han family. The old man heard this, began to bend down, smiled, and continued, you are quite loyal indeed. At this point, Li Meng immediately rushed forward, extending his arm wrapped in his true qi. Then you go down first and wait for your master to come. But just as the old man's arm swung out, it was intercepted by a beam of spiritual energy. Upon seeing this, he became surprised, turned to look at the one who had launched the attack, sweating profusely and frozen for 5 seconds. Ling Yun then landed right between the two, glancing at Li Meng with a puzzled expression, did you come looking for me? In response to that question, Li Meng jumped back, using his spiritual energy to create a gigantic skeleton to respond, no wonder you are Ling Yun master. Just based on this pressure alone, you could control my body. Ling Yun master may not recognize me, but I am Li Meng, here to borrow your head for a while. Saying this, he controlled the skeleton's arm to attack Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun easily blocked the attack with just one hand, coldly saying, you want to take my head? You aren't skilled enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun began to gather the streams of spiritual energy around him into one place. In the blink of an eye, those streams of spiritual energy transformed into a sword. At the same time, Li Meng also commanded the skeleton to attack Ling Yun. Whether you have enough skill or not will depend on whether my little darling responds to you. But before he could do anything, Ling Yun had already severed his neck. The head fell to the ground. Ling Yun then smirked, revealing a smug smile. It's just a ghost, is that his support? Meanwhile, Li Meng couldn't help but feel astonished. One strike killed my corpse demon. Damn it. If it weren't for the lack of soul power causing my corpse demon's strength to be insufficient. Just as he thought of that, Li Meng suddenly realized something. He then looked at the streams of spiritual energy continuously emanating from inside the house, pondering. Wait, the power of the vengeful spirit is too strong. Is that the vengeful spirit of the Ouyang family? Thinking this, Li Meng pointed directly at Ling Yun, boasting loudly. At such a young age, you've committed so many heinous crimes, you will surely die here today. It's all your own doing. While he was speaking, the head of the corpse demon was frantically absorbing the surrounding negative energy. After hundreds of years, my corpse demon has finally been successfully cultivated. Finishing his words, the corpse demon regained its original form. Wings sprouted from its back, exuding a terrifying aura. It then used its dark energy to create a sword. Li Meng stood in front of the corpse demon, arrogantly proclaiming, "Prepare to face the full terror of the corpse demon." At that moment, he had gathered a surge of dark energy around him, forming a sphere. Not stopping there, lightning also struck down upon him wildly. However, Ling Yun showed no signs of hesitation. He gathered the surrounding spiritual energy into one place and said, "Sword, come forth." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in Ling Yun's hand. Not stopping there, Ling Yun continued to swing the sword, unleashing a wave of sword chi towards the corpse demon, causing it to panic and raise its blade defensively. Seeing this, Li Meng was taken aback. Is the corpse demon actually afraid? In an instant, the sword chi sliced through it effortlessly, splitting it in two and causing it to fall dead on the spot. A moment later, Ling Yun directed a piercing gaze at Li Meng and said, "No other tricks? Then it's time to send you off." Upon hearing these words, he was filled with fear. Two teeth clenched tightly together, not uttering a word. But then, Li Meng smirked, revealing a sinister smile. All right. As he said this, he unleashed his spiritual energy, tearing his shirt apart. For all these years, no one has forced me to this extent. This awakening, countless lives have been lost in High City. Devouring souls. As soon as he finished speaking, blood vessels appeared on Li Meng's face, and his eyes turned bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. Not stopping there, streams of demon energy were being absorbed by him fiercely. In an instant, two horns sprouted from Li Meng's forehead, and he opened his mouth wide to let out a piercing roar. His body was also covered in tough scales, and a pair of wings grew from his back, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. Upon seeing this scene, Xing Hao was left in shock. Is this the true form of the soul slaughterer? No, he is absorbing the evil dragon of power from Master O Yang. It seems to be a fusion of soul slaughtering and murder. At this moment, Li Meng directed his cold gaze at Ling Yun, screaming frantically, "Kill, kill." Saying this, he stomped his foot down hard, creating a large dent in the ground. After that, Li Meng rushed to Ling Yun's side, wearing a smug smile as he loudly declared, "You should just die." Ling Yun then landed right between the two, glancing at Li Meng with a puzzled expression. "Did you come looking for me?" In response to that question, Li Meng jumped back, using his spiritual energy to create a gigantic skeleton. He replied, as expected of Ling Yun Master. "Just based on this pressure alone, I can control my own body. Perhaps Ling Yun Master does not recognize me, but I am Li Meng, here to borrow your head for a bit." Saying that, he directed the skeleton's arm to attack Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun effortlessly blocked the attack with just one hand, coldly stating, "You want my head? You're not skilled enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun began to gather the spiritual energy around him into one spot. In the blink of an eye, that energy transformed into a sword. At the same time, Li Meng controlled the skeleton to attack Ling Yun. Whether I have enough skill or not will depend on whether my little darling responds. But before he could do anything, Ling Yun had already severed Li Meng's head. The head fell to the ground. Ling Yun then smirked, revealing a triumphant smile. "It's just a ghost, is that his support?" In the meantime, Li Meng couldn't help but feel terrified. One strike killed my corpse demon. Damn it. If it weren't for the insufficient soul power causing the corpse demon's strength to diminish. As he thought about this, Li Meng suddenly realized something. He then looked at the streams of spiritual energy continuously emanating from inside the house, pondering. Wait, the power of the vengeful spirit is too intense. Is that the vengeful spirit of the Ouyang family? Thinking this, Li Meng pointed directly at Ling Yun, smugly proclaiming. "So young yet already guilty of so many murders, you will surely die here today. It's all your own doing." While he was speaking, the head of the corpse demon frantically absorbed the surrounding negative energy. After hundreds of years, my corpse demon has finally been successfully cultivated. With that, the corpse demon restored its original form, sprouting wings that radiated a fierce aura. It then used its negative energy to create a sword. Li Meng stood before the corpse demon, arrogantly declaring, "Prepare to face the full terror of the corpse demon." At that moment, it had gathered a stream of negative energy around it, forming a sphere. Not stopping there, the lightning struck down at its place wildly. But Ling Yun showed no signs of wavering. Gathering the spiritual energy around him into one spot, he spoke, "Sword, come." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sword appeared in Ling Yun's hand. Not stopping there, Ling Yun continued to swing the sword, unleashing a sword chi towards the corpse demon, causing it to panic and raise its blade in front of it. Seeing this, Li Meng expressed surprise. Is the corpse demon scared? In an instant, the sword chi sliced it in half effortlessly, causing it to fall dead on the spot. A moment later, Ling Yun directed a piercing gaze at Li Meng and said, "Do you have no other tricks? Then it's time to send you off." Upon hearing these words, he was terrified, his teeth grinding together, unable to say a word. But then, Li Meng smirked, revealing a sinister smile, all right. At this point, he unleashed his own spiritual energy, tearing his shirt apart. For so many years, no one has forced me to this extent. In this awakening, who knows how many lives have been lost in High City. Devouring souls. As soon as he finished speaking, veins began to bulge on Li Meng's face. His eyes turned bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. Not stopping there, streams of demon energy were being absorbed by him violently. In an instant, 2 horns sprouted from Li Meng's forehead. He opened his mouth wide and let out a piercing roar. His body also developed tough scales, and a pair of wings emerged from his back, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Hao was utterly astonished. Is this the true appearance of the Soul Slayer? No, he is absorbing the evil dragon of power from Master Ouyang. It seems to be a fusion of the Soul Slayer and murder. At this moment, Li Meng fixed his cold gaze on Ling Yun, frantically shouting, "Kill, kill." Saying that, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a large dent. He then charged towards Ling Yun, wearing a smug smile as he shouted, "You shall die." With that, he unleashed a powerful attack on Ling Yun, but he swiftly blocked it with his sword. "I'm in a hurry." At this point, he swung his sword, sending Li Meng flying far away. The game ends here. He then knelt down, placed his hands on the ground, and stopped his body. But just as he managed to halt, Li Meng's expression changed once again, his mouth agape in speechlessness. Ling Yun in front of him was using his technique to create a gigantic sword, radiating powerful streams of spiritual energy in the air, leaving him terrified and frozen, not knowing what to do. Immediately after, countless enormous swords descended from the sky towards Li Meng, causing him to panic and evade. But before he could run far, one sword struck down, blocking Li Meng's path. Not stopping there, other swords also shot down towards Li Meng, shattering the ground into many small pieces. Soon after, those swords created a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing him within. At this moment, Ling Yun had approached Zheng Hao and said, "The Chien family sacrifices lives to fight the enemy, their loyalty is commendable." Saying this, Ling Yun pointed at Zheng Hao's forehead and transmitted streams of spiritual energy to him, making Zheng Hao exclaim in astonishment, "This is..." Immediately, those streams of spiritual energy transformed into a sturdy and majestic armor, surprising Zheng Hao. Is this the illusion dragon technique that has been cultivated to perfection? Upon saying this, he immediately knelt before him, "Thank you, sect master, for imparting your skills. The Li family should disappear now. As you command." After speaking, Ling Yun turned his face to the side and loudly asked, "Have you seen enough?" Just as he finished speaking, the mirror on the side of the old man from the Blood Shadow sect shattered into pieces, leaving him startled, biting his teeth in silence. At the same time, the two beside him were equally astonished, quickly asking, "Grand Elder, what happened?" The old man then regained his composure, wiped his mouth with his hand, and said, just with a glance, "He destroyed the blood illusion mirror. This person's power is truly terrifying." After a moment, the old man helped him up and continued to ask, "The blood illusion mirror is shattered? What about Li Oldman?" Li Meng released the seal of the soul diagram of the woman, fully integrated with the demon guardian, and was killed by Ling Yun with one sword strike. Hearing this, he was even more astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Even after the seal was released, he was still killed by Ling Yun. Not only that, when Li Meng integrated with the demon guardian, the corpse demon also possessed the soul power of Ouyang Changba. Afraid that his strength at that time was not inferior to mine, yet he was killed by a single strike. The sect master has not yet appeared, and this person is not an opponent we can contend with. To guard against his revenge, the Blood Shadow sect can only temporarily hide and then plan further. At that moment, a young man rushed in, breathless, announcing, "Grand Elder, the disciple just received news. The king of Ni Hong Kingdom has appeared today, with overwhelming demon energy, suspected to have mastered demonic arts." The king of Ni Hong Kingdom, huh? "It seems we have no choice but to seek cooperation," the elder said, then immediately ordered, "The Ma Xing clan in High City is the bloodline family of the Ni Hong Kingdom. Quickly contact the Ma Xing clan." "Yes." A moment later, someone placed a glass of water on the table and asked, "Blood Shadow sect elder has come to visit our humble abode, may I ask what the matter is?" "The Blood Shadow sect has matters to discuss with the king of the Ni Hong Kingdom. May I ask if the Ma Xing clan could assist in making contact?" "So you came to find the king? It seems the Blood Shadow sect has also received the news, coming to submit to our Ni Hong Kingdom, right?" Upon hearing this, the person beside him immediately became furious, pointing directly at him. "A reckless proclamation. I wonder if you dare to repeat these words in front of our master. We send word to King of Ni Hong Kingdom that the Blood Shadow sect has information about the Tian Mystic Maiden." Upon hearing these words, the old man showed great surprise. "The wife of the Immortal Emperor, the Tian Mystic Maiden. That is the legendary Supreme Cauldron." After a moment, his group left in anger, snorting coldly. "If it weren't for the master being in seclusion, Ni Hong Kingdom wouldn't even be qualified to discuss cooperation with our Blood Shadow sect. We are leaving." Immediately after, he loudly ordered, "Quickly send word to the king, the Tian Mystic Maiden has appeared." At the same time, the master of the Smith family was panicking, anxiously holding his head. "This is bad, if that Ling Yun killing god finds out this is related to my Smith clan." But before he could finish his sentence, one of his subordinates entered from outside to report, "Family master, we just received encrypted information from the Ma Xing clan, and it has been decrypted." "What is the content?" Hearing this, he immediately spoke up, excitement making him clench his fists. "It is information related to someone called the Tian Mystic Maiden." "The Tian Mystic Maiden? Is it really here? The Smith clan has been saved." After thinking this, he fell silent and continued, "I understand now, you may go out." "Yes." After saying this, he turned his attention to his phone, thinking, "There is information about the Tian Mystic Maiden, I can invite that young master from Germany to take action. If that lord intervenes, Ling Yun won't be able to cause much trouble." With that thought, he picked up the phone to call that person. A moment later, his subordinate entered to report, "Family master, the Li family just sent a message, Family Master Li wants to discuss something with you." "The Li family? I won't meet with them." After saying this, he felt pleased, thinking, the old ancestor of the Li family has died, now the Li family has no one to support them. When Ling Yun destroys them, the Duke will take down Ling Yun. At that time, the pills of High City will belong to our Smith clan. At the same time, the people from the Li family were also angrily saying, "What? The Smith clan refuses? How dare they draw a line with us? Aren't they afraid that the brat Ling Yun will take revenge? Should we also submit to the Han family like the Chien family to ensure our survival? Better to be a shattered gem than an intact tile. I would rather die than ever be a slave. We just need to place all the burdens of our ancestors on the Blood Shadow sect." Suddenly, one of them heard a noise from outside and became alert. He quickly said, "What was that sound? Could it be that brat Ling Yun has come to our door?" Without thinking much, all the men inside began to open the door and step outside. But just as they stepped out, one of the guards was sent flying. He landed on the ground in front of them, hitting the ground on his back and cried out in pain. The guard then struggled to get up and weakly said, it's Chien." But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed and fainted instantly. Zhang Hao walked in from outside, cracking his joints, and said, "By the order of the sect master, I am here to eliminate the Li family." Hearing those words, they all showed contempt and shouted, "It seems that the disaster for the Li family is unavoidable. If Ling Yun personally comes, we will likely just have to wait in despair for death. But you are just a dog raised by Ling Yun, how dare you come here to bark? Chen Zhenghao, do you really dare to be so arrogant as to say you want to destroy the Li family just based on yourself?" Hearing this, Zhenghao was immediately filled with rage. Unleashing his spiritual energy, he created a magnificent armor, leaving the others in shock and awe. Is this the Dragon Shadow armor? When did Chen Zhenghao cultivate the Dragon Shadow technique to perfection? What a display! If the Dragon King himself came, I might be a little afraid. Let's charge together. With that, the members of the Li family unleashed their spiritual energy and rushed to attack Zhenghao. However, he showed no signs of hesitation, releasing waves of spiritual energy that sent them flying into the air. What? Is this the martial artist of the Li family? There's nothing special about them. In an instant, they were thrown back towards the family master of the Li family, crying out in pain. Seeing this, his expression turned serious again. He spoke, "This is not just a display, the Dragon Shadow technique has truly reached perfection. Damn it, how did Chen Zhenghao cultivate?" At the same time, Zhenghao also unleashed his spiritual energy, walking towards him and saying, "The power of the sect master is not something you can imagine." Suddenly, Li Qing immediately raised his hand and grabbed the neck of an old man nearby, causing him to panic and fear. There is no other way anymore. Li Qing, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? As long as I am alive, the Li family still has hope of returning. For my sake, you all should offer your souls. After absorbing the energy, Li Cheng's body became robust, and he let out a roar. His hair also grew longer, radiating a powerful aura around him. In an instant, he dashed towards Zhenghao. However, Zhenghao showed no sign of fear and calmly said, "Is that Li Meng's technique? You haven't even mastered your own technique yet. Even if the old man Li Meng comes back to life, he will die again." But before he could do anything, a fist with incredible speed swung towards him. It struck Li Qing directly, causing him to panic and exclaim, "This is..." Not stopping there, Zhenghao followed up with a blow that felt like a divine strike, sending Li Qing crashing into the wall behind him, creating a large dent. Zhenghao then excitedly clenched his fist and continued, "With such strength, you still dare to be arrogant." Saying that, Zhenghao stood still, watching the dust clouds swirling around. Then, he raised his hand to command his subordinate. The main forces of the Li family have been wiped out. The remaining ones left no one alive. Understood. At the same time, on this side, a man who had been observing the entire battle spoke up, "Dragon Shadow armor. Chen Zhenghao has made it into the top 10 of the dragon ranking. In such a short time, he has elevated Chen Zhenghao to this level. How much more power is Ling Yun hiding?" The scene shifts to inside the Han family estate. Ling Yun was walking and talking to Tian Shui. "Tian Shui, you go in first, I'll go prepare the pills for the press conference." "Yes." At the same time, Zhenghao also came up to report, "Greetings, sect master. Following your command, the Li family has been eradicated from High City." Hearing this, Ling Yun turned his face to the side and said, "All right. Follow me." Understood. After arriving at a room, Ling Yun opened the door. Inside was a cauldron emitting strong spiritual energy, causing Zhenghao to exclaim in surprise, This is..." Ling Yun then approached it and said, "The core reason for this incident is the inadequacy of the Qin family's strength. By the way, I will be refining pills for the press conference, and I'll also help the disciples of the Qin family to improve a bit." "Many thanks, sect master." When he saw the medicinal herbs and the golden minerals being placed into the cauldron, Zhenghao immediately revealed a look of astonishment. "Golden jade stone marrow? Sect master, do you really possess the pureless pill formula of the golden jade stone marrow?" At this moment, the cauldron began to shake violently. Very quickly, streams of brilliant golden spiritual energy continuously burst forth from the cauldron, leaving Zhenghao utterly shocked. Those surging waves of spiritual energy caused him intense pain, making him cry out miserably. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, it's only pill refining flames, yet it almost shattered my dragon's shadow armor. Seeing this, Ling Yun pointed at the cauldron and uttered a single word. Suppress. In an instant, a dragon appeared and spat out a pill radiating golden brilliance, majestic and awe-inspiring. At the same time, 2 more pills fell into Ling Yun's hands. While Ling Yun calmly received them, Zheng Hao stared in disbelief. When a divine medicine is formed, it's accompanied by strange phenomena. Could this be the legendary heaven-grade pill? As the thought ended, Ling Yun handed the pill to him. The effect of this pill is far too powerful. Dissolve it in water and drink it, it can raise the cultivation level of the entire Chien family. Thank you, Sect Master, for granting the pill. Not stopping there, 3 pills also flew out from the blazing cauldron, surprising Zheng Hao. Following that, Ling Yun caught the 3 pills in a box and said, "These 3 pills are the display items for the press conference, hand them over to Tian Shui." In the conference hall of the press conference, 2 guys were pulling the red cloth away. After opening the glass door, they immediately spoke up. The Han family really doesn't care about anyone. A pill this important isn't even being guarded. It's like they don't need to exert any effort to get it. Stop wasting time, quickly swap the item and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, they swapped the 3 boxes of pills placed in the display case. At this moment, others had arrived, crowding the hall and buzzing with chatter. I wonder what kind of pill is making the Han family so arrogant as to hold a press conference. Could it be a mysterious grade pill? A mysterious grade pill isn't enough for the Han family to value it like this. It must be a legendary Earth grade pill. But he, on this side, showed disdain and snorted coldly. An Earth grade pill? Even if it's a heaven grade pill, so what? Right now, the display case only has a few splendid glass orbs. As soon as Tian Shui walked out, the host spoke up. Welcome esteemed guests and reporters who have come to attend the press conference for the launch of Han Group's new product. Now, I invite the CEO of Han Group, Ms. Tian Shui, to personally introduce it to everyone. Upon seeing Tian Shui's elegant and charming appearance, the onlookers gasped in surprise. Am I hearing this right? The CEO of Han Group has transformed into Han Tian Shui. It must be because of that Ling Yun fellow. A moment later, she pulled down the curtain and spoke. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the press conference for the launch of Han Group's new medicine. I won't use any more clichés. Next, I will introduce 3 newly launched products from Han Group, Snow Mountain Crystal Pill, Ancient Longevity Pill, and Miraculous Rejuvenation Elixir. Regarding the Snow Mountain Crystal Pill, its effectiveness is not complicated, it can easily address the issue of skin aging. But before she could finish her sentence, a young man raised his hand and asked. Han CEO, if I remember correctly, your company's youth-preserving pill has similar effects, right? Immediately, he smirked in agreement. That's right, I clearly remember that the youth-preserving pill also helps people look younger and have rosy skin. It wouldn't be that the Han family couldn't develop a new medicine, so they renamed the youth-preserving pill, reduced its effectiveness, and presented it as a new product for sale, would it? Facing that question, Tian Shui showed no signs of embarrassment and calmly replied. The youth-preserving pill does indeed have beauty benefits, helping people look younger and have healthier skin, but this Snow Mountain Crystal Pill can truly help people preserve their youthful essence forever. Hearing those words, the group was filled with astonishment. Preserve youth? Such an absurd claim, could it be a heavenly grade pill? How many young people in High City have never heard of the existence of a heavenly grade pill? Could it be that all 3 new medicines announced by the Han family are heavenly grade? A moment later, he stood up, clapped his hands, and spoke. CEO Han really knows how to joke. Although I've never seen a heavenly grade pill, I doubt it could be something ordinary that can quietly sit on a display shelf like this. That's right, it is said that heavenly grade pills are often accompanied by strange phenomena, but the pills on the display shelf seem quite ordinary. After a while, Tian Shui placed her hand on her chest, reassuring herself. No one needs to doubt. Before displaying the pill, my husband had sealed it. Of course, there is nothing unusual. Hearing these words, he stepped forward and said, CEO Han doesn't need to explain so much. If you say that the pill has been sealed by young Master Ling, then take it out. Saying that, he clenched his fist. Without hesitation, he immediately smashed the display case into pieces, loudly proclaiming, "You can tell right away by trying it." As soon as Tian Shui saw him take the pill out, she angrily asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" But he paid no attention to her words and directly crushed the pill, saying, "Is this the heavenly grade pill that the Han family claims? This is a glass orb." Upon seeing this scene, Tian Shui was left in shock. How could this be? When was it switched? Immediately after, others also expressed their outrage, shouting, "Does the Han family dare to use a glass orb to trick us into believing it's a heavenly grade pill? That's right, it's outrageous. Even though the Han family is extremely prosperous in High City now, don't they fear being attacked by the families in High City for doing this?" While he was smugly speaking, Tian Shui, in confusion, grabbed the pill. "Everyone, please stay calm, there are still 2 pills left. Han CEO hasn't introduced them yet. Surely Han Group won't bring out 3 glass orbs to hold a press conference, right? No way." After that, he smirked with a mocking smile, continuing to speak, leaving her speechless. Another glass orb? Is this press conference of the Han family not to announce a new drug, but to declare a shift to selling toys? At that moment, Tian Shui realized something and angrily asked. "This definitely has something to do with you. Why did you frame and slander my Han family?" He replied. "Is Han CEO really angry? I'm just carrying a heart of justice to expose the hypocritical face of your Han family." As soon as he finished speaking, someone threw him out, causing him to cry out in pain. As Ling Yun approached, his group panicked and begged. "Big brother, save us." Upon seeing Ling Yun, Tian Shui showed great joy. At the same time, he was also worried, thinking. "Ling Yun, you have come." Ling Yun? Why did he find these 2 useless ones? Could it be exposed? Not long after, Ling Yun approached him and said, "Are you their boss? The pill must be with you, right?" Upon hearing this, he panicked and replied, "What pill? What is Ling Young Master talking about? I don't understand." In an instant, Ling Yun angrily said with a cold expression, "You know what I'm talking about. I'm giving you a chance to live, hand it over yourself. Don't be unreasonable." Hearing this, he quickly retrieved 3 pill boxes and, in a panic, said, "I said it was because I ordered them to swap the pills in the display before the press conference. Here, take this back." Immediately after, others also approached the 3 pills emitting streams of golden spiritual energy, exclaiming in amazement, "Is this a heavenly grade pill?" The Han family didn't lie, they really managed to refine a heavenly grade pill. At the same time, the master of the Smith family also got the news and pondered for a long time. Then he coldly called out Ling Yun's name. At that moment, a beautiful girl walked in from outside. After sitting down on the mat, she earnestly announced. "Father, we've received the latest news. King has instructed us not to get involved in the conflict in High City. Although the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden is indeed very tempting, if this is King's order, then we must withdraw." Hearing this, she said nothing more. She stood up, bowed her head respectfully, and replied. "Yes, father." The scene then shifted to inside Tian Shui's office. She placed the documents face down on the desk, leaned back, and let out a soft sigh of relief. It's finally done. This position of director is really not easy at all. At that moment, Ling Yun walked in and spoke, causing her expression to brighten with joy. "You've worked hard these past few days. How about I take you out on a trip to relax and clear your mind?" "Sure. It's been a long time since I've gone traveling." "Where are we going?" she asked eagerly. Hearing this, Ling Yun fell into brief contemplation. In the Xiang Kingdom, there is a 1,000-year forbidden zone. Perhaps it will help Tian Shui recover her memories from her past life. After making up his mind, Ling Yun spoke aloud, making Tian Shui so excited that she almost jumped up. "How about going to the Xiang Kingdom?" "Of course. We'll set off today." At the same time, a young woman was walking toward them in silence. In an instant, Tian Shui opened the door and spoke, surprising her. "Buy me and Ling Yun plane tickets to Xiang Kingdom." "Yes, CEO Han." At that moment, a voice came from the massive structure. "Your Majesty, King, Lord Chongling has returned." Hearing this, he immediately spoke up. Ling. Let her in. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling entered, bowing respectfully and saying, I pay my respects to your majesty, the king. Ling, why are you being so formal with me? Did you bring back any important intelligence from the Dragon Kingdom this time? In response to that question, Ling knelt down and replied. I have returned to inform you that the Tian Mystic Maiden has appeared in High City of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback and stood up, clenching his fists as he asked. What did you say? This can't be a mistake, can it? Hearing this, Ling answered frankly. It is completely true. A moment later, he asked. If the Tian Mystic Maiden has reappeared in High City of the Dragon Kingdom, how could she possibly reach us? Is there any obstacle? Facing that question, Ling replied seriously. Uncle, you are the one with divine schemes. The Tian Mystic Maiden is the daughter of the Han family. Her husband, Ling Yun, seems to be a disciple of the Sword God at Great Wilderness Mountain. His strength is truly extraordinary and not easy to handle. After a while, he spoke up, a disciple of the Sword God. Isn't the Sword God at Great Wilderness Mountain supposed to have been missing for many years? How did a disciple suddenly appear? He's probably just some lucky junior who found a precious book. A character as insignificant as this actually requires me to take action. Shen, you will go with Ling to kill that Ling Yun and bring the Tian Mystic Maiden back to me. Upon hearing this, Shen immediately replied, Yes, your majesty the king. He then turned to the side and said, Ling, let's go. Alright. A moment later, Ling thought anxiously, is this really the close aide of the king as rumored, Shen? Even someone like him is a subordinate of the old man. At the same time, the person in the mirror was also speaking, His Majesty the King has sent his closest aide, Shen, to High City. You all in the Blood Shadow sect must prepare very carefully. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted and asked grimly, Shen. His level of evil skill is only below that of the Li King. I didn't expect the Li Kingdom to send him there. After saying that, he turned to ask, has the Han family or Ling Yun done anything recently? Recently, the Han family has launched 3 types of heavenly grade pills in High City, and there's nothing else. Oh, by the way, the assistant to the CEO of Han Group bought 2 plane tickets to Xiang Kingdom today. Upon hearing this, he smirked with a sinister smile, Xiang Kingdom, huh? They still have the mind to travel. Very well, then I will wait for you to return at the Han family. Gather all the elders who are free and prepare to meet with the Park family's reinforcements. Understood. At the same time, Ling Yun's house was extremely quiet and calm. Meanwhile, a young man was yawning and feeling bored. But it wasn't long before another young man came over and hit him on the head painfully, wake up. The master is going out and personally giving orders, and you dare to let your guard down. Hearing this, he rubbed his head and calmly said, you're being too serious. Right now in High City, who would dare to provoke the Han family? Even if someone did, the strength of our Chien family is much different from before. It could also make them never return. But just as the words were spoken, someone appeared behind them, speaking with a dark expression, is that so? Before they could react, he stabbed a knife through the bodies of the 2 boys. Their faces turned pale as they struggled to draw their guns. Without hesitation, they immediately fired a flare high into the sky, creating a loud explosion. Upon seeing this, the old man angrily said, damn it, that was too careless. Immediately after, others rushed in loudly, the enemy attacking is the Blood Shadow sect. But he showed no fear, snorting coldly, does a small Chien family really think they can stop my Blood Shadow sect? They truly do not know their own limits. In an instant, a massive magical circle appeared on the ground, releasing a stream of spiritual energy that transformed into a dragon rushing towards their group. This took them by surprise, and they clenched their fists into a fighting stance. What? It's the Coiled Dragon formation. In an instant, the magical circle created a gigantic hand. Not stopping there, the dragon continued to unleash a powerful attack, sending 2 of them flying far away. It left him in shock, spitting blood. No way, how can the Coiled Dragon formation of the Chien family be this powerful? Time seemed to fly like a dog running in the fields, and the sky had turned to afternoon. Yet, he was still observing the battle below. To elevate the Chien family's strength to this level in such a short time, this Ling Yun truly has some skills. What do you think, Chien family master? In an instant, Xing Hao unleashed his spiritual energy and approached him, saying, the sect master has ordered that anyone who intrudes into the Han family will be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, they charged towards Xing Hao, loudly declaring, what a shameless bunch. However, Xing Hao showed no signs of hesitation, unleashing his spiritual energy to form a suit of armor. Not stopping there, he continued to launch powerful attacks, sending them flying far away. When he realized it was the dragon's shadow armor, his expression turned to one of surprise. Is that the dragon's shadow armor? No wonder it's the Long Wang's skill, its might is overwhelming. There's no way I can handle it alone. But what if there are two? With that, Shun Shen emerged from the spiritual energy gate, catching Xing Hao off guard. After that, he worriedly thought, are there still others? I didn't even sense it. This smell is the evil skill of the Dali Kingdom. The Blood Shadow sect is colluding with the Dali Kingdom. On this side, the sharp darts were flying down, causing their group to panic and shout, damn it, the enemy is reinforcing. That's right, it's the people from the Dali Kingdom. Not long after, their group also charged in, launching a series of darts at them. At this point, he also spoke up, asking, Chien family master, can we sit in the Han family this time? The plane had also landed in the Xiang Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the city, young men and women were strolling around, which amused Tian Shui. Ling Yun, look over there, it looks so delicious. Ling Yun, this jewelry is so beautiful. At that moment, Ling Yun suddenly realized something. Then, he pointed to one side and said, Tian Shui, there's something interesting over there, let me take you there. Saying that, Ling Yun took Tian Shui's hand and left. At the same time, two young men were watching them. Immediately, they also chased after Ling Yun's group. After a while of moving, their group stopped somewhere. When he couldn't see Ling Yun's group, he immediately showed signs of panic. Have they disappeared? While they were searching, Ling Yun spoke up, are you looking for me? Hearing this, he frantically drew his weapon and exclaimed, what? But before he could do anything, Ling Yun kicked him away, causing him to crash to the ground face first. Not stopping there, Ling Yun continued to break his arm into pieces. However, very quickly, they recovered, which surprised Ling Yun. Recovering so fast, it seems you're not a trivial existence. Who are you? Hearing this question, they began to crack their bones and replied, the dead do not need to know our identity. Saying that, they rushed towards Ling Yun's group. In an instant, he threw a punch but was easily blocked by Ling Yun. He then tightened his grip on his hand, causing him to painfully kneel on the ground and scream in agony. At the same time, the other one was also rushing forward. Ling Yun found it easy to evade, simply sidestepping to avoid the attack. Then, he counterattacked, grabbing the man's neck and snapping it upwards, saying, it seems you don't want to talk. After that, Ling Yun turned to look at the man kneeling behind him, questioning, what about you? Do you have anything to say? Hearing this, the man showed no fear, instead, he wore a smug smile and replied, want to know? At that moment, the man whose neck Ling Yun had just broken sat up and twisted his head back into place. Ling Yun was somewhat surprised and turned to look at him, you can recover from a fatal blow like that? Have you been modified? Interesting. At that moment, they pulled a syringe from their pocket and held it in their hands. Then, they all injected it into their necks, continuing to say, go ask the heavens. As they spoke, their bodies began to show bulging muscles, tearing their shirts apart, and they laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, if you've pushed us to this point, then I'll make sure you wish you could live but can't, and wish you could die but can't. Ling Yun, facing them, had already taken out his acupuncture needles and spoke up again. This is a rare vacation for me and Tian Shui. I won't waste time with those guys. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand and shot all the needles at the two men in front of him with a sharp gaze. They took the needles into their bodies without feeling a thing, laughing contemptuously, ha ha ha, needles flying. Are you putting on a show? With our current bodies, don't even mention a sewing needle, not even guns can harm a hair on us. Is that it? Is this all the skill you have? After we take the medicine, we won't be able to return to our original form. So how do you think we should thank you now? Ling Yun stood in front of both of them and calmly replied, "Oh, really?" Just as he finished speaking, both of them began to feel pain and collapsed, exclaiming, "I'm in so much pain." What happened? Was it the flying needles? The needle from earlier was poisoned? Damn it, what kind of poison is this? It's affecting our bodies. At that moment, the two of them pointed at each other with surprised expressions. Did your medicine lose its effect? Have you returned to your original form? Ling Yun stood in front of them. After that, he also chimed in to add, I helped the two of you restore your original form, no need to thank me. What? How can you do that? Even if I die, I won't reveal any information. Hearing this, Ling Yun continued to take out a few more needles, smiling as he said, I think you've made a slight mistake. Both of them received a few more needles into their bodies, and the pain was so intense that there was no blood left on their faces, exclaiming, what are you doing? It hurts so much. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. I didn't tell you to speak. You will have to beg to be allowed to speak. At this point, one of the two could no longer endure and crawled to cling to Ling Yun's leg, responding, I will speak. I will speak. It was Duke Lock Fitz of the Young Kingdom who sent us to eliminate you. I've said it, now kill me. After hearing this, Ling Yun did not demand anything more and simply snapped his fingers. Immediately, two needles shot forth and pierced directly into the foreheads of the two, ending their lives. Tian Shui, standing nearby, heard the name of the person behind this and looked a bit surprised, quickly saying, Duke Lock Fitz? We have nothing to do with him. It must be said that the one with ties to Dukung Kingdom in High City is the Smith family. The Smith family originates from the medical field in High City. It is very likely that the recent rapid development of the Han family has affected the interests of the Smith clan. Ling Yun, I have a bad feeling. Can we hurry back, please? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun fell silent for a moment, pondering, and thought to himself, there's no need to worry about the Smith clan. The urgent matter now is to restore Tian Shui's memory. After that, he took Tian Shui's hand and replied, don't worry. The Smith clan isn't a significant threat. I'll take you to get that thing, and it won't be too late to return afterward. Yes, sir. A moment later, as they ventured deeper into the forest, Tian Shui expressed her concern, Ling Yun, you said that thing is in this tropical rainforest. I feel like this place is a bit dangerous. Ling Yun then pointed to a nearby house and replied, look over there, that's where we're going. But suddenly, Tian Shui's gaze caught a glimpse of a small snake nearby slithering toward her. She immediately jumped into Ling Yun's arms and exclaimed, ah, there's a snake. He then glanced at her shy expression. In a gentle tone, he reassured, don't be afraid, I'm here. After saying this, Ling Yun picked her up and continued moving forward. But after taking a few more steps, he sensed something and halted, exclaiming loudly, who is it? Immediately, a net came crashing down from above both of them. Seeing this, Ling Yun began to unleash his aura, shattering the net. At that moment, the ambushers lurking nearby rushed out, surrounding the two and declaring loudly, anyone who dares to intrude into this forbidden area will die. This person has broken the soul-catching net just with his momentum, his strength is indeed remarkable. Set up the formation. Standing on the formation they had created, Ling Yun felt no worry at all. Instead, he turned to Tian Shui in his arms and comforted her, it's okay, these guys aren't worthy of touching me. But their skills and formation seem a bit familiar. Thinking of this, he immediately glared, destroying the formation beneath his feet and sending the surrounding enemies flying. They then scrambled to their feet, astonished, exclaiming, he broke our combined formation just with his momentum. At this point, they all bowed their heads and knelt before a girl riding a buffalo who was approaching, shouting in unison, Master, you have appeared. Their master, with a chibi expression, snorted loudly and said, if I hadn't appeared, you would all have been wiped out by this invader. One subordinate said, Master, this person seems to understand our skills very well, with just a glance, they can see our weaknesses. Tian Shui, worried, turned to look at Ling Yun, saying, Ling Yun, that kid doesn't seem simple. Don't worry, they're an acquaintance, she replied. Over here, the girl had begun to gather a stream of spiritual energy with her hands, loudly declaring, although I don't know which deity you are, daring to invade this forbidden area and injure my disciple means you must pay with your life. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl immediately shot a stream of spiritual energy towards Ling Yun. He, facing that attack, quickly created a shield to block it, smiled, and continued, Huang Qi doesn't recognize me anymore. You're bold to directly call the master by name. Wait, how does he know the master's name? She, on the opposite side of him, also stopped and questioned, who are you? Why? But just as she said this, the girl gasped, froze, and stammered. This momentum, could it be? Without thinking much, the girl darted off the back of the buffalo and landed in front of Ling Yun. She bowed her head and knelt, saying loudly, Huang Qi the attendant welcomes the great emperor back. The others, seeing this, also gasped in astonishment and followed suit. The great emperor? Is he the immortal emperor His Majesty mentioned? Welcome back, great emperor. He stood on this side, looking down at Huang Qi, and asked curiously, what about the tasks I assigned? How far have you gotten? Hearing the question, she quickly looked up and replied, I will not disappoint your Majesty's trust. Going back to some time earlier, Huang Qi was standing inside the palace, wondering, it's been a long time, why hasn't His Majesty returned yet? Suddenly, at that moment, a scroll appeared from the sky accompanied by a voice, the immortal emperor has commanded, Huang Qi, heed the order, the empress has passed away, quickly descend to the mortal realm to search for the reincarnation of the empress and the fragments of her soul. The attendant obeys the command. Returning to the present, Huang Qi was leading Ling Yun and continued speaking. The little attendant found the soul fragment of the empress here 500 years ago and has been guarding it ever since. Tian Shui stood next to Ling Yun, still not understanding what was happening, looking at him with a puzzled expression and asking, Immortal Emperor? And the empress? Are you guys telling a myth? At that moment, Huang Qi had also led the two of them to the edge of a river, announcing, Your Majesty, we have arrived. The soul fragment of the empress is in that lotus flower. Has anyone intruded here in the last 500 years? The little attendant assures you that no one has intruded for the past 500 years. Hearing this, Ling Yun did not ask anything further and began to approach the lakeshore to look down. Immediately, a dragon emerged from below, roaring powerfully. So, to it, we are the invaders, huh? Seeing this, Huang Qi's face turned surprised, swallowing hard and speaking, I didn't expect there to be an evil monster lurking in this swamp. It wants to escape. That's bad, its target is that lotus flower. But right after that, the dragon was blocked by a beam of light that shot forward in front of it. Ling Yun, with a huge sword on his back, looked at it and spoke. This place originally belonged to you, so you cannot be blamed. Quickly abandon your thoughts about that lotus flower and leave here, I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, the dragon immediately became furious and let out a deafening roar, its red eyes glaring at him. Seeing this, Ling Yun also drew his sword and continued. Are you really willing to risk your life for this chance? As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a swift strike, severing the dragon's head. A smug smile appeared on his face as he cursed. What a fool. Ling Yun then flew towards the giant lotus nearby. Next, he landed, reached for a flower that was growing on it, and thought. This is what contains the fragments of Tian Shui's memories. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to pluck it, wondering, I wonder how many memories Tian Shui can recover. Tian Shui, on this side, was also staring intently at Ling Yun in the distance, thinking. Is that a dragon? I have only heard of it before, never seen it. She then looked at the lotus in Ling Yun's hand and praised. The lotus is so beautiful, will you give it to me? Do you like it? She took it with a bright smile in response. I like it. This lotus flower. Suddenly, as soon as she said this, Tian Shui's eyes became dazed, and she whispered, it must be very precious. As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted, collapsing into the arms of Ling Yun, who was standing in front of her. A moment later, in the hotel room, Ling Yun had laid Tian Shui down on the bed. Her face began to contort in discomfort, groaning softly. In Tian Shui's mind, images of her past life resurfaced, to her astonishment. Who are these people? Am I about to die? The figure in front of me looks so familiar. As soon as she saw that, Tian Shui regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Ling Yun hurriedly approached, took her hand, and asked, Tian Shui, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? No. I just feel like I had a very long dream, and in the dream, many people were surrounding and attacking me. Is that so? Don't worry, rest well, and gradually. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang, interrupting their conversation. As he answered the call, the first image that caught his eye was that of the father and son from the Han family. They are all tied up with bruised bodies, calling for him. Tian Shui sat beside him, noticing his pale face, and turned to ask, Ling Yun, what's wrong? He then glanced at Chang Ling on the screen and replied, the Han family is in trouble. She smiled on her end, looking at him and continuing, Ling Yun, did you have fun in Xiang Kingdom? Your father-in-law and sister-in-law don't seem too happy. At this point, she began to point the orange at Zheng Hao, causing him to stutter, sect master, subordinate is incompetent, unable to protect the Han family. Chang Ling then aimed the orange at her own face, threateningly saying, you have 1 day to hand over Han Tian Shui to the Ma Xing family, or just wait to clean up the mess for the Han family. After hanging up, Tian Shui, sitting on the hospital bed, anxiously said, Ling Yun, we need to go back quickly. He stood there, his expression devoid of fear, becoming sinister as he shouted, the Park family is truly seeking death. The scene shifts to the Park family estate, where a voice from inside echoed, Cui Shunshin's abilities are indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect that even Chen Jinghao's dragon shadow technique could be easily suppressed. Haha, in front of the Dali kingdom, dragons and tigers are just a bunch of insignificant pests. That's right. But I've heard that this Ling Yun is a disciple of the sword god, we should still be cautious of the Ma Xing family master. Saying this, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, thinking to himself, it's just using you to eliminate Ling Yun. Flattering a bit, do they really think the Ni Hong kingdom is invincible? What kind of disciple of the sword god? A disciple of the sword god who lowers himself to be a son-in-law in the Han family. To me, he's just a useless leech. It just so happens that his wife, the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden, has reincarnated, which has led to his sudden increase in strength. At this point, he glanced at Ing Ji with a sinister expression, I must admit, the daughter of the Han family is quite beautiful, I also want to be a son-in-law there. At the same time, Chang Ling, standing nearby, felt something unusual and turned to look outside. Then he ordered a man in front of him, why is it so quiet outside? Go check it out. The old man then began to move towards the door to open it. But just as the door was slightly opened, the old man received a kick straight to the stomach and was sent flying backwards. Ling Yun casually walked in from outside and said loudly, no need to watch anymore. They've already taken a step ahead of you. The father and son of the Han family and Zheng Hao were overjoyed to see him, letting out a few excited sounds. The old man sitting nearby was also gaping in shock, unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming, what is this? Another old man was equally astonished, his eyes wide open, thinking to himself, I never expected they would quietly deal with everyone outside. But soon after, the old man sitting there burst into excited laughter, saying, ha, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Where is Han Tian Shui? Have you brought him here? Ling Yun stood opposite him, and upon hearing this, began to step forward, emanating an aura, and continued, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. The one who hasn't grasped the situation is you. Go die. As soon as the old man finished his words, assassins rushed in from all directions towards Ling Yun. He stood in the midst of the encirclement without any emotion, remaining still. Then, he unleashed his power, piercing through their bodies. Next, he waved his hand towards the old man in front of him, releasing another surge of energy. The old man sitting nearby quickly dodged to the side, gritting his teeth in fear and trembling. To stand still and yet unleash such powerful sword chi. Another old man standing close by glanced at him, a contemptuous smile on his face, silently thinking, foolish. If Ling Yun were that easy to deal with, why would the Blood Shadow sect need to seek your cooperation? Having thought this, he spoke up, Ling Yun is the disciple of the sword god, using ordinary tactics against him is like throwing eggs at rocks. We must use our trump card and exert all our strength to crush him. Let's charge together. Shun Shen, sitting nearby, also began to chime in, alright, it's time to make our move. Let me show you the power of the sword god's disciple from the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the members of the Blood Shadow sect along with the old man had approached and stood facing Ling Yun. "How dare you jump into the trap so brazenly?" Saying this, one of them charged forward, gathering spiritual energy in his hand, shouting, "Die, Ling Yun." But just then, Shun Shen, standing behind them, shouted out, "Get lost. Push everything aside." The old man saw this and immediately turned to him, shouting, "Damn it, what do you want to do?" Shun Shen then drew his sword from its sheath and replied, "You useless bunch will just hold me back." "Humph, your crazy friend. If you want to rush into death, then so be it. Let's go." With that, the Blood Shadow sect members left without looking back. Shun Shen then began to approach Ling Yun, continuing, "I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent since coming to the Dragon Kingdom. I hope you can satisfy me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yun, swinging his sword down. But after a loud clang, Ling Yun began to speak. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." At that moment, Ling Yun only needed to use one finger to block the previous strike, causing Shun Shen to exclaim in astonishment. What? He then lightly tapped the sword, instantly breaking it in half and pushing Shun Shen back, saying, "You are still not qualified to be my opponent." He then used the remaining half of his sword to stab into the floor, folding it back. Along with the mask that had been torn in half, he then raised his head to look at Ling Yun in front of him, sweating profusely, and thought to himself, "The one who previously put immense pressure on me is His Majesty the King. No way, how could this young kid possibly reach the level of His Majesty the King?" After thinking this, he began to stand up, wearing a smile of admiration. No wonder he is the disciple of the Sword God. Having said that, he restored the sword, returning it to its original form. Then, an aura radiated from him, creating an illusion behind him. "I must take this seriously." With that, Shun Shen began to grip the sword tightly, focusing intently on Ling Yun. "I still haven't fully mastered this move." The old man standing nearby saw this and realized, stammering in astonishment. Could this be one of the king's ultimate techniques? At that moment, Shun Shen swung his hand, unleashing a wave of sword chi that shot straight toward Ling Yun. The sword chi was incredibly powerful, blowing away everything in its path. Ling Yun then bent down, picking up a branch from the ground. At the same time, the sword chi was already rushing towards Ling Yun, but he showed no signs of fear. Making a flashy display. With that, Ling Yun unleashed a wave of energy towards the attack. As the two waves of energy collided, they instantly vanished into thin air. The old man standing nearby was taken aback, frozen in place. Shun Shen on this side was equally astonished, mouth agape and trembling. "You only used a twig?" In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had shot behind Shun Shen and said, "I told you, you are not qualified to be my opponent." Saying that, Ling Yun released a surge of spiritual energy that pierced through Shun Shen, causing him to cry out in pain. The old man witnessing this was left even more astonished, stammering, "Why the Han family member is in my hands. I advise you to drop your weapon, put down the twig, and surrender with your hands up." Hearing those words, Ling Yun shot a piercing glance at him and replied, "Do you think the sword chi I unleashed earlier was just for decoration?" With that, Ling Yun dealt with all the guards surrounding Chien, leaving the old man in shock, exclaiming, "Since when?" Seeing Ling Yun approaching him, the old man fearfully shouted, "You must not kill. You killed the guard next to the king will not spare you. I am the younger brother of King Dali Kingdom, and I can speak well on your behalf to the king, so that he may spare your life." But Ling Yun showed no concern for those words. In a cold tone, he said, "Go down there and speak well for me." Upon hearing this, the old man was immediately terrified, his teeth clenched tightly together, directing his gaze at Chongling. Without hesitation, the old man immediately pushed Chongling in front of him, fearfully saying, "Chongling, block him. I'll go call for help." Having said that, he dashed off, causing her to panic and call after him. But he hadn't run far when Ling Yun unleashed a wave of spiritual energy that swept past Chongling's face. As that wave of spiritual energy touched him, it immediately pushed him forward, making him cry out in pain. Not stopping there, Ling Yun continued to thrust a branch into the old man's body, leaving Chongling speechless in shock. A moment later, Chongling knelt down, frantically pleading, "Lord Ling Yun, please spare my life, I haven't done anything." Hearing this, Ling Yun angrily asked with a darkened face, "Haven't done anything? Then tell me, why do the Park family and the Li Kingdom want to interfere with the Han family? About this matter, I am just a pawn, only following orders, doing as told, without knowing the specific reasons." A moment later, Ling Yun asked coldly, "Is that true?" In response to that question, Chang Ling pushed out her full breasts, shyly replying, "Every word I say is true. If you don't believe me, you can touch my chest to confirm." Upon hearing these words, Ling Yun immediately threw something at her silicone breasts, causing Chang Ling to feel pain and tremble all over. At the same time, Ling Yun approached and said, "You refused the invitation drink, do you want to drink the punishment drink instead? What is this? What have you done to me? It hurts so much, just kill me already." A moment later, Ling Yun angrily asked, "What exactly is the Li Kingdom up to?" Facing that question, Chang Ling sincerely replied, Tian Mystic Maiden. Blood Shadow Sect found Family Master Park Group, exchanging intelligence about Tian Mystic Maiden for support from the Li Kingdom. The target of the Li Kingdom is Tian Mystic Maiden. Hearing those words, Ling Yun's face turned ashen. Blood Shadow Sect, the Li Kingdom? How dare they have designs on Tian Shui? They are digging their own graves. Just a moment later, Chang Ling cried out in pain. What should be said, I have already said. Kill me, please. After a long while, Ling Yun gathered the streams of spiritual energy around him into one place. Then, Ling Yun shot those streams of spiritual energy towards Chang Ling, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally. But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized something. In an instant, a bone-deep pain surged through Chang Ling's body, making her scream in agony, "What is this? You lied to me. I have said everything, why don't you kill me?" Hearing this, Ling Yun turned and left, coldly saying, "When did I say I wanted to grant you death?" Immediately, Ling Yun walked over to Zheng Hao's group, asking with concern, "Is everyone alright?" "We're fine." At this point, Ling Yun waved his hand to cut the ropes binding Ying Ji's group, causing everyone to show signs of relief. "Ling Yun, thank goodness for you. Sect Master, the subordinate deserves to die. No need to take it to heart, let's go home." In the Dili Kingdom Palace, he was angrily saying, "What? The Shunshan's breath has disappeared." Just a moment later, he picked up the intercom, clenched his teeth, and growled, "Impossible. Even if the master of the Blood Shadow Sect intervenes. He should run, that's for sure." After a while of moving, Ling Yun suddenly heard a noise coming from Shunshan. Without hesitation, Ling Yun immediately took the phone from him. Once he answered, the man on the other end shouted, "Who are you? Where is Cui Shunshan?" In response to that question, Ling Yun straightforwardly replied, "I am Ling Yun. If you are looking for the owner of this phone, he is not here right now." Upon hearing those words, the man became furious, his face contorted in anger. "Ling Yun, huh? It seems the Park family has been wiped out by you. Aren't you afraid of the Dili Kingdom seeking revenge?" After hearing that, Ling Yun became enraged, his face darkening. "Revenge? From now on, anyone from the Dili Kingdom who dares to step into High City will face the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom, and we will personally flatten your country." In response to that threat, the old man showed no fear, smirking disdainfully, "Haha, that's quite a bold claim. Don't think you can say such things, even the people from the Great Wilderness Mountain wouldn't dare to make such a statement." Hearing this, Ling Yun, in frustration, crushed the phone. "You should consider yourself lucky that this time you didn't truly harm Tian Shui. Otherwise, we would already be on our way to Dili Kingdom." With that, Ling Yun hung up, making him furious. That arrogant kid. Just a moment later, he threw the walkie-talkie to the ground, snorting coldly. Inside the Han family villa, Tian Shui was walking anxiously, saying, "At this point, why hasn't Ling Yun returned yet? Something hasn't happened, has it?" Before she could finish her sentence, something surprised her, causing her to turn her head aside. In an instant, Ling Yun's group entered, breathing a sigh of relief. "Tian Shui, we're back." Seeing this, Tian Shui joyfully ran over, making Chien high emotional and teary-eyed. "You're finally back. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Tian Shui, don't worry. But before she could express her joy for 3 seconds, she hugged Ling Yun, leaving him speechless. Ling Yun, I was really scared. Seeing Tian Shui and Ling Yun being affectionate like that, Chien awkwardly said, is this what they call a daughter getting married? Meanwhile, at Smith's mansion, he was walking and anxiously saying, I heard that the king of Delhi sent Cui Shanshan again. Could it be that Delhi kingdom will get what it wants? At this moment, the young man also entered, speaking up and causing him to exclaim in surprise. Family master, the spy planted in the Park family has reported that the Park family no longer exists. What? Impossible. The Park family is guarded by Cui Shanshan, right? Who exactly is this Ling Yun? After saying this, he immediately picked up the landline phone. The scene shifts to a large and luxurious building. After receiving his call, the man with golden hair spoke up. Go ahead. Upon hearing what he said, he looked very surprised and exclaimed. What? At this point, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Then, the old man asked. Have the 2 people sent to complete the mission arrived? Why haven't we received any feedback? Faced with that question, she, with her beautiful face and generous spirit, replied nervously. Earlier, there was news from the Xiang kingdom that the 2 beastmen have been killed. Hearing those words, he became bewildered, thinking to himself. The combined strength of the 2 beastmen is equivalent to the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom rankings, yet they were silently killed by that Ling Yun. After thinking for a moment, he immediately spoke up and ordered, send my command, tell the warrior army to infiltrate High City, Dragon Kingdom. We must obtain the head of Ling Yun for me. Yes, he replied, then angrily shouted from this side, foolish, to underestimate the alliance with the Blood Shadow sect, truly deserving to be killed. A while later, he fearfully asked, the Grand Elder of the Li family in Delhi has been eliminated, it may be related to our group. What should we do now? Faced with that question, he angrily replied, that Ling Yun knows our goal is his wife, does he think he can escape by hiding? Not long after, someone else came over and asked, what happened? Why are you all so flustered? When he realized the person was the master, he showed surprise, you have finally appeared. After saying that, he stepped forward without saying anything, and the others also clasped their hands and loudly said, welcome, master. A moment later, he spoke up, tell me about that Ling Yun. In an instant, he recounted everything. Everything started from when we discovered the whereabouts of Tian Mystic Maiden. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly asked, is it the Tian Mystic Maiden? Have you found the reincarnation of the Tian Mystic Maiden? Faced with that question, he immediately took out a painting of Tian Shui and replied, yes, the reincarnation of the Tian Mystic Maiden is the daughter of the Han family, Han Tian Shui, who is also the wife of Ling Yun. Immediately, he continued to ask, the Blood Shadow sect has looked down on High City for hundreds of years. What background does this Ling Yun have that forced our Blood Shadow sect to hide and flee? In response to that question, the old man became confused and replied, the strength of this Ling Yun is very difficult to gauge. The old ancestor of the Ouyang family and the Li family couldn't even withstand one of his strikes. It is rumored that this person is the disciple of the sword god in the great wilderness mountain. Hearing those words, he showed interest and pulled down his hood. Then he revealed his face covered in tattoos and unleashed his demon energy, saying, then I want to experience the demeanor of that sword god myself. After saying that, Shuiyu unleashed a wave of demon energy around him, causing the old man to be astonished and cover his face with his hands, saying, is this true? Has the master's strength reached this level already? A moment later, Shuiyu walked forward with a cold expression, saying nothing. At the same time, the enormous Smith building was eerily quiet. He shouted loudly, what is Duke Lord sending warrior army for? The warrior army is one of the trump cards of the young empire. This time, let me see how you, Ling Yun, will escape. In an instant, something caught him off guard. Just a second later, he turned his face to the side and asked, what happened? Faced with that question, the young man hurriedly replied, family master, a young man broke in and killed quite a few of our people. Hearing this, he was so frightened that his face turned pale, a young man. Could it be that Ling Yun? Has he discovered us? After calming down, he pointed and loudly ordered, send all elite troops to stop him. You go prepare the vehicle. Yes. Outside, Ling Yun was also surrounded by their group. That damn brat, daring to charge in here alone. And killing so many people, he really is tired of living. But Ling Yun showed no signs of fear, thinking to himself. Just like the two people in the Xiang kingdom, it really is the Smith family. After thinking this, Ling Yun looked up at the sky and said, if that's the case, the Smith family should disappear. Hearing those words, the group became furious and rushed towards Ling Yun. Shameless, go kill him. In an instant, Ling Yun stomped his foot down hard, causing the ground to crack into many small pieces. Not stopping there, Ling Yun continued to wrap his spiritual energy around the stones and launched them at the group, sending them flying in all directions, screaming in pain. After a brief battle, Ling Yun had eliminated the entire group. They lay sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, Ling Yun realized something: have they escaped? Then, he unleashed a surge of his spiritual energy, radiating around him. The large building collapsed in an instant. Ling Yun's expression remained completely emotionless, and he said nothing. The scene shifted to the inside of the Wei family master's room. The Wei Grand Supervisor began to report in front of him, City Lord, the Smith family has been eradicated by Ling Yun. Upon hearing these words, he calmly replied, these foolish people have finally pushed Ling Yun to this extent. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly asked, City Lord, did you foresee this day? In response to that question, he replied frankly, as our strength increases, the Han family will only become a thorn in the side of the old powers in High City. Instead of them bringing trouble upon themselves, it would be better for Ling Yun to proactively attack and eliminate the opposing forces in High City. Only then can we ensure the greatest guarantee for the development of the Han family. The next step for Ling Yun is likely the Blood Shadow sect. Prepare the vehicle, let's go meet Ling Yun. Wei, the Grand Supervisor, asked, City Lord, do you want to persuade Ling Yun? Should we prepare some gifts? In response to that question, he seriously replied, no need. The Wei family is the gift we are giving to Ling Yun this time. Hearing this, the old man appeared surprised, City Lord, do you have a plan? A moment later, he placed his hand on the old man's shoulder and said with a serious expression, the Wei family has been the City Lord for many years in High City, so we should understand one principle, a person who knows the times is a talented person. At that moment, a luxurious vehicle arrived. After he got inside, a young man hurriedly ran over. He then continued to cover his mouth and spoke softly, surprising the old man, who exclaimed, what? Then the old man spoke up, the City Lord, the master of the Blood Shadow sect has just set off and has already arrived at the Han family. Upon hearing those words, he immediately urged, hurry up and set off. At the same time, the others were also astonished, are all these vehicles from the City Lord Wei family? So noisy, are they here to welcome some big shot? I heard that the City Lord is personally leading the way to the Han family. The City Lord is personally coming to the Han family. At this moment, the Blood Shadow sect had arrived at the entrance of Qian's villa and looked inside. Shuiyu then took off his hood and said, is this the Han family? There are no protective formations, just a few Chien family lackeys keeping watch, and you all can't do anything about it. When one of his subordinates was about to speak, he interrupted him, saying, Shu, there's a spy. Seeing this, his subordinate pointed and loudly said, are you the City Lord of High City, Wei Li? Wei brother, it's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? But now is clearly not the time to reminisce about the past. Wei Li stood in front of them, calmly extending a hand as he spoke. Withdraw. From this moment on, I can guarantee that the Blood Shadow sect will suffer no losses. Are you trying to oppose the Blood Shadow sect? Do you even know who is standing in front of you? You actually dare to join forces with the Han family? Standing there, he stomped heavily on the ground and shouted an order. Fall back immediately. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, forcing everyone back. As expected of the long-standing City Lord of High City, your reputation is well deserved. Truly powerful. But, City Lord, have you forgotten one thing? As he spoke, his own aura burst forth to confront Wei Li's head-on. Have you forgotten who has stood at the top of the dragon ranking all these years just because I haven't made a move? Wei Li, ranked second, frowned at this but said nothing more. Then he activated the three-gate release technique within his own body and let out a furious roar. After that single move, his body instantly became powerfully built, with perfectly defined muscles, as if he had returned to his youthful prime. The members of the Blood Shadow sect standing nearby were all shocked by the sight and began to murmur in disbelief. Is this really the Nine-Heaven origin art of the Wei family? It is said that after practicing the Nine-Heaven origin art, the true chi in one's body will increase exponentially, ultimately resulting in an explosive death. Only by designing the 7 paths seal can one avoid this fate. Wei Li has already opened 3 paths, which is terrifying enough. I fear that in this high city, only Zheng Liang can match him. At this moment, Shuiyu began to step forward, angrily stating, Wei Li, you truly do not know your own limits. You dare to hold back when fighting against my true self. With that, he unleashed a blood demon strike aimed directly at him. Wei Li, not to be outdone, countered with a void palm strike to block his attack. Seeing this, Shuiyu revealed a smug smile and continued, you really don't know your own strength. With that, he further enhanced his power, pushing Wei Li back in astonishment. Wei Li then immediately used the 7-gate trial on himself to boost his strength once more. In no time, he completely neutralized one of Shuiyu's attacks. Next, he advanced step by step, an aura emanating around his body. The remaining onlookers could only stare in shock. This is the victorious appearance of Wei Li, with true chi soaring, exactly reflecting his essence. This Wei Li seems to be just one step away from breaking free from the mundane and stepping onto the immortal Tao. This is reasonable. In an instant, Wei Li appeared before Shuiyu, raising his arm high in front of his astonished gaze. Before he could react, he received a palm strike from him, sending him flying away. Not stopping there, Wei Li immediately lunged behind him, gathering a surge of spiritual energy in his hand. Then, he unleashed a 8 extremes technique into his back, causing him to cry out in pain. After that, he was sent flying forward, face down on the ground, scraping a long line. His subordinates standing nearby still did not understand what was happening, astonished and questioning, what just happened? Why did the master fly out? Has Wei Li's speed become unperceivable to the naked eye? At the same time, inside Ling Yun's house, Zheng Hao approached him, clasping his hands together to report, Sect Master, the Blood Shadow sect has been stopped by City Lord Wei Li on their way here. Right now, the two are engaged in battle. Sect Master, could it be that the Wei family wants? Why does the Han family have to submit? We need to see if he has the qualifications first. Right now, he is proving his qualifications. But the gap between the leader and the top 2 on the dragon ranking is not as simple as it seems. Returning to the battle, Shuiyu was silent, slowly standing up. He then brushed off the dirt on his clothes, glanced at Wei Li, and said, it's been a long time in seclusion, my joints have stiffened. Thank you, Wei City Lord, for helping me relax my muscles and bones. Wei Li thought, is he really unbothered? Is the 7-gate trial not enough? At that moment, his entire body exuded a powerful aura, shocking Wei Li. Then, in the blink of an eye, he lunged forward and kicked him, exclaiming loudly, tit for tat, I will also help you. Wei Li managed to block that strike but was sent flying, groaning in pain, the 7-gate trial can only barely keep up with his speed. It seems I can only. With no time to think further, he continued to use the heavenly gate release and the earthly gate release simultaneously on his body. Those around him were once again astonished, questioning, what is this? Isn't the 9-heaven origin art only supposed to have the 7-gate seal? Yet Wei Li has the 9 paths. Oh, finally bringing out the real thing. Then the main body should be a bit more serious, right? Isn't it just a seal? The main body only has the 3 paths after all. Both of them, with their extremely strong auras, stood facing each other, competing back and forth. Meanwhile, the subordinates of the Blood Shadow sect lay sprawled on the ground, painfully exclaiming, is that little power enough to injure us? After a while, Wei Li's entire aura was completely defeated, forcing him to step back a few paces. Not enough, still not enough. Breaking the entire 9 gates is still not sufficient. Do I really have to use that technique? This match is not about winning or losing. I, Wei Li, cannot confront Ling Yun Master directly. I hope Ling Yun Master can accept the Wei family, even if I go to the underworld, I can rest in peace. After saying this, he did not hesitate to use the 9 origins on a part of his body. But just as he was about to make his move, another hand slowly placed on his shoulder from behind, stopping him. The Wei family cannot be without a family master. When Wei Li turned around, he saw Ling Yun and exclaimed in surprise. Ling, young master. Ling Yun then stepped forward, waving his hand to declare, I accept the Wei family with great sincerity. The man Xueyu stood opposite him, his face filled with excitement, interjecting, you are Ling Yun, right? You have some real strength. I haven't come to cause trouble for the Blood Shadow sect yet, instead, you came knocking on my door yourself. That arrogant brat. However, I value talent greatly. As long as you submit to the Blood Shadow sect and offer up Han Tian Shui, I can grant you the position of deputy master that has been vacant for many years. Interested? He, standing on this side, began to raise his arm, calmly responding, after all, the position of master of the Blood Shadow sect is about to be vacant soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun appeared behind Xueyu, leaving him in shock. Xueyu then controlled his chains, rushing towards him, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, too fast. But before Xueyu's chains could reach him, a surge of spiritual energy from Ling Yun pierced through his chest, causing him to cry out in pain. After that, he crashed to the ground and bounced a few more times. Ling Yun was a bit surprised and praised. Oh, your body is quite tough. Xueyu then stood up awkwardly, wiped the blood from his mouth, and thought to himself. A group has severed my vital path. If I hadn't cultivated the blood demon body, I would have been killed by that last move. After thinking this, he clenched his teeth and balled his fists. Then, he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing his immense power. Since my true self came to High City, not to mention 2 chains, not even one has ever had the right to be seen. Today, consider it an eye-opener for you all. Wei Li, standing behind, was surprised and exclaimed. Xueyu still harbors such terrifying power. If all 3 chains are broken, could it be that Xueyu will enter the mystic ranking? Oh, really? Xueyu, standing in front of the 2 and looking at Ling Yun, continued to speak. Hey kid, overdoing it isn't good. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of him and shouted. Go die. Seeing that he didn't move at all, Xueyu's expression turned smug, thinking to himself. Haha, can't keep up with my speed, can you? But just as Xueyu swung his hand, he instantly vanished before his astonished eyes. Then, he reappeared from behind with a smile on his face, saying, it's no different from before. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a bloody aura, circling around his body. Then, he swiftly raised his hand, shooting out a stream of spiritual energy from behind Xueyu with a smug grin. The opponent took the full brunt of the attack, crying out in pain, raising both hands, and spitting blood. Glancing back, he thought to himself, no way. Immediately, Xueyu shot past Wei Li like a beam of light, causing him to fearfully dodge to the side. He then looked at the opponent, who had crashed into a nearby wall, his mouth agape in disbelief. Is this Xueyu really that easy to defeat? The subordinates of the Blood Shadow sect were equally astonished, standing frozen and stammering, Master, has the master been beaten to the point of being unable to fight back? Xueyu emerged from the smoke, standing up with difficulty, clutching his chest and coughing a few times. Suddenly, his expression revealed an excited smile, thinking to himself, last time it was the heart meridian, and this time just one finger has shattered my internal organs. Is the gap between my strength and that brat's really this huge? The subordinate standing nearby looked at him anxiously and asked with concern. Master, are you all right? He continued staring at his own palm, lost in thought. If I want to deal with that brat, the only option is to unlock the 3rd blood demon seal. But if I do that, I'll likely be assimilated by the blood demon itself. Running away in front of him is probably impossible. I can only use that move once. After reaching a decision, he slowly clenched both fists as an aura gradually gathered around his body. Seeing this, the subordinates at his side exclaimed with joy. Master is fine, what overwhelming power. Is Master going to break the 3rd shackle? That shackle has already touched the threshold of the mystic ranking. If the 3 seals are all released, it might be enough to enter the ranks of the mystic ranking. On the other side, Wei Li grew worried. Turning to Ling Yun, he said urgently. Sect Master, it's better not to let him break the final seal, something's wrong. Before his words had even finished, Ling Yun shot forward in an instant, appearing in front of Xueyu. He raised a single finger, then struck straight at the center of Xueyu's forehead. A flash of light instantly burst forth. His subordinates on this side, seeing this, anxiously shouted in unison, "Master!" At that moment, Xueyu had collapsed onto the ground, lying still in a silent atmosphere. "It's over, it's over. Even Master can't defeat that bastard." Just as they said this, the clothes on their bodies suddenly caught fire. They could do nothing but scream in panic, "What is this? Help, help me!" Ling Yun. He, standing on this side, was looking at the corpse of Xueyu with a surprised expression, scanning the surroundings. He then realized and, with an angry expression, spoke up, "Is it the substitution technique?" Wei Li asked, "So does that mean Xueyu is not dead? Did he sacrifice several elders of the Blood Shadow sect to block the death for himself?" Ling Yun, standing in front of him, nodded in response to the question, "Exactly. Sect Master, Xueyu has definitely escaped back to the lair of the Blood Shadow sect. My subordinate can lead the way." Ling Yun, standing in front of him, raised his hand to stop him and continued, "You should unblock the seal, the internal energy will surge in a short time, leading to internal injury. Just go back and recuperate first." Upon saying this, his expression became serious. Turning to look at the gate, he continued, "Moreover, there's still a guest we need to welcome." In front of both of them was the Smith family master along with his subordinates, strolling in casually. Then, he clicked his tongue and said, "It seems like I've missed quite a show." Wei Li was astonished to recognize them. "This is the warrior army of the Young Empire." Ling Yun then glanced at him and continued, "Step back and go recuperate first." "Yes, sect master." The Smith family master was somewhat surprised by this, smiled, and continued, "I didn't expect the renowned Wei City Lord of High City to have you so obedient. However, are you in such a hurry to send him away because you care about his injury? Or are you worried about embarrassing yourself in front of your subordinates? I think you should worry more about your own worthless life." Hearing those words, he became furious and shouted, "You, arrogant brat." At the same time, the leader of the warrior army of the Young Empire pointed at him and said, "Are you the disciple of the sword god from the Dragon Kingdom that they speak of? Even if I am a blood relative of the sword god Dragon Kingdom, in front of the Young Empire, I am worth nothing. I advise you to obediently surrender and accept your fate." Young Empire, huh? There was someone named Dali Kingdom who said similar things before. Is that all you can do, just talk big? Hearing this, he couldn't maintain his composure and shouted loudly, "Come on, keep him alive for me. I will personally crush his bones and see if they are as tough as his mouth." Immediately, the warrior army of the Young Empire charged towards Ling Yun, growling. The Smith family master, standing over here with a smug expression, continued, "Do you really think that accepting the Wei family means no one can stop you in High City? You are truly seeking your own death." Ling Yun, standing over here, began to take out his 13 needles, his expression serious as he spoke, "Just right, 13 people, how considerate." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his hand, sending all 13 needles flying forward. Each needle he launched hit directly into the third eye of each of them without missing a single target. Even the leader of the warrior army of the Young Empire standing behind was no exception. When the Smith family master witnessed that scene, his mouth fell open in shock as he stammered, This. Ling Yun then looked down at the bodies of the warrior army of the Young Empire. His expression turned puzzled as he frowned and muttered, "This is..." At that moment, one of them suddenly sprang to his feet and pulled the needle from the spot between his brows. All the others followed in succession, rising back up as well. The leader of the Young Empire's warrior army stood there and burst out laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. Shocked, aren't you? The warriors of the great Young Empire will never die." Ling Yun stood opposite them, silently observing without saying a word. After watching for a while, he realized that this was the soul-wandering technique. After understanding this, Ling Yun calmly closed his eyes. Seeing this, the Smith family master spoke smugly. "Ha ha ha. Have you resigned yourself to your fate? This is the consequence of offending the great Young Empire. Even if you regret it now, it's useless." At the same time, the warriors of the Young Empire had already advanced toward Ling Yun. Only then did Ling Yun suddenly open his eyes wide, his expression turning solemn. An aura began to surge outward from his body as he roared loudly. 1 against 10. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. The Smith family master, upon seeing this, turned pale, sweating profusely, stammering, What is this? Immediately, swords began to emerge from within the beam of light. The warrior army of the Young Empire, witnessing this, panicked and hurriedly turned to flee, shouting loudly, Quick, run. But they didn't get far before the swords pierced through their bodies, letting out a cry of despair. All of them, after being pierced by the swords, gradually lost their body parts and died on the spot. The Smith family master, witnessing this scene, was once again astonished, trembling as he exclaimed, What kind of demon magic are you using? However, as soon as he finished speaking and looked back, he realized that the leader of the warrior army of the Young Empire beside him had also died without him noticing. He immediately panicked, fell to his knees, and repeatedly begged, Ling Yun Lord, please spare my life, I will do anything you ask, anything. At that moment, he had also stepped in front of him, responding, In your next life, cherish your life a little more. Finishing his words, Ling Yun immediately thrust a sword into the heart of the Smith family master, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Afterwards, he fell back, rolling a few times and shouted loudly, Ling Yun, you won't die peacefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he merged with the wind and vanished. The scene shifted to a pool of blood inside the lair of the Blood Shadow sect, where bubbles were rising. Shortly after, Shueyu emerged from below, panting heavily. Once again, I had to force my true self to harm my essence, using the death substitution technique of the blood demon to escape. That damn brat, if the third blood demon seal isn't broken, I can't deal with that kid. I can only seek help from that person. The scene shifted again to a short while later, inside a vast cave, where a demon beast lay. It was the blood centaur tiger, ranked 239 in the mystic ranking, opening its 3 blood-red eyes wide, looking ahead and saying loudly, Who dares to disturb Tiger Elder in meditation? Hearing this, Shueyu clasped his hands together and replied, Tiger Elder, someone is obstructing our plans. Who is it? Your cultivation must have far surpassed everyone in High City. Could it be that you were discovered by someone from the Great Wilderness Mountain? He is a son-in-law of a small family in High City, named Ling Yun. However, it is rumored that he is a disciple of the Sword God from Great Wilderness Mountain. Demon Tiger was surprised and exclaimed loudly, Impossible. That old Sword God hasn't shown up for hundreds of years, how could a disciple suddenly appear? But if he has made you seek my help, then he must be formidable. We cannot let him ruin our plans. After sleeping for so many years, bring me some blood items. Yes. After saying this, Shueyu began to smile sinisterly, raising his hand. At that moment, all the members inside the Blood Shadow sect's lair were shocked as their blood chi was being drawn away, exclaiming, What is happening? What's going on? My blood chi is flowing out. It's the Blood Shadow technique, there's something wrong with the Blood Shadow technique. In an instant, those members of the Blood Shadow sect had all turned into desiccated corpses, with no one able to survive. Back inside the cave, Shueyu had absorbed all the spiritual energy from his subordinates and wore an excited smile. He then presented it to Demon Tiger and said, Tiger Elder, please. He took a breath, completely absorbing it and replied. It's a bit little, but it can still alleviate the hunger and thirst. Later, I'll deal with that kid and conveniently capture a few people to eat as well. Shueyu stood before him, outwardly appearing submissive but harboring a different intention inside. He thought to himself. This beast doesn't even know about the Tian Mystic Maiden. When the time comes, I have to be careful of this beast, I can't let him eat Han Tian Shui. The demon tiger had also begun to step out of the cave, urging. Let's go quickly. The scene shifted to the back flower garden of the Zhao family, where a voice was echoing. Has he started to settle accounts clearly with the Blood Shadow sect? What on earth has happened? The Wei family has submitted, so why is that Ling Yun in such a hurry to eliminate the opposing forces in High City? Let's go out and see. Why are the Young Empire and the Li Kingdom getting involved with the Han family? Yes, family master. Suddenly, at that moment, he saw a surge of blood chi emanating from a nearby mountain and exclaimed in surprise. High City is about to change. Ling Yun over here had also noticed it and quickly said. The blood chi is too dense. Is that the blood shadow sect? At this point, he immediately soared into the sky, quickly heading in that direction. On the contrary, it helps me save time looking for it. Not long after, Ling Yun arrived at the lair of the blood shadow sect, somewhat surprised and puzzled. Is this really the blood shadow sect? Why is there no sign of anger at all? Not thinking much, he began to descend in front of the house. Then, he moved forward to open the door and looked inside. Next, he stepped in, surprised as he looked around. Is the blood chi power drained? That's a ruthless tactic. Suddenly, at that moment, a hand rushed towards him from behind, but he noticed it. Ling Yun then gently sidestepped, avoiding the sneak attack just now. He turned around to face the person who had launched the attack, somewhat surprised and puzzled. Is it a demon? The demon tiger and Xueyu, seeing this, also revealed themselves and praised, you have some skills. The one who can dodge my tiger elder's attack in High City can be counted on one hand. A tiger demon? Since I descended to the mortal realm, this is the first time I've seen demon beasts appear. Descended to the mortal realm? Do you really think you are a celestial being? You must be stunned by the appearance of my elder tiger, right? Haha, I initially intended to sharpen my teeth on you, but it turns out you are just a fool. The flesh of a fool is not tasty at all. The immortal world has a rule that demons cannot appear in the mortal realm. Violating this will result in execution. Aren't you afraid? This rule, even the disciples of the immortal sect from Great Wilderness Mountain don't know about it, so how could a brat like you know? This brat knows quite a lot, huh? As soon as he said this, the demon tiger swung its tail and charged at Ling Yun. But, killing you would mean no one knows about it, right? Just as the words left his mouth, he suddenly stopped, puzzled. What's going on? Turning his head back, he saw Ling Yun had caught his tail, leaving him astonished, thinking, impossible, I can't even struggle. This brat is too strange. On this side, Ling Yun had pulled his tail back forcefully, smiling as he continued, this rule was set by me. With that, he began to spin the demon tiger like a top, causing it to scream in panic. After spinning enough, Ling Yun started to lift its tail onto his shoulder, straining with a grunt. Then, he threw it hard towards the nearby Xueyu, but he managed to dodge it. He then glanced at the demon tiger bleeding behind him, thinking. Even a mystic ranking strong level isn't his opponent. If this continues, even if I team up with this beast, the only path left is death. So why not? Thinking this, he immediately rushed in, using his chains to bind the demon tiger, catching it by surprise. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Of course, I want to help you. After saying this, Xueyu began to extend his hand, absorbing the life force of the demon tiger, causing him to exclaim in shock. Blood demon spell. When did you implant it in me? Want to know? Go down and ask King Yama. The demon tiger was then drained of its life force, its eyes wide open, dying on the spot. Xueyu then released the corpse of the demon tiger, letting it fall to the ground before Ling Yun, who had been watching all this time. Finally, my blood demon body has been successfully cultivated. I must skin and strip the bones of all those who chased me out of Great Wilderness Mountain back then. At this point, he turned his gaze to Ling Yun and smiled smugly. Have you been waiting long? Let me see you on your way. He stood before him, calmly closing his eyes in response, not at all. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had teleported behind Xueyu and continued, dealing with you won't take much of my time. The scene shifted inside the Zhao family residence. He was holding a letter in his trembling hands, stuttering, so it really is the Tian Mystic Maiden Reborn. No wonder it has compelled the Yang Empire and the Li Kingdom to take risks and intervene. No one in High City can stop Ling Yun's power. I can only ask my family in the Great Wilderness Mountain for help. Having thought that, he immediately began writing a letter on a scroll that was already prepared on the table. Next, he stuffed it into one of the legs of a carrier pigeon. Then, he opened the window and let it fly away. The scene shifted to a moment later at the Great Wilderness Mountain, where a man was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He looked up in surprise when he saw the carrier pigeon from the neighboring clan approaching. Instantly, he raised his arm to catch the pigeon flying in the sky. After that, looking at the letter, he exclaimed in astonishment, the Tian Mystic Maiden? The Zhao family branch in High City has discovered the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden and wants to ask our clan for assistance in Great Wilderness Mountain. If the tribe learns about the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden, I fear that by then I won't even be able to drink a sip of that soup. Only I in Great Wilderness Mountain know about this matter. He was a disciple of the Zhao family in Great Wilderness Mountain, ranked 661 in the mystic ranking, named Zhao Li. With a snap of his fingers, he continued, if I can obtain the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden, from now on, who would dare to stop me here in Great Wilderness Mountain? After saying this, he shot straight up into the sky, rushing quickly towards High City. Returning to the battle, at this moment, the man Shuiyu was astonished and turned his head, exclaiming, impossible. I have broken all the seals, how can this be? Ling Yun then shot a beam of spiritual energy through his chest, replying, the blood demon's body? Even if the blood demon came here in person, it would be like a bunch of insects. Shuiyu then collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in unwillingness, 3 times, no matter how much I raise my strength, the distance remains just like the chasm in the sky. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. What is a millennium plan, what is the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden? I don't need anything at all. Right now, I only want you, Ling Yun, you must die. Saying this, he unleashed a surge of power from within his body and roared, let you taste the blood chi power that I have accumulated for hundreds of years. Ling Yun stood on this side, looking at him with a disgusted expression, and spoke, have you lost your reason to the blood demon? At this moment, his blood chi had manifested in a forest, draining the life force from the nearby living animals. At the same time, old Zhao family master looked out the window, worriedly speaking, why do I have such a bad premonition? Just as he said this, a voice from inside echoed, your premonition is quite accurate. Who are you? He asked calmly. The other replied, Zhao family from Great Wilderness Mountain, Zhao Li. Is he from our family? Just you alone. That's right. Saying this, he immediately lunged forward, striking a palm strike to the chest of old Zhao family master, I don't want to share the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden with anyone else. The old man took a full blow and flew through the wall behind him, before the astonished eyes of the surrounding disciples. There are enemies attacking, enemies attacking. At this moment, the head of the Chien family was helped up by someone nearby. Looking at Zhao Li, he continued. You came here to silence me. How dare you do it alone? You useless bunch from that branch, acting arrogant in High City, have you forgotten that anyone under the mystic ranking is just a bug? Hearing this, the old man's face turned fearful, trembling and stuttering. Is this really the strong mystic ranking? Zhao Li then left, snapping his fingers, he incinerated everyone present. He continued. You will forever protect the news about the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden for me. After stepping out of the Chien family house, he excitedly said. Now it's time for the harvest. Back in the midst of the battle, Ling Yun delivered another blow that pierced one side of Shuiyu's hip. However, he was still able to stand there without any injury or pain. Seeing this, he continued to extend his arm and spoke up. The immortal battle formation, the immortal body, huh? Upon saying this, he summoned a gigantic hand that pierced through the roof and descended rapidly. Seeing this, an expression of extreme fear appeared on his face as he repeatedly said, no, no. But then, the gigantic hand came crashing down, silencing him immediately. Ling Yun looked at the creation he had made and, somewhat astonished, continued, it seems I've used too much power. Suddenly, at that moment, Ling Yun saw Tian Shui in danger, and his expression turned anxious as he called out her name loudly. Without delay, Ling Yun immediately teleported away from the Blood Shadow sect's lair. On this side, Zhao Li had subdued Zheng Hao and his subordinate and was choking Tian Shui, lifting her high. What am I doing? Of course, I'm kidnapping her. I advise you to come with me quietly, otherwise these people will die because of you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the wife of that man. Upon hearing this, images from the past suddenly flashed in Tian Shui's mind, along with the voice saying, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the wife of that man. She gradually began to remember everything, her eyes widening in astonishment. After that, an aura radiated around, throwing Zhao Li far away in his astonishment. What? Could it be that she has awakened the memories of her past life? Impossible. At the same time, an old man sitting on a lotus leaf to cultivate also sensed that aura. He opened his eyes and said, "This is the scent of the Tian Mystic Maiden." The disciple standing nearby quickly clasped his hands together, puzzled, and asked, "Old ancestor, is something big happening?" The Tian Mystic Maiden has reincarnated, and the demon beasts are likely to be restless. I already know the strength of the others, the Dao Xian sect should prepare soon. Back on this side, Zhao Li, holding the unconscious Tian Shui, rushed away. Gritting his teeth, he said, "That strong reflection almost killed me. However, I have brought her down. I have already stepped half a foot into the Immortal Emperor realm, haha." A while later, when Ling Yun returned to his home courtyard, he was astonished to see all his subordinates lying scattered on the ground, standing frozen for a moment. Then he approached Cheng Hao and asked, "Who did this?" "Sect Master, it was the Zhao family. I have flown to Great Wilderness Mountain. A group of people, not knowing life or death, repeatedly wants to attack Tian Shui. If we don't level Great Wilderness Mountain, we won't be able to proceed." The scene shifts to a room where two people, Duke and King, are talking to each other. "All my warriors have died. Cui Shunshan has also perished in High City. This Ling Yun is definitely not as simple as the intelligence reports we have received. From his background, it seems he has never been defeated, his strength is truly hard to gauge." The family master of the Yang Empire, sitting calmly, lifts his wine glass and says, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Scared? I just don't want to send more people to seek death in vain. The Yang Empire has operated in High City for many years, it won't be easy to withdraw." At that moment, a subordinate walks in from outside and speaks up, "King, there is the latest intelligence." "Speak plainly, Duke is not an outsider. The matter is that the Tian Mystic Maiden has been reborn and is currently at the Han family." Hearing this, King is astonished, stands up, and exclaims loudly, "The Tian Mystic Maiden? No wonder the Han family has risen so quickly." Duke, sitting quietly, strokes his chin, pondering. Tian Mystic Maiden. So, Ling Yun is indeed the Knight Protector of this immortal master. They must definitely send the most elite special forces of the Empire. Park Jae-guk must not be allowed to gain the upper hand. Thinking this, he immediately stood up, placed his hand on his chest, and spoke. "Dear esteemed King, the Daong Empire still has some matters to handle, I ask for permission to leave first. Duke Lord, the fate of the great Emperor Empire relies entirely on your upcoming venture. Go inform Ma Baido, the future of the Empire depends on him." A moment later, Ling Yun stood before the hidden Zhao family. He then kicked the stone gate wide open and shouted. "All members of the Zhao family, come out here to me." Those inside were left speechless, astonished, exclaiming. "Where did this god of slaughter come from? This is a 1,000-pound stone door." The Zhao family was pierced through by just one kick like that. At this moment, the old men present in the village also appeared, surrounded by an aura, and spoke. The Zhao family lives hidden in the Great Wilderness Mountain, causing no enmity with anyone. You come all the way here, so you must provide a reason, right? A reason? You stole my Tian Shui and still ask me for a reason? At this moment, the people standing behind the old man began whispering among themselves. Family master, this man's strength seems to be second only to the old ancestor. So what? Anyone who humiliates the Zhao family must die. Don't let yourselves be used as someone else's tools. Ling Yun then stepped closer to the group and spoke coldly. As long as Tian Shui is unharmed, you still have a way to live. But if anything happens to her, I will make it so that not even your souls can find peace in the afterlife. Tian Shui. Who is Tian Shui? I know absolutely nothing, someone replied. At that moment, another old man supporting himself with a cane walked out of the house and said. Immortal Emperor Lord, this matter was indeed likely caused by the Zhao family. But the Mystic Maiden is truly not in the Zhao family. You blind fools failed to recognize the Immortal Emperor Lord, fine. But now you've even failed to notice that one elder is missing. All of them immediately fell to their knees, glancing at one another in confusion. Indeed, one person is missing. Who is it? It's Zhao Li. Have you been playing mahjong all day that you can't even remember? Hearing this, the old man's face instantly turned ashen. His body trembled as he said. Zhao Li, what exactly have you done? The old ancestor on this side continued to assert. Immortal Emperor Lord, rest assured, the Zhao family will definitely find Zhao Li and provide you with a satisfactory answer. It's just that the appearance of the Mystic Maiden has caused the demon beasts on Great Wilderness Mountain to act hastily. We ask the Immortal Emperor Lord to temporarily spare our lives to fight against the demon beasts. This is Zhao Li's soul lamp. The Immortal Emperor Lord can use this soul lamp to locate the current whereabouts of that evil monster. If the Immortal Emperor Lord cannot find him, then this old and weak man will personally crush him into pieces and kill him immediately. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, took the soul lamp and replied. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. But if Tian Shui encounters any misfortune, then your Zhao family may also disappear. Having said that, he flew away, leaving the old men looking at the old ancestor in confusion. Old ancestor, is he really the immortal emperor? If Dao Xian's sect had not sent a letter to report this news, I would not have guessed this relationship. I fear that today, the Zhao family may no longer exist. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was flying in the sky with a worried expression, urgently saying. Tian Shui, I won't allow anything to happen to you again. The scene shifts to the front of a cave, where a pack of demon beasts is gathering together. Inside, Zhao Li and Tian Shui are beside each other, holding their heads in confusion. Where am I? Ah, if you dare to lay a hand on me, Ling Yun will definitely not let you off. Ling Yun. Just wait until I enjoy you and then enter the immortal sect to become the immortal emperor, no one in this world will be able to stand against me. Upon hearing this, Tian Shui immediately jumped up and ran outside. I won't let you achieve that. Don't waste your energy. Outside are all demon beasts, this is the only safe spot. You don't want to be torn apart by them, do you, Mystic Maiden Lord? Tian Shui turned her head back to look at him with a surprised expression. What did you call me? You don't even know who you are. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Just wait a little longer. My injuries have healed more than half. By then, I will be my own immortal emperor, and you will still be the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden, wouldn't that be perfect? Hearing this, Tian Shui stepped outside without hesitation and shouted loudly, I would rather be eaten by demon beasts than let someone like you achieve your goals. Immediately, 3 demon beasts appeared, charging in like hungry tigers, roaring loudly. Tian Shui stood in front of them, feeling helpless and letting out a cry. In a flash, Zhao Li rushed in from inside, knocking away 3 demon beasts to rescue her. He then reached out, gripping her wrist tightly and pulling her inside. You better listen, or there's only one way for you to go, death. Tian Shui didn't know what to do next. She sat in a corner, curling up, calling out Ling Yun's name with tears streaming down her face. At that moment, one of her tears fell to the ground. At the same time, right where the tear landed, a small flower sprouted, surprising her. Could it be that I really am some kind of mystic maiden? Just then, a strange noise echoed from the darkness behind her. Both of them turned their heads in surprise to look in that direction. In front of them was a gigantic serpent, causing Zhao Li to jump up and exclaim loudly, oh no, it's the demon cult from Great Wilderness Mountain. Evil monsters, I know you understand human language. Back off, and I will spare your life. From behind the demon cult, the phantom of Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden began to appear, accompanied by its hissing sounds. Tian Shui stood on this side, feeling a bit surprised. She thought to herself, why do I feel like this demon cult is somewhat familiar? At this moment, Zhao Li also turned his head sharply to look at her with a worried expression. Could it be that the Mystic Maiden is about to awaken? The illusion of the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden sitting on this side had begun to lift her face and glare at him. The demon cult immediately emanated a powerful aura, shocking Zhao Li on the opposite side. The Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden then started to rise, taking steps toward the demon cult. She stood on its head and controlled it to charge toward Zhao Li, opening its mouth wide. He stood below, ready to defend himself, angrily shouting, stop. It's hard to convince a damn demon with sweet words. Just as he finished speaking, the mouth of the demon cult lunged at him, forcing him to struggle to hold it back. Even if I die, I must hold my head high. I yearn to become the immortal emperor, so I must endure this tribulation. As soon as his words ended, he broke the 2 fangs of the demon cult. Looking at his trophy in hand, Zhao Li couldn't help but laugh loudly. Haha, you dare to provoke me, the emperor, just relying on a bunch of evil monsters like you? The demon cult was completely driven mad by him, letting out a deafening roar. It then immediately spewed a large amount of poison from its body straight at him without mercy. While he was screaming in pain, the phantom of the Jiu Tian Mystic Maiden slowly flew towards Tian Shui. She stood below, also witnessing this, her expression filled with surprise and confusion. Is this really me?